My name is Olorunfemi Olamide Peter, a foreign level student of the Department of Public Administration. I and my team members carry the research on the topic, the military and the Nigerian foreign policy. So I'll be taking the first part, which is the chapter 1, the introduction. The chapter 1, which is the introduction, talks about the relationship between the military and the Nigerian foreign policy. However, which stated or emphasized the significant impact of the military in the Nigerian foreign policy, starting from the period of the military rule from the 1960s to the 1990s. However, the military shaped the Nigerian foreign policy, but even in that shaping, there was quite some inconsistencies and there was quite some insecurity, stating to regional stability and stating to anti-colonialism. However, the study opens our eyes to see how those inconsistencies or how the military influences has led to inconsistency and contradiction affecting the Nigerian foreign policy long-term assets. So before the transition of the military rule to the civilian government in 1999, the civilian administrators sought for ways or strategies to redefine Nigerian foreign policy, but all prove abortive, because the major key areas or the major personalities that was anchoring those sectors were the military personnel. However, bringing about inconsistency and bringing about contradictions. Thank you.
My name is Sonny Sita Mutunayo, a 400 level student of political science. I'm here to talk about the conceptual clarification and the theoretical framework on our topic. Understanding the relationship between the military and foreign policy in Nigeria requires some several key concepts, which are 1. Military influence, 2. Foreign policy, 3. National security, 4. Regional security, 5. Governance, and the roles of some international actors. Military influence. The military influence refers to the direct and indirect control exerted by the military on a country's governance, structure, and policies in Nigeria. 2. Foreign policy. Foreign policy refers to the strategies and actions taken by a country to manage its relation with other countries and international organizations. It encompasses diplomacy, trade, defense, etc. National security. National security is a concept that pertains to the protection of a country's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and citizens from external threats. Number 4, regional security. Regional security involves maintaining stability within a specific geographical area and preventing conflicts between neighboring states. Then we have governance. Governance refers to the person, to the process and institution through which authority is exercised and decisions are made in a country.
My name is Zikake Fernandez Ruben, a 400 level student from the Department of Public Administration, talking on the topic that says historical overview of Nigerian military and foreign policies. Nigerian military dates back to the colonial era when the British established a small but well-organized military structure for the defense of their terrorists in West Africa. The Royal West African Frontier Force (RWAFF), which included Nigerian soldiers, was a prominent institution during British colonial rule. After Nigeria gained independence in 1960, the military initially tasked with protecting national security as a prominent institution during British colonial rule. Over the years, military dictatorship, which have often been justified by the military as necessary for national stability and protection of the country's independence. The military government under General Muhammadu Buhari in 1983 adopted a more conservative approach to foreign policy with a focus on securing Nigerians' economic interests, which, while his successor pursued more pragmatic foreign policies by strengthening relations with Western power. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Davis Ayomide Shemori from the Department of Political Science. I'm here to take chapter 4 of our project, which involves the data analysis. The impact of the military on Nigeria foreign policy. Firstly, I'll talk about national security. The military impacted the nation on national security, whereby they stand as defense to national threats. Secondly, the militaries have impacted the nation's economic interests, such as providing defenses and providing men to protect the country's economic organization. The roles of the military on Nigerian foreign policy. Firstly, the military serves as peacekeeping and conflict resolution organization, whereby they try to protect and solve every conflict between Nigeria and other nations. Secondly, they also serve as humanitarian support. During disasters such as floods and natural disasters, the military have been deployed in order to help the victims during this time. Lastly, I will talk about the challenges facing military in Nigeria foreign policy. Firstly, weakness in institutions. In Nigeria, there are weak institutions such as the NIAA. They don't have enough supply in order to protect or give enough men awareness. And lastly, the weak political organizations. In Nigeria, the political parties are very weak and very corrupt also, which makes the military to not function well and effective. Thank you.
My name is Harry Waitman from the Department of Public Administration. I'm here to summarize the topic my fellow colleague just talked on. Now, the Nigerian military had significant impact in the Nigerian foreign policy. The study of the military and Nigerian foreign policy provide a wide range of exploration of relationship between the Nigerian military role in shaping the country's international relationship and broader diplomatic strategies employed by successive Nigerian government. This means that the Nigerian military had always influenced the formation and execution of foreign policy within and outside Nigeria, especially in the areas of peacekeeping mission like Sierra Leone and Liberia, and also conflict resolution like the Boko Haram insurgency and international diplomacy. Just as the military had always influenced the Nigerian foreign policy and made impact on it, it's also crucial for us to know that the military had also had some shortcomings, like insufficiency of military budget, lack of continuity of long-term goals. Thank you.
From the Department of Political Science Major, and my matric number is 2005-03061.
Oluwagbemi Samuel, Political Science Education, 190209130.
Adenuga Victor Adewale, 19229-004.
My name is Zolawo Kayomile from Department of Political Science Education. My matric number is 200209071.
Ogunja Isaac Ayomide, Political Science Education, 190209098.
That Michael Oluwatomilola, 250-30-37.
Ademane Debutayo, Political Science Major, 250-30-94.
K. David, matric number 250-30-74.
Ubi Kolawole Prince, 188-2091-00, Political Science Education.
Political Science, matric number 2005-03126.
I'm going to talk about the comparison of Nigerian foreign policy under Olusegun Obasanjo's civilian and military rule. Chapter 1, Introduction. This chapter provides an overview of Olusegun Obasanjo's life, his political career and his foreign policy during his two regimes, the military rule back in 1976 to 1979 and the civilian presidency in 1999 to 2007. It highlights his early life, military training and his rise to power, emphasizing his role in transitioning Nigeria from military to civilian rule in 1979. The chapter also examines his foreign policy, known as the Obasanjo Doctrine, which aimed to establish Nigeria as a regional hegemon in Africa, supporting anti-apartheid movements and regional cooperation through organizations like ECOWAS. The study compares his foreign policy approaches in both regimes, analyzing how leadership style, institutional frameworks, and internal or external factors influenced Nigeria's international relations. It underscores the significance of understanding leadership influence, policy continuity, and balance between domestic and foreign priorities. This chapter concludes by evaluating the legacy of the Obasanjo Doctrine, noting his successes and his shortcomings, and stressing the importance of aligning foreign policy with domestic needs for future governance.
Chapter 2, titled Literature Review, discusses various scholarly works related to Nigerian foreign policy during President Olusegun Obasanjo's civilian administration 1999 to 2007. The chapter highlights the classifications of materials that are relevant to different aspects of the study. Here are some key points addressed in the chapter. Number 1, various scholarly works. The review includes accounts from notable authors who have examined Nigeria's foreign policy, providing insights into the broader content of international relations and how it inserts with Nigeria's own policy decisions. Number 2, historical context. The literature evaluates the historical backdrops of Nigerian foreign relations, particularly the impact of past military regimes on the nation's international standing. Number 3, Obasanjo influence. The chapter highlights how Obasanjo leadership during both his military and civilian reigns influenced Nigerian re-entry into the international community, moving the country from a period of isolation to prominence. Number 4, policy analysis. The review emphasizes continuity and change in Nigerian foreign policy across different regimes, showcasing how internal and external factors shaped the national approach under Obasanjo. Number 5, contributions of academic discourse. The literature not only focuses on policy specifics, but also contributes to broader discussions about governance, leadership, and international relations in the context of Nigeria. The chapter provides a foundational understanding of the scholarly discourse surrounding Nigerian foreign policy, which is crucial for analyzing Obasanjo's impact during his representative terms. The insights gleaned from these works will inform the contemporary evaluations and future directions of Nigeria's foreign relations. Thank you.
Obasanjo foreign policy. Olusegun Obasanjo foreign policy 1999 to 2007 was shaped by pragmatism, regional leadership, democracy promotion, and economic diplomacy. His approach were analyzed through different theoretical frameworks. Number 1, realism, focus on national interest and regional stability. Nigeria played a leading role in peacekeeping mission in Sierra Leone and Liberia, while strengthening economic ties and global power like US and China. Liberalism advocated for democracy and human rights, mediating political crises in Cote d'Ivoire and Zimbabwe, and supporting democratic transition across Africa. Economic diplomacy leveraged Nigeria oil resources to attract foreign investment, negotiate debt relief, and promote regional economic integration. Africa-centric and anti-apartheid stance. Obasanjo's leadership, both as a military in 1976 to 1979 and civil president, emphasized Pan-Africanism, economic self-reliance, and opposition to colonialism. His government supported liberation movements in South Africa and Namibia and actively pressured the international community against apartheid. Key influence of foreign policy. His foreign policy was shaped by democracy promotion, improving Nigeria's global image post-military rule, economic interest, securing investment and trade agreements, regional stability, leading peacekeeping mission in West Africa, global politics, navigating post-9/11 security concerns and counter-terrorism, bilateral relations, strengthening ties with economics like US, China, and Europe. role in peacekeeping. Obasanjo was instrumental in African conflict resolution, mediating in Liberia, Ethiopia, Angola, and Mozambique. His diplomatic efforts helped end the Ethiopia-Tigray conflict in 2022 through the Pretoria Agreement. His philosophy emphasized neutrality, understanding root causes, and building confidence among conflicting.
Yeah, I'm here to talk about Chapter 4, which is the historical framework of the work. This outlines the development of Nigeria's foreign policy, emphasizing key historical events and transformations that have influenced the trajectory. Here are the main themes covered in this chapter. Number 1 is the colonial legacy. The chapter begins by discussing the impact of colonialism on Nigeria's political structure and international relations, highlighting how the legacy of British colonial rule shaped the country's approach to foreign policy after independence. Number 2 is the early independence era. It examined the initial years following Nigeria's independence in 1960, focusing on the foreign policy goals aimed at nation building, promoting national unity, and establishing Nigeria's identity on global stage. Number 3 is the military regimes and foreign policy changes. The chapter provides insight into how Nigerian foreign policy was influenced by successive military regimes, particularly from 1966 to the late 1990s. It discusses the characteristics of military rule, including the prioritization of national security and the often tumultuous relationship with international actors. Number 3 is the post-Cold War dynamics. The narrative transitions to the post-Cold War era, highlighting how changes in global political dynamics affected Nigeria's foreign policy strategies, including efforts to engage with African and the broader international community. Number 5 is the Obasanjo's influence. Finally, the chapter details Olusegun Obasanjo's role in reshaping Nigeria's foreign policy during his military regime and later as a civilian president. It assesses his focus on African unity, peacekeeping, initiative democracy efforts, and the establishment of Nigeria's position as a regional leader.
I'm here to talk about the summary of the work, which is Chapter 5. Olusegun Obasanjo's foreign policy as a military head of state as a civilian president showcased a blend of continuity and change. During his military rule from 1976 to 1979, Nigeria's foreign policy was characterized by a radical U-turn and a confrontational approach. This shift was a response to the previous conservative and timed foreign policy under British dominance from 1960 to 1966. Obasanjo's military regime was marked by a more assertive foreign policy with a focus on African cause and a strong belief in controlling events as a civilian president from 1999 to 2007. Obasanjo continued to influence foreign policy with a leadership style which some describe as a militocracy due to his tendency to act autocracy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fadi Johnson. Matric number 220, 1911 from Department of Political Science Education. I'll be talking about the introduction of Babangida foreign policy. The late 20th century was a period of a considerable change in global politics. The end of the Cold War, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the rise of a new geographical political power that reshaped international relations. For many developing nations, the challenge was how to navigate this changing environment while securing national interests. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous nation and one of its largest economies, faced unique opportunities and challenges. In this context, the leadership of General Ibrahim Babangida, who ruled Nigeria from 1985 to 1993, marked a central junction in Nigerian foreign policy trajectory. Babangida's administration came in power after a military coup and was characterized by an outward-looking foreign policy aimed at enhancing Nigerian regional influence and global structure. Babangida's foreign policy was designed to attract both the domestic and international concern facing Nigeria. The country was emerging from the fallout of a prolonged civil war, enduring economic difficulties and facing rising demand for democratic reforms. In this volatile environment, Babangida sought to redefine Nigeria role on the African continent. One of Babangida's main objectives was to position Nigeria as a demand regional power in the West Africa, to make Nigeria a dominant region power in West Africa. and to elevate the country's standing globally. The research is to address the foreign policy challenges and responses of Nigeria under Babangida leadership and era. Thank you.
I want to talk about chapter 3, which is literature review. This chapter provides a comprehensive review of literature related to Nigerian foreign policy under General Ibrahim Babangida, focusing on key themes such as international relations theories. What is foreign policy? Foreign policy is a strategy that the country adopts to safeguard its national interest and objective on the international stages. Nigeria under General Ibrahim Babangida, the formulation and execution of foreign policy were influenced by a mixture of international political, economic and social factors. In the context of Nigerian, Babangida foreign policy was shaped by the means to ensure political and economic stability. Another significant aspect of national interest for Babangida was ensuring political stability in West Africa. Babangida has to stabilize our natural resources for the interest of the country. He has to make friends with foreign nations for the safeguard of our oil. There is under President Babangida foreign policy. This foreign policy advanced Nigeria at the international stage and make it one of the leadership positions in Africa.
I'm here to talk on the research methodology and the limitations of Babangida foreign policy. So the research methodology for analyzing Babangida foreign policy typically involves a qualitative analysis, focuses on the historical analysis and document review and a case study. So the research often examines primary sources such as government document speech and diplomatic correspondence, as well as secondary sources like academic article and book on Nigerian foreign relations during its review 1985 to 1993. So this methodology allows for comprehensive understanding of the motivation, the strategies, and the outcome of Babangida policy. However, there are several limitations to this research methodology, such as one of the major challenges or limitation is availability and reliability of resources. So many documents can be classified or lost, leading to gaps in information. Additionally, the subject nature of qualitative analysis can introduce bias, as researchers may interpret events through their own perspective. Furthermore, the complexity of international relations make it challenging to isolate the effect of Babangida policy from external factors such as global political shifts or economic conditions. Lastly, the dynamic nature of foreign policy means that assessment can vary significantly over time, complicating the evaluation of long-term impact. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abeju Esther, a student of Political Science Department, magic number 201901107. Now I'm going to be talking on the data analysis and interpretation of Babangida's foreign policy. I'll be talking on the findings of the research, analyzing the challenges faced by Babangida's foreign policy and the response to those challenges, which also criticizes the access of the outcome of Nigeria's foreign policy decision. Emphasis is placed on Nigeria's role in regional peacekeeping. In terms, Nigerian contributed 70% of ECOMOS operational budget, and in terms of troop development, each over 10,000 Nigerians troops were deployed to Libya to stabilize the conflict zone. 2. Pan-Africanism. By supporting the liberation movement across Africa, particularly South Africa, Angola, and Namibia, also played a vital role in organization of the OAU. 3. Economic diplomacy. When foreign reserve declined from 2.8 billion to 1.5 billion, which reflects on the challenges of the implementation That is the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. The sharp rise in inflation from 15.8% to 57%, which was also one of the most strenuous drawback of the SAP. Growth GDP rates, global political engagement, and the key achievements of this were United Nations contribution and the non-alignment movement.
Good day, my name is Bakari Rashida Tewoluwa. I'll be talking on the summary and conclusion of recommendation introduction. This chapter presents the summary of the finding, conclusion, and recommendation drawn from the study of General Ibrahim Babangida foreign policy. The discussion reflects the analysis of Nigeria foreign policy during Babangida's administration as presented in Chapter 4. It also highlights policy implications and provides suggestions for improving Nigerian foreign policy in the context of contemporary challenges. Summary findings. The research explored the dimension of Babangida foreign policy and its implication for Nigerian regional and global standing. Key findings include 1. Regional peacemaking stability. Nigerian active leadership in regional peacemaking, particularly through ECOMOG, was one of the most prominent features of Babangida foreign policy by committing substantial resources and troops to Libya. Nigeria demonstrated its commitment through regional stability, even at the cost of domestic economic strain. 2. Pan-Africanism and liberation movements. Babangida upheld Nigeria's legacy of Pan-Africanism by supporting liberation movements in South Africa, Angola, and Libya. 3. Economic diplomacy. The Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, counterpiece of Babangida economic diplomacy, aims to attract foreign investments and integrity Nigeria into global economy, investing and integrate Nigeria into global economy. 4. Global political arrangements. Babangida positioned Nigeria as an influential player in the non-alliance movement, NBA, and the United Nations. 5. Challenges. The study highlighted the challenges of Babangida on regional stream, peacekeeping, and SAP, complied with public content policy in a resources and strained environment. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Mrs. Precious from the Department of Political Science Education 400 level, magic number 220-9131.
My name is Amaka Elizabeth from the Department of Political Science Education, matriculation number 200-2090.
My name is Bakari Rashida Tewoluwa, Political Science Education student, 400 level, matriculation number 200-2090-59.
My name is Abejoye Esther from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2091-07, 400 level.
My name is Adebisi Ademola, Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2090-28.
My name is Faleju Joy Sheyi from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2090-11.
My name is Sharon Charles, Department of Political Science and Judge, matric number 200-15-30-24.
My name is Akin Raide from Department of Public Administration, matric number 260-4109.
Good day, sir. My name is Usola Ebenezer Ellen from ADEKUNLE AJASIN, University of Ibadan, Department of Political Science. I'm here to introduce the topic, which is Nigeria role in the maintenance of world peace. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous country and regional power, has played a significant role in diplomatic efforts, military interference, peacekeeping mission, and adherence to international legal framework So it is committed to global peace. It is rooted in foreign policy principle, which emphasizes on conflict resolution, African unity, and cooperation between international organizations like the UN, which is the United Nations, the AU, which is the African Union, and the ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States. So moving forward, I'll be talking about the theoretical basics of Nigeria's peacemaking efforts. Number one is the realism, number two is the liberalism, number three is the constructivism. So Nigeria plays a huge role in maintaining world peace, and this analysis can be carried out through international relation theory, which explains the realism, the liberalism. So realism explained how Nigeria interfered in corruption to stabilize security and stability, because they believed that without stability it will affect the national interest, just like the neighboring country, which is Sierra Leone and Liberia. Moving forward, I will explain the liberalism. So for liberalism, Nigeria supports multilateralism and international cooperation, engaging with organizations like the UN, which I said earlier, which is the United Nations, and the African Union, which is the AU, to promote peace. For constructivism, Nigerian foreign policy is shaped by its identity, which is the giant of Africa, promoting its moral and diplomatic duty. Thank you very much.
Good day, sir. My name is Babalola Balaji Ebenezer from the Department of Political Science. I'm going to talk on the Nigeria peacekeeping role in the downfall crisis, which happened in 2014 to 2015. Nigeria played a significant peacekeeping role in the downfall crisis in 2014 to 2015 as part of the African Union United Hybrid Nations. During the operation, Nigeria's contributions were troops deployment. During this period, Nigeria deployed over 1,000 troops as part of UNAMID military components. And next thing they do was that sector leadership. Nigeria led the sector South, which was one of the 4 sectors of UNAMID during the period. They also protect civilians. During this crisis, Nigeria played a key role by protecting civilians, including internally displaced persons, which were IDPs and refugees from attacks by armed forces. Also, humanitarian assistance. Nigeria played roles by providing troops that assist the people during the period. And we have challenges that Nigeria faced when they were during this crisis. Nigeria's troops were what? They were forced by security. They were threats by national securities, and also logistical challenges. During this crisis, Nigeria faced with challenges. Challenges were Nigerian troops faced security threats from armed groups, and other challenges were like logistical challenges, in the sense that troops faced logistical challenges during this period. And we have some achievements which they achieved during the period by improving the security and also protecting the civilians and also the internally displaced persons, which are IDPs. Thank you.
Okay, good day, sir. My name is ADEKUNLE. I'll be talking about Nigeria peacekeeping role in Code AIB and Libra in 2010/2011. The conflict for Egypt finally hit Libra in February 5, 2011. The Libra protest was actually a peaceful protest before the government made use of a violent weapon against the citizens, which led to the intervention of the A3, that's the South Africa, Nigeria, South Africa, and Gabon in 2017 to vote for 1973 Council resolution. The 2 case study here, that's the Code the IP and Libra, was a different cases. Then the AU committee actually threatened to make use of the military intervention, which the AC committee rejected military intervention, and the A3 actually favored military intervention. Nigeria supported the use of force completely in Libra, but totally opposite in Cote d'Ivoire. Nigeria supports the use of military intervention in the case of Libya, but was opposing it in case of Côte d'Ivoire. They finally make use of military intervention in Côte d'Ivoire when the president-elect Gabon forcefully make use of violence against the citizen, which is against the country, and they find it difficult to depose him. Nigeria finally emerged with France make use of military intervention when Gabon, the president-elect, make use of heavy weapon against the citizen. Nigeria found willing partner in France, and the two of them, and togetherness, they launched attack against Gabon, and in April 11, French troops backed up by UN force deposed Gabon. At the end of the crisis, the record estimated 3,000 deaths, 200,000 refugees, and 2,000 internally displaced people, which lead to Nigeria limitation in peacekeeping activities. Its interest does not correlate with major external power. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Olatunji Laika. I'm here to talk about the Nigeria Standard at the Council 2010 and 2011. In 2010, the United Nations Security Council passed 60 resolutions, and 32 of these focused on African issues alone. While the resolution passed in 2011, 49 of them were based on African issues. In 2011 exposed the asymmetry of the relationship between the AU and the United Nations Security Council, and the skewed coordination between the African Union and the ATD, which is Nigeria, South Africa, and Sudan. Resolutions, 3 were identified to highlight the voting pattern of the ATD, which is Nigeria, Sudan, and South Africa, on African issues at the United Nations Security. First one of this identified is United Nations Resolution 1975, which includes the removal of Gbagbo. Secondly, the 50-member United Nations Security Council condemned Gbagbo's action and mandated a step down and allowed the legitimate president, Alassane Ouattara, to resume office. And the third one includes United Nations Resolution of 1973, which entails establishment of a no-fly zone and protection of civilians. The resolution aimed to establish and enforce a no-fly zone over Libya, with the explicit task of protecting the civilian population. I'm going to talk about the second tenure of 2014 to 2015, in which 63 resolutions were passed in 2014. 45 of them were based on African issues, while 2015, 64 resolutions were approved by the United Nations Security Council, and 44 were on African issues. Out of the resolution passed on Africa, the study engages the following case studies, which allow the voting pattern of Nigeria, South Africa, and Sudan. Out of the resolutions passed on Africa, the study engages the following 3 case of studies, which allow the voting pattern of the ATV, which include Nigeria, South Africa, and Lebanon. The second period featured in the study, firstly, small arms resolution in 2015. The second one, which included the fall of Gaddafi and aggravated small arms proliferation, which became serious after the fall. The resolution recognized the right of states to legitimately trade, manufacture, and retained small arms and light weapons for legitimate security. Thank you.
My name is Osedimile from Nigeria. So I was speaking on the Nigerian rules in maintaining of world peace. I will be giving the conclusion aspects of Nigerian role in the maintenance of world peace. Our involvement in diverse peacekeeping international organizations in likes of the UN, AU, ECOWAS, and when they were elected at the UNSC. Nigeria stands in supporting the resolution of African issues, like the case during Nigerian tenure at the UNSC of 2010-2011. We have 15 members voted in support of the 2 invasion of the Côte d'Ivoire and Libya monarch mandates in Congo DRC. But rather, Nigeria does seek of a ground of resolution through our own involvement. It restores peace to Libya, Sierra Leone, and Côte d'Ivoire under the ECOMOG mandate. Despite Nigeria's seeming unilateral posture in implementing its foreign policy, it's been able to foster cooperation with other states and organizations such as ECOWAS, AU, and UN. Indeed, peacemaking is in Nigeria's DNA. It's also Nigerian national security interest. Securing the region is securing the country, while the military regime of General Ibrahim Babangida in the year 1985 to 1993 and Sani Abacha in the year 1993 to 1999 have used the peacemaking mission to repair Nigerian image in the international arena. Thank you.
This is Group 26, presenting the research topics on Nigeria peacekeeping roles, mobilization, and outcomes.
Peacekeeping will play an important factor in the international relations as it helps to coordinate the state relationship and make sure that there is no conflict between the states. Firstly, what is peacekeeping? What is peacekeeping? Peacekeeping is the art of deploying of arming civilian and police personnel to areas such as to restore peace and to ensure that there is no peace. And one of the Nigeria major foreign policy is to ensure the dignity of Africa and to make sure there is oneness, togetherness, and peace among the African states. Nigeria, after our independence, we do well to join some international organizations such as OAU, UN, and ECOWAS, including the ECOMOG, which is the monitoring group for the Economic Community of West African States. As we all know, Nigeria play an important factor in helping to coordinate the civil war in Sierra Leone in the year 1997. In the year 2000, Nigeria played a key role in peacekeeping in the city of Sierra Leone. Also in Liberia from the year 1990 to 1998. Apart from that, Nigeria also played a key role in maintaining peace by joining other African leagues. And apart from that, Nigeria also helped by sending funds and materials to other African states during wars or after war.
I will be taking on literature review in chapter 2 on the topics Nigeria peacekeeping roles, mobilizations, and outcomes. Peacekeeping is mobilizing of military and police force from one country to other country. This country that have a conflict, like my earlier speaker have said, a country that have a conflict, when a country mobilize its military troops and police force to this country to stabilize peace and ensure that there is security to prevent conflict. That is why peacekeeping is being arranged. Nigeria is not set aside from other neighboring countries that helps in preventing peacekeeping. Nigeria is one of African countries that lead as a giant of Africa in restoring peace in Africa's continent. According to Akindele and Babatoba in 2004, they made a research on how Nigerians have been deploying its peacekeeping with other neighboring states. And also, Obasanjo in 2007 emphasized the roles and highlights the Nigeria's roles in peacekeeping, most especially in the African continent. Importance of this research being made by Obasanjo then include peacekeeping under peace and management. Unwanwo in 2012 in his research emphasized that Nigeria were among the top nation states that helped in deploying its military and police force to Sierra Leone and Liberia. Also, Nigerians have achieved so many impacts from this playing roles as a leader in Africa. One of the impacts achieved by Nigeria is by restoring conflict prevention and management, and also has mobilized its troops in settling so many differences and many conflicts among the African states. Lastly point that Nigeria has achieved in participating in peacekeeping, including a stability regionals among the African states. Thank you.
I'll be talking on the chapter 3, which is the historical overview of Nigerian peacekeeping. This chapter examines Nigerian peacekeeping history via historical overview, analyzing its evolution, recruiting its strategies, and also the crucial work for both local and global peace. 1. The development of Nigeria's peacekeeping function. Nigeria began its history of peacekeeping by actively promoting peace and security throughout Africa. After gaining independence in 1960, Nigeria took part in its first large-scale peacekeeping mission through the United Nations of Congo during the 1960 Congo crisis, and this was formulated by Nwakwo 2012. I would also like to talk on the role of Nigeria in ECOWAS peacekeeping mission. Beginning in the early 1960s, especially during the Liberian Civil War, Nigeria assumed a large position in the peacekeeping missions of Economic Community of West African States. Nigeria provided the greatest number of soldiers and also financial resources for the first historic 1990 ECOWAS monitoring group, that is the ECOMOG. I also like to talk on the United Nations peacekeeping contributions of Nigeria. Nigeria has actively participated in UN peacekeeping missions outside of regional framework. Nigeria has sent various soldiers to UN operations throughout the years, such as those of the Democratic Republic of Congo, the MONUC, the Mali, the MINUSMA, and the peacekeeping operations, according to Airborne 2019, shows its dedication in peace and security. Nigeria has also participated actively in modern UN peacekeeping taxes. Also, Nigeria begins working together with both military and civilian organizations in peacekeeping operations. And during this time, we have Nigeria's role in peacekeeping. Nigeria has become a major contributor in peacekeeping operations since its independence. According to OB 2012, he said Nigeria participated in at least 25 UN peacekeeping operations and several ECOWAS interventions. Some notable examples are Liberia War of 1996 to 1998, Sierra Leone 1991 to 2002, the Darfur 2007 to this present, and the Congo the 2000s.
This chapter provides an in-depth analysis of Nigeria focusing on peacekeeping role, which talk about Nigeria's contribution to peacekeeping missions, mobilization strategy, outcome of peacekeeping, data analysis, and interpretation of findings. Now, when we talk about Nigeria's contribution to peacekeeping mission, we can see this when Nigeria had a connection with the UN, the United Nations, in their deployment to Congo, their mission to Congo. And we can also see this in the ECOMOG when Nigeria had a connection with the UN in their mission to the Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Syria. And when we talk about the outcome of peacekeeping, Liberia and Sierra Leone are widely regarded as sources in their mission in gaining financial resources and political structure. When we talk about the data analysis can be seen as the deployment of large number of civilian rules, large number of military personnel and civilian rules. When we talk about the interpretation of findings, this has to do with the total number of the statistics of Nigeria's contribution to deployment of military officers in securing peace in Africa.
About the summary of chapter 5 and everything. So Nigeria play a significant role in peacekeeping effort in Africa. Since the first mission in Congo 1960, they explored over 200 person in peacemaking mission. So this involved the successful of intervention in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Nigeria faces challenge. This the challenge whereby the plotting delay, poor logistic and financial demands. It's important for Nigeria to have a partnership. It's important for Nigeria to have international partnership like UN, AUA, ECOWAS in supporting Nigeria peacemaking in Nigeria.
Good evening, everyone. My name is AJASIN from the Department of Political Science. I'm here to talk about analysis of Gowon foreign policy, which is chapter 1. Introduction. A state foreign policy consists of self-interest strategies chosen by the state to secure its national interests and to achieve its goals within the international relations. It is the sum total of the country's national interests, which result from the interaction of the internal and external actors and non-state actors as articulated by foreign policy decision-makers. The origin of the Nigerian foreign policy can be traced to the times of Arabisa and Lord of the Nigeria has since independence pursued its foreign policy in the context of these books, principles and objectives phrased by the Prime Minister. The principles are: 1. The principle of non-alignment. 2. Legal equality of states. 3. Principle of multilateralism. Gowon as the successor of Aguiyi Ironsi as military head of state of Nigeria and ruled from August 1st, 1966 to July 29, 1975. Coincidentally, this period matched with the oil boom era in Nigeria, which favorably impacted on Nigeria's economy. Thank you.
My name is Oluwale Dokas, and I'll be talking on the literature review of Gowon foreign policy. Gowon government maintained a non-aligned standing, avoiding membership in the military blocs and alliances. Gowon was committed to African unity and cooperation, playing a key role in the formation of the Organization of African Unity, that is the OAU. Gowon policy supported regional integrational efforts, whereby the economic community of West African states was created. So there was anti-colonialism. Gowon government opposed colonialism and supported liberation movements in Africa. Gowon major foreign policy initiation was to engage in diplomatic efforts to prevent foreign intervention and secure support from other African countries during the Nigerian Civil War. Gowon hosted the OAU Summit in Lagos in the year 1972, which brought together African leadership to discuss issues such as African unity, economic development, and decolonization.
My name is Obucho Bukubra from the Department of Political Science and Education, and I'll be presenting on Chapter 3, which is Research Methodology. After the Nigeria Civil War, which ended in the year 1970, General Yakubu Gowon focused on national reconciliation and restoring Nigeria's international reputation. His post-war diplomacy aimed to unify the nation, rebuild infrastructure, and strengthen global ties. These reforms are: 1. No victor, no vanquished policy. General Yakubu Gowon promoted reconciliation by ensuring that former Biafran and civilian soldiers were reintegrated without punishment. This approach was praised internationally and helped to prevent further division. 2. Rebuilding Nigeria's international image. The war damaged Nigeria's global reputation, and Gowon worked to restore diplomatic relations with major powers like the USA, the UK, and the USSR. He also engaged in global reforms, whereby presenting Nigeria as a stable and peace-oriented nation. 3. International support for reconstruction. Gowon sought for financial and technical aid organizations like the UNO, the World Bank, to rebuild war-affected regions and to revive the economy. 4. Nigerian military in peacekeeping. Nigeria contributed troops to peacekeeping missions in Africa, whereby reinforcing its role on stabilizing force on the continent. Thank you.
My name is Olashukwu Abiodunmola from the Department of Political Science and Education. I'll be talking about Gowon's foreign policy, and I'll be taking Chapter 4. The topic is Pan-Africanism and Nigeria's role in African diplomacy. Gowon's foreign policy was deeply influenced by Pan-African ideas As a proponent of African unity, he sought to position Nigeria as a leader in the continent's quest for self-determination and post-colonial development. Gowon was deeply influenced by Nigerian nationalists such as Nnamdi Azikiwe and Kwame Nkrumah, whose advocacy for African unity had resonated across the whole continent. As part of his foreign policy, Gowon aimed to position Nigeria as a leader in Pan-African efforts, particularly through the Organization of African Unity, which stands for OAU, which was created in 1963 to promote unity and collective actions among African states. So, I'll be talking about the strengths and weaknesses of Gowon's foreign policy. One of the strengths of Gowon's foreign policy is commitment to Pan-Africanism. Another one is rebuilding Nigeria's international reputation, support for African liberation movements, non-aligned foreign policy approach. Then we also have active participation in conflict resolution. To look at the weaknesses of Gowon's foreign policies, we have limited effectiveness in resolving domestic issues, over extensions of resources, failure to achieve regional economic integration, compromised relations with some African nations, and dependence on oil revenue. All this can be seen as the weaknesses of Gowon's foreign policy. Thank you.
My name is Zoran Tobalato Deborah, and from Department of Political Science Education, and I'll be talking on Chapter 5 of General Yakubu Foreign Policy. General Yakubu Gowon Tenno, as Nigeria head of state, was marked by a foreign policy focused on rebuilding the nation after the devastating civil war, and positioned Nigeria as a key factor of Pan-African diplomacy. Following the end of the Nigerian Civil War, Gowon adopted the slogan, "No victor, no vanquished," aiming to promote national reconciliation and unity. He worked to restore Nigeria's image globally, engaging actively with international partners for support in post-war reconstruction. Moving to the conclusion, Gowon foreign policy was a blend of ambitious Pan-African ideal and pragmatic consideration aimed at positioning Nigeria as a regional and global leader. Moving to the recommendation, we have diversification of economic resources. One of the key lessons of Gowon's foreign policy was diversifying of economic resources. So, future Nigerian administration should prioritize diversification of resources to ensure sustainability. The second, we have strengthening regional cooperation and integration. The third one, we have emphasis on diplomatic issue for better Nigeria. Then fourth one, we have balanced approach to global resolution. And lastly, we have continued support for Pan-Africanism.
Ibukun Daniel Oluwagbotemi, Department of Political Science, matric number 2005-03072. Project topic: the influence of NIIA on Nigerian foreign policy.
Yinka Adewumi Adeola, 260-4023, Department of Public Administration. Introduction. The Nigerian Institute of International Affairs (NIIA) was established in 1961 as the leading foreign policy think tank dedicated to the study on promotion of Nigerian roles in international relations and diplomacy. Since its inception, the Institute has provided a platform for the systematic study of global and regional dynamics, offering intellectual resources to guide Nigerian foreign policy. The establishment of NIIA aligns with the country's post-independence needed to assert its leadership in Africa and the global community Adenino 1963. The study explores the influence of NIIA on Nigerian foreign policy, examining its roles in shaping policy decision, promoting regional integration and supporting multilateral diplomacy. It evaluates the challenges faced by the Institute and offers recommendations for enhancing its effectiveness in an increasingly complex international environment by understanding Nigerian foreign policy, examining its roles in shaping policy decision, promoting regional integration, and supporting multilateral diplomacy. It also evaluates the challenges faced by the Institute and offers recommendations for enhancing its effectiveness in increasingly complex international environments. By understanding the contribution of the NIIA, the study highlighted the importance of research and intellectual engagement in advancing a country foreign policy objectives.
Fawole Abosede Favour, matric number 2604090, Public Administration, Chapter 2, Literature Review. The influence of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, NIIA, on Nigeria's foreign policy. The Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, established in 1961, has played a pivotal role in shaping and guiding Nigeria's foreign policy over the years. As a Institute of International Affairs, NIIA, established in 1961, has played a pivotal role in shaping and guiding Nigerian foreign policy over the decades. As a think tank dedicated to the study of international relations and diplomacy, the NIIA has proved intellectual support, research insights, and policy recommendations to the Nigerian government in emphasis the complexities of global politics. 1. Policy formulation and advisory role. The NIIA has served as a bridge between academia and government policymakers, ensuring that Nigeria's foreign policy is informed by rigorous research and global trends. 2. Promotion of regional integration. The NIIA has been a strong advocate for regional cooperation and integration in Africa, reinforcing Nigeria's role as a leader on the continent. Through its research and conferences, its institute has helped shape Nigeria's stance on the issues like economic integration, security, and peacemaking in Africa. 3. Intellectual contribution to diplomacy. The institute organizes seminars, workshops, and conferences that brings together policy, diplomats, scholars, and other stakeholders to discuss the contemporary global issues.
Bakari Oluwasegun Ogosi, matric number 253-178, from the Department of Political Science. We will talk about Chapter 3, which is research methodology. This research outlines the design method procedure used in the NIIA. The research approach employs a qualitative approach as the primary method. Then the population of the study. Population of the study made use of past and present officials of the NIIA.
Emiola Damnola Elizabeth, matric number 200209130, from the Department of Political Science Education. I'll be talking about the Chapter 4 of the project, Data Presentation and Analysis. This chapter helps to explain or present the findings derived from interview, the document review, and the secondary data analysis. The data highlights the contribution, challenges, and the overall impact of the NIIA on Nigeria foreign policy. The first contribution is the policy formulation and intellectual support. The NIIA has helped to make research-based insights to guide Nigerian foreign policy and make intellectual support. The respondents emphasize that NIIA has helped Nigerian in studying regional integration, decolonization, and peacekeeping during the post-independence era between the Liberia and the Sierra Leone. And also, one of the participants stated that, quote opened, the institute has served as a backbone or intellectual backbone to the Nigerian foreign policy, and also they has helped them, especially in 1970s and 1980s during the when African was a priority. Then second contribution was the promotion of multilateral diplomacy. The NIIA has helped Nigerian foreign policy to be able to participate in multilateral diplomacy between the UN, United Nations, and the OAU, Organization of African Union. Then another contribution is the promotion of Pan-Africanism among Africa. Challenges faced by the NIA are the inadequate funding. The majority of the respondents has explained that inadequate funding is a major limitation of the NIA. One respondent quote open, that insufficient fund has been the major problem of the NIA, which leads to their inability to conduct research and also to organize program, quote closed. Then another challenge is limited government adaptation of recommendation. The government was delayed in recommending the research and also programs for the NIA, which makes the political priority to overshadow the NIA organization. Then we have the bureaucratic inefficiency. Bureaucratic inefficiency is also another challenges of the NIA. These are challenges facing them. There is delayed in research and also organizing events in influencing Nigerian foreign policy.
Olawumi Mopelola Ololade, matriculation number 2604051, Public Administration. I'm here to talk about the summary, conclusion, and the recommendation. This chapter provides a summary of the research, highlights the major findings, draw conclusions, and offer practical recommendations for improving the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, the shaping of Nigeria's foreign policy. This chapter also includes suggestions for future research to expand the understanding of the NIAA. Now to the recommendation. To enhance the NIIA's contribution to Nigeria's foreign policy, the following recommendations are proposed. Increased funding, strengthen collaboration with policymakers, capacity building and professional development, operational reforms, enhanced advocacy and outreach.
Oluwole Mary Precious, matric number 2005-03070, Department of Political Science.
Olabode Ganiyat Molupiola, matric number 2604077, Department of Public Administration.
Emi Timileyin, matric number 200604064, Public Administration.
Ibukun Daniel Oluwagbotemi, Department of Political Science, matric number 2005-03072. Project topic: the influence of NIIA on Nigerian foreign policy.
ADEKUNLE, 2604023, Department of Public Administration. Introduction. The Nigerian Institute of International Affairs (NIIA) was established in 1961 as the leading foreign policy think tank dedicated to the study on promotion of Nigerian roles in international relations and diplomacy. Since its inception, the Institute has provided a platform for the systematic study of global and regional dynamics, offering intellectual resources to guide Nigerian foreign policy. The establishment of NIIA aligns with the country's post-independence needed to assert its leadership in Africa and the global community at the Adening of 1963. The study explores the influence of NIIA on Nigerian foreign policy, examining its roles in shaping policy decision, promoting regional integration and supporting multilateral diplomacy. It evaluates the challenges faced by the Institute and offers recommendations for enhancing its effectiveness in an increasingly complex international environment by understanding Nigerian foreign policy, examining its roles in shaping policy decision, promoting regional integration and supporting multilateral diplomacy. It also evaluates the challenges faced by the Institute and offers recommendations for enhancing its effectiveness in increasingly complex international environments. By understanding the contribution of the NIIA, the study highlighted the importance of research and intellectual engagement in advancing a country's foreign policy objectives.
Fawole Abosede Favour, matric number 2604090, Public Administration. Chapter 2, Literature Review. The influence of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs (NIIA) on Nigeria's foreign policy. The Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, established in 1961, has played a pivotal role in shaping and guiding Nigeria's foreign policy over the years. As a Institute of International Affairs (NIIA), established in 1961, has played a pivotal role in shaping and guiding Nigerian foreign policy over the decades. As a think tank dedicated to the study of international relations and diplomacy, the NIIA has proved intellectual support, research insights, and policy recommendations to the Nigerian government in emphasis the complexities of global politics. 1. Policy formulation and advisory role. The NIIA has served as a bridge between academia and government policymakers, ensuring that Nigeria's foreign policy is informed by rigorous research and global trends. 2. Promotion of regional integration. The NIIA has been a strong advocate for regional cooperation and integration in Africa, reinforcing Nigeria's role as a leader on the continent. Through its research and conferences, its institute has helped shape Nigeria's stance on the issues like economic integration, security, and peacemaking in Africa. 3. Intellectual contribution to diplomacy. The institute organizes seminars, workshops, and conferences that brings together policy, diplomats, scholars, and other stakeholders to discuss the contemporary global issues.
Bakari Oluwasegun Ogosi, project number 253-178 from the Department of Political Science. We will talk about chapter 3, which is research methodology. This research outlines the design method procedure used in the NIIA. The research approach employs a qualitative approach as the primary method. Then the population of the study. Population of the study made use of past and present officials of the NIIA.
Emiola Damnola Elizabeth, Patrick number 200209130 from the Department of Political Science Education. I'll be talking about the chapter 4 of the project, data presentation and analysis. This chapter helps to explain or present the findings derived from interview, the document review, and the secondary data analysis. The data highlights the contribution, challenges, and the overall impact of the NIIA on Nigeria foreign policy. The first contribution is the policy formulation and intellectual support. The NIIA has helped to make research-based insights to guide Nigerian foreign policy and make intellectual support. The respondents emphasize that NIIA has helped Nigerian in studying regional integration, decolonization, and peacekeeping during the post-independence era between the Liberia and the Sierra Leone. And also, one of the participants stated that, quote opened, the institute has served as a backbone or intellectual backbone to the Nigerian foreign policy. And also, they has helped them, especially in 1970s and 1980s, during the when African was a priority. Then second contribution was the promotion of multilateral diplomacy. The NIIA has helped Nigerian foreign policy to be able to participate in multilateral diplomacy between the UN, United Nations, and the OAU, Organization of African Union. Then another contribution is the promotion of Pan-Africanism among Africa. Challenges faced by the NIIA are the inadequate funding. The majority of the respondents has explained that inadequate funding is a major limitation of the NIIA. One respondent quote open, that insufficient fund has been the major problem of the NIIA, which leads to their inability to conduct research and also to organize program, quote closed. Then another challenge is limited government adaptation of recommendation. The government was delayed in recommending the research and also programs for the NIIA, which makes the political priority to overshadow the NIIA organization. Then we have the bureaucratic inefficiency. Bureaucratic inefficiency is also another challenges of the NIIA. These are challenges facing them. There is delay in research and also organizing events in influencing Nigerian foreign policy.
Olawumi Mopelola Ololade, matriculation number 260-4051, Public Administration. I'm here to talk about the summary, conclusion, and the recommendation. This chapter provides a summary of the research, highlights the major findings, draw conclusions, and offer practical recommendations for improving the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, the shaping of Nigeria's foreign policy. This chapter also includes suggestions for future research to expand the understanding of the NIAA. Now to the recommendation. To enhance the NIIA's contribution to Nigeria's foreign policy, the following recommendations are proposed. Increased funding, strengthen collaboration with policymakers, capacity building and professional development, operational reforms, enhanced advocacy and outreach.
Oluwole Mary Precious, matric number 2005-03070, Department of Political Science.
Olabode Ganiyat Molupiola, matric number 260-4077, Department of Public Administration.
Emi Timileyin, matric number 200674064, Public Administration.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Foriegn, matric number 220-1911, Department of Political Science Education. I'll be talking about the introduction of Babangida foreign policy. The late 20th century was a period of a considerable change in global politics. The end of the Cold War, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the rise of a new geographical political power that reshaped international relations. For many developing nations, the challenge was how to navigate this changing environment while securing national interests. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous nation and one of its largest economies, faced unique opportunities and challenges. In this context, the leadership of General Ibrahim Babangida, who ruled Nigeria from 1985 to 1993, marked a central junction in Nigerian foreign policy trajectory. Babangida administration came in power after a military coup and was characterized by an outward-looking foreign policy aimed at enhancing Nigerian regional influence and global structure. Babangida foreign policy was designed to attract both the domestic and international concern facing Nigeria. The country was emerging from the fallout of a prolonged civil war, enduring economic difficulties and facing rising demand for democratic reforms. In this volatile environment, Babangida sought to redefine Nigeria role on the African continent. One of Babangida's main objectives was to position Nigeria as a demand regional power in the West Africa, to make Nigeria a dominant region power in West Africa, and to elevate the country's standing globally. The research sheet to address the foreign policy challenges and responses of Nigeria under Babangida leadership and era. Thank you.
I want to talk about chapter 3, which is literature review. This chapter provides a comprehensive review of literature related to Nigerian foreign policy under General Ibrahim Babangida, focusing on key themes such as international relations theories. What is foreign policy? Foreign policy is a strategy that a country adopts to safeguard its national interest and objective on the international stages. Nigeria under General Ibrahim Babangida, the formulation and execution of foreign policy were influenced by a mixture of international political, economic and social factors. In the context of Nigerian, Babangida foreign policy was shaped by the needs to ensure political and economic stability. Another significant aspect of national interest for Babangida was ensuring political stability in West Africa. Babangida has to stabilize our natural resources for the interest of the country. He has to make friends with foreign nations for the safeguard of our oil. Yes, under President Babangida foreign policy, this foreign policy advanced Nigeria at the international stage and make it one of the leadership positions in Africa.
I'm here to talk on the research methodology and the limitations of Babangida foreign policy. So the research methodology for analyzing Babangida foreign policy typically involve a qualitative analysis. It focuses on the historical analysis and document review and a case study. So the research often examines primary sources such as government document speech and the diplomatic correspondence, as well as secondary sources like academic article and book on Nigerian foreign relations during its review 1985 to 1993. So this methodology allows for comprehensive understanding of the motivation, the strategies, and the outcome of Babangida policy. However, there are several limitations to this research methodology, such as one of the major challenges or limitation is availability and reliability of resources. So many documents can be classified or lost, leading to gaps in information. Additionally, the subject nature of qualitative analysis can introduce bias, as researchers may interpret events through their own perspective. Furthermore, the complexity of international relations make it challenging to isolate the effect of Babangida policy from external factors such as global political shift or economic conditions. Lastly, the dynamic nature of foreign policy means that assessment can vary significantly over time, complicating the evaluation of long-term impact. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abeju Esther, a student of Political Science Department, magic number 201901107. Now I'm going to be talking on the data analysis and interpretation of Babangida's foreign policy. I'll be talking on the findings of the research, analyzing the challenges faced by Babangida's foreign policy and the response to those challenges, which also criticizes the access of the outcome of Nigeria's foreign policy decision. Emphasis is placed on Nigeria's role in regional peacekeeping. In terms, Nigerian contributed 70% of ECOMOS operational budget, and in terms of troop development, which over 10,000 Nigerians troops were deployed to Libya to stabilize the conflict zone. 2. Pan-Africanism. By supporting the liberation movement across Africa, particularly South Africa, Angola, and Namibia, also played a vital role in organization of the OAU. 3. Economic diplomacy. When foreign reserve declined from 2.8 billion to 1.5 billion, which reflects on the challenges of the implementation, that is the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. The sharp rise in inflation from 15.8% to 57%, which was also one of the most strenuous drawback of the SAP. Growth GDP rates, global political engagement, and the key achievements of this were United Nations contribution and the non-alignment movement.
Good day, my name is Bakari Rashida Tewoluwa. I'll be talking on the summary and conclusion of recommendation, introduction. This chapter presents the summary of the finding, conclusion, and recommendation drawn from the study of General Ibrahim Babangida foreign policy. The discussion reflects the analysis of Nigeria foreign policy during Babangida's administration as presented in Chapter 4. It also highlights policy implications and provides suggestions for improving Nigerian foreign policy in the context of contemporary challenges. Summary findings. The research explored the dimension of Babangida foreign policy and its implications for Nigerian regional and global standing. Key findings include 1. Regional peacemaking stability. Nigerian active leadership in regional peacemaking, particularly through ECOMOG, was one of the most prominent features of Babangida foreign policy by committing substantial resources and troops to Libya. Nigeria demonstrated its commitment to regional stability, even at the cost of domestic economic strain. 2. Pan-Africanism and liberation movements. Babangida upheld Nigeria's legacy of Pan-Africanism by supporting liberation movements in South Africa, Angola, and media. 3. Economic diplomacy. The Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, counterpiece of Babangida economic diplomacy, aims to attract foreign investments and integrity Nigeria into global economy, investing and integrate Nigeria into global economy. 4. Global political arrangements. Babangida positioned Nigeria as an influential player in the in the non-alliance movement, NBA, and the United Nations. 5. Challenges. The study highlighted the challenges of Babangida on regional strain, peacekeeping, and SAP complied with public content policy in a resources and strained environment. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Mrs. Precious from the Department of Political Science Education 400 level, magic number 220 91 31.
My name is Omaka Yobizgo from the Department of Political Science Education, matriculation number 200 2090.
My name is Bakari Rashida Political Science Education student, 400 level, matriculation number 200 90 59.
My name is Abejoye Esther from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200 9107, 400 level.
My name is Adebusi Ademola, Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220 9020.
My name is Faloji Joy Sheyi from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220 9011.
My name is Aaron Charles, Department of Political Science and Judge, matric number 200503024.
My name is Akin Raide from the Department of Public Administration, matric number 260 4109.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faloji Joy Sheyi, matric number 220 9011 from the Department of Political Science Education. I'll be talking about the introduction of Babangida foreign policy. The late 20th century was a period of a considerable change in global politics. The end of the Cold War, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the rise of a new geographical political power that reshaped international relations. For many developing nations, the challenge was how to navigate this changing environment while securing national interests. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous nation and one of its largest economies, faced unique opportunities and challenges. In this context, the leadership of General Ibrahim Babangida, who ruled Nigeria from 1985 to 1993, marked a central junction in Nigerian foreign policy trajectory. Babangida administration came in power after a military coup and was characterized by an outward-looking foreign policy aimed at enhancing Nigerian regional influence and global structure. Babangida foreign policy was designed to attract both the domestic and international concern facing Nigeria. The country was emerging from the fallout of a prolonged civil war, enduring economic difficulties and facing rising demand for democratic reforms. In this volatile environment, Babangida sought to redefine Nigeria role on the African continent. One of Babangida's main objectives was to position Nigeria as a demand regional power in the West Africa, to make Nigeria a dominant region power in West Africa, and to elevate the country's standing globally. The research sheet to address the foreign policy challenges and responses of Nigeria under Babangida leadership and era. Thank you.
I want to talk about chapter 3, which is literature review. This chapter provides a comprehensive review of literature related to Nigeria foreign policy under General Ibrahim Babangida, focusing on key themes such as international relations theories. What is foreign policy? Foreign policy is a strategy that the country adopts to safeguard its national interest and objective on the international stages. Nigeria under General Ibrahim Babangida, the formulation and execution of foreign policy were influenced by a mixture of international political, economic, and social factors. In the context of Nigerian Babangida foreign policy was shaped by the needs to ensure political and economic stability. Another significant aspect of national interest for Babangida was ensuring political stability in West Africa. Babangida has to stabilize our natural resources for the interest of the country. He has to make friends with foreign nations for the safeguard of our oil.
Yes, under President Babangida foreign policy, this foreign policy advanced Nigeria at the international stage and make it one of the leadership positions in Africa.
I'm here to talk on the research methodology and the limitations of Babangida foreign policy. So the research methodology for analyzing Babangida foreign policy typically involves a qualitative analysis, focuses on the historical analysis and document review and a case study. So the research often examines primary sources such as government document speech and the diplomatic correspondence, as well as secondary sources like academic article and book on Nigeria foreign relations during its regime 1985 to 1993. So this methodology allows for comprehensive understanding of the motivation, the strategies, and the outcome of Babangida policy. However, there are several limitations to this research methodology, such as one of the major challenges or limitation is availability and reliability of resources. So many documents can be classified or lost, leading to gaps in information. Additionally, the subject nature of qualitative analysis can introduce bias, as researchers may interpret events through their own perspective. Furthermore, the complexity of international relations make it challenging to isolate the effect of Babangida policy from external factors such as global political shifts or economic conditions. Lastly, the dynamic nature of foreign policy means that assessment can vary significantly over time, complicating the evaluation of long-term impact. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is AJASIN, a student of Political Science Department, magic number 201901107. Now I'm going to be talking on the data analysis and interpretation of Babangida's foreign policy. I'll be talking on the findings of the research, analyzing the challenges faced by Babangida's foreign policy and the response to those challenges, which also criticizes the access of the outcome of Nigeria's foreign policy decision. Emphasis is placed on Nigeria's role in regional peacekeeping. In terms, Nigeria contributed 70% of ECOMOS operational budget, and in terms of troop development, each over 10,000 Nigerians troops were deployed to Libya to stabilize the conflict zone. 2. Pan-Africanism. By supporting the liberation movement across Africa, particularly South Africa, Angola, and Namibia, also played a vital role in organizing of the Organization of the OAU. 3. Economic diplomacy. When foreign reserve declined from 2.8 billion to 1.5 billion, which reflects on the challenges of the implementation, that is the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. The sharp rise in inflation from 15.8% to 57%, which was also one of the most strenuous drawback of the SAP. Growth GDP rates, global political engagement, and the key achievements of this were United Nations contribution and the non-alignment movement.
Good day, my name is Bakari Rashida Tewoluwa. I'll be talking on the summary and conclusion of recommendation, introduction. This chapter presents the summary of the finding, conclusion, and recommendation drawn from the study of General Ibrahim Babangida foreign policy. The discussion reflects the analysis of Nigeria foreign policy during Babangida's administration as presented in Chapter 4. It also highlights policy implications and provide suggestions for improving Nigerian foreign policy in the context of contemporary challenges. Summary findings. The research explored the dimension of Babangida foreign policy and its implications for Nigerian regional and global standing. Key findings include 1. Regional peacemaking stability. Nigerian active leadership in regional peacemaking, particularly through ADEKUNLE, was one of the most prominent features of Babangida foreign policy by committing substantial resources and troops to Libya. Nigeria demonstrated its commitment through regional stability, even at the cost of domestic economic strain. 2. Pan-Africanism and liberation movement. Babangida upheld Nigeria's legacy of Pan-Africanism by supporting liberation movements in South Africa, Angola, and Libya. 3. Economic diplomacy. The Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, counterpiece of Babangida economic diplomacy, aims to attract foreign investments and integrity Nigeria into global economy, investing and integrate Nigeria into global economy. 4. Global political arrangements. Babangida positioned Nigeria as an influential player in the non-alliance movement, NBA, and the United Nations. 5. Challenges. The study highlighted the challenges of Babangida on regional strain, peacekeeping, and SAP complied with public content policy in a resources and strained environment. Thank you.
Yeah. My name is Mrs. Precious from the Department of Political Science Education 400 level, magic number 220-91-31.
My name is Amaka Elizabeth from the Department of Political Science Education, matriculation number 200-2090.
My name is Bakari Rashida, Political Science Education student, 400 level, matriculation number 200-2090-59.
My name is Abejoye Esther from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2090-107, 400 level.
My name is ADEKUNLE, Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2090-20.
My name is Foriegn from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2090-11.
My name is Aaron Charles, Department of Political Science and Justice, matric number 200-15-30-24.
My name is Akinrade from the Department of Public Administration, matric number 260-4109.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Foriegn, matric number 220-90-11 from Department of Political Science Education. I'll be talking about the introduction of Babangida foreign policy. The late 20th century was a period of considerable change in global politics. The end of the Cold War, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the rise of a new geographical political power that reshaped international relations. For many developing nations, the challenge was how to navigate this changing environment while securing national interests. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous nation and one of its largest economies, faced unique opportunities and challenges. In this context, the leadership of General Ibrahim Babangida, who ruled Nigeria from 1985 to 1993, marked a central junction in Nigerian foreign policy trajectory. Babangida administration came in power after a military coup and was characterized by an outward-looking foreign policy aimed at enhancing Nigerian regional influence and global structure. Babangida foreign policy was designed to attract both the domestic and international concern facing Nigeria. The country was emerging from the fallout of a prolonged civil war, enduring economic difficulties and facing rising demand for democratic reforms. In this volatile environment, Babangida sought to redefine Nigeria role on the African continent. One of Babangida's main objectives was to position Nigeria as a demand regional power in the West Africa, to make Nigeria a dominant region power in West Africa, and to elevate the country's standing globally. The research is to address the foreign policy challenges and responses of Nigeria under Babangida leadership and era. Thank you.
I want to talk about chapter 3, which is literature review. This chapter provides a comprehensive review of literature related to Nigeria foreign policy under General Ibrahim Babangida, focusing on key themes such as international relations theories. What is foreign policy? Foreign policy is a strategy that a country adopts to safeguard its national interest and objective on the international stages. Nigeria under General Ibrahim Babangida, the formulation and execution of foreign policy were influenced by a mixture of international political, economic and social factors. In the context of Nigerian, Babangida foreign policy was shaped by the means to ensure political and economic stability. Another significant aspect of national interest for Babangida was ensuring political stability in West Africa. Babangida has to stabilize our natural resources for the interest of the country. He has to make friends with foreign nations for the safeguard of our oil.
Yes, under President Babangida foreign policy. This foreign policy advanced Nigeria at the international stage and make it one of the leadership positions in Africa.
I'm here to talk on the research methodology and the limitations of Babangida foreign policy. So the research methodology for analyzing Babangida foreign policy typically involves a qualitative analysis, focuses on the historical analysis and document review and a case study. So the research often examines primary sources such as government document speech and diplomatic correspondence, as well as secondary sources like academic article and book on Nigeria foreign relations during its regime 1985 to 1993. So this methodology allows for comprehensive understanding of the motivation, the strategies, and the outcome of Babangida policy. However, there are several limitations to this research methodology, such as one of the major challenges or limitations is availability and reliability of resources. So many documents can be classified or lost, leading to gaps in information. Additionally, the subject nature of qualitative analysis can introduce bias, as researchers may interpret events through their own perspective. Furthermore, the complexity of international relations make it challenging to isolate the effect of Babangida policy from external factors such as global political shift or economic conditions. Lastly, the dynamic nature of foreign policy means that assessment can vary significantly over time, complicating the evaluation of long-term impact. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abeju Esther, a student of Political Science Department, magic number 201901107. Now I'm going to be talking on the data analysis and interpretation of Babangida's foreign policy. I'll be talking on the findings of the research, analyzing the challenges faced by Babangida's foreign policy and the response to those challenges, which also criticizes the assets of the outcome of Nigeria's foreign policy decision. Emphasis is placed on Nigeria's role in regional peacekeeping. In terms, Nigerian contributed 70% of ECOMOS operational budget, and in terms of troop development, each over 10,000 Nigerians troops were deployed to Libya to stabilize the conflict zone. 2. Pan-Africanism. By supporting the liberation movement across Africa, particularly South Africa, Angola, and Namibia also played a vital role in organizing of the Organization of the OAU. 3. Economic diplomacy. When foreign reserve declined from 2.8 billion to 1.5 billion, which reflects on the challenges of the implementation, that is the Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. The sharp rise in inflation from 15.8% to 57%, which was also one of the most strenuous drawback of the SAP. Growth GDP rates, global political engagement, and the key achievements of this were United Nations contribution and the non-alignment movement.
Good day, my name is Bakari Rashida Tewoluwa. I'll be talking on the summary and conclusion of recommendation, introduction. This chapter presents the summary of the finding, conclusion, and recommendation drawn from the study of General Ibrahim Babangida foreign policy. The discussion reflects the analysis of Nigeria foreign policy during Babangida's administration as presented in Chapter 4. It also highlights policy implications and provides suggestions for improving Nigerian foreign policy in the context of contemporary challenges. Summary findings. The research explored the dimension of Babangida foreign policy and its implication for Nigerian regional and global standing. Key findings include 1. Regional peacemaking stability. Nigerian active leadership in regional peacemaking, particularly through ECOMOG, was one of the most prominent features of Babangida foreign policy by committing substantial resources and troops to Libya. Nigeria demonstrated its commitment through regional stability, even at the cost of domestic economic strain. 2. Pan-Africanism and liberation movement. Babangida upheld Nigeria's legacy of Pan-Africanism by supporting liberation movements in South Africa, Angola, and Libya. 3. Economic diplomacy. The Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, counterpiece of Babangida economic diplomacy, aims to attract foreign investments and integrity Nigeria into global economy, investing and integrate Nigeria into global economy. 4. Global political arrangements. Babangida positioned Nigeria as an influential player in the non-alliance movement, NBA, and the United Nations. 5. Challenges. The study highlighted the challenges of Babangida on regional strain, peacekeeping, and SAP, complied with public content policy in a resources and strain environment. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Mrs. Precious from the Department of Political Science Education 400 level, magic number 220-9131.
My name is Amaka Elizabeth from the Department of Political Science Education, matriculation number 220-90.
My name is Bakari Rashida Tewoluwa, Political Science Education student, 400 level, matriculation number 220-9059.
My name is Abejoye Esther from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220-9107, 400 level.
My name is ADEKUNLE, Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220-9028.
My name is Foriegn from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220-9011.
My name is Charles, Department of Political Science and Judge, matric number 200-1530-24.
My name is Akinrade from Department of Public Administration, matric number 260-4109.
Today, my dear listeners, I will be talking on the relations of South Africa and Nigeria since 1994. The opportunity for a mutual and beneficial relationship between Nigeria and South Africa in the year 1994 was missed as a result of contrast in political landscape of both nations. In 1994, General Sani Abacha was the military president of Nigeria. They were under dictatorial government, and Nelson Mandela was the president of South Africa, and they were under multiracial democracy. So there was contrast in both governments, and as a result of that, there wasn't a deep rapport. There wasn't a strong rapport between the both of them. So, despite the differences between both nations, Nigeria played a huge role in reintegrating South Africa into the international system by sponsoring the United Nations Security Council to welcome South Africa into global game. Despite the diplomatic engagement between Nigeria and South Africa, Nigeria, Sani Abacha's government maintained a dictatorial stance. So, however, the execution of Ken Saro-Wiwa and Ogoni as environmental activists changed the dynamism in both nations. Yeah, the strained relationship between Nigeria and South Africa persisted not until Abacha's death in 1998. Thanks.
My greeting goes to the audience in the house. My name is Akide Lolorofumi from the Faculty of Education, Political Science. I'm going to talk about the history of South Africa. South Africa is among the nations in Africa. South Africa were known in industrial development in Africa. Their potential are transformed the Africas, and this add value to the development of Africa in international. South Africans were known in MTN, their MTN service provider, ShopRite, and DSTV. Some of those businesses were in Nigeria to promote the economy of Nigeria, and likewise in this their business transaction, they add value to Nigeria and other nations in the world. South Africa have value to Nigeria. Likewise, Nigeria also have value to South Africans in the areas of their demand. We know about South Africa's in view. South Africa is among the G20 nations in the world, and in South Africa, it's among the G20 nations in the world. And South Africa's some of the G20 nations in the world, they are in a connection with Nigeria to promote peace in Africa. They are working together as a nation, as a two nations, is to promote peace in Africa. And this have helped Nigeria. These have helped Nigeria and Africa to have a smooth relationship, because the industrial development in South Africa transform the Africa at large. In South Africa, the racial fight was stopped, and this made the Africa to progress in unity without any segregation. Looking at this view, if the relationship between Nigeria and South Africa were not smooth, the racial crisis will still be happening. This is the little I can say about the history of South Africa, and South Africans are being the wonderful nation.
Hello, my name is Alade Victor Oluwaseyi from the Department of Public Administration, and we are here to talk about the influence of international non-governmental organizations, NGOs in Nigeria.
Hi, my name is Dr. Joey from Political Science and Education. We are here to talk on the topic project, which is influence of international non-governmental organizations on Nigeria.
Good day, my name is Taiwo Lolade Phoebe, and I'm here to talk about the introduction of the topic, the influence of non-governmental organizations in Nigeria. The introduction discusses the importance of human rights and the role of international non-governmental organizations in protecting human rights in Nigeria. It also highlights the prevalence of poverty in Nigeria and the efforts of NGOs in eradicating it. The main objective of the study is to assess the impact of the NGOs on youth development in Ondo State, Nigeria, with a focus on social, economic, and political developments. The research questions the hypothesis focused on the roles of the NGOs in poverty eradication, socio-economic activities, and economic development in Nigeria.
Hi, my name is Oluwatimi Adeji, a student of political science, and I will be speaking on the influence of non-governmental organizations on Nigeria. And I will be speaking on the chapter 2 of it, which is focusing on the non-governmental organization itself. The non-governmental are private organizations that pursue activities that relieve suffering and improve the welfare of the society. A large number of them operate in developing countries. Apado Day 2018 also contributes to national development in terms of democracy and good governance and lot of good deeds. The suitable development is defined according to Brundtland in 2020 in Gigan 2007 as meeting the needs of present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation. Peace and Makadaya in 1990 surmised this suitable development, describe a process in which natural resources base is not allowed to deteriorate. The study essentially reviewed the theories of poverty and employment to provide a better insight into the study. It talks about theories like situational theory, not theory of poverty, which postulates that people are poor due to the fact that they themselves are in a situation whereby they have no resources and no opportunities to be able to advance their welfare. And we also have the general theory of employment, interest, money, which advocates full government intervention in employment generation. We also have another theory, which is the Kenneth Cowden's humanism theory, which holds that whatever changes that take place in the society, they should promote the activities that place man at the front of human activity. And we also have theories which are as follows. We have the Ada Lemo 2020, we have the Asolo 2000, we have the Aliyu 2021, and we have the Zakaria 2011, and we have the Azan and Fuad 2013.
Hello, my name is Adenia Bukola Adekemi, and I'll be talking about the research methodology. We have six research methodology, which includes the research design, the publication of the study, we have the sample and sampling techniques, we have the instrument of data collection, we have the validity of the instrument, and lastly, we have the reliability of the instrument. And also the first one, I'll be talking about the research design. The research design was used to obtain information on the influence of the international non-governmental organization. And on to the second one, I'll be talking about the population of the study. This is the total number of the students in ADEKUNLE University. The third one, I'll be talking about the sample and sampling techniques. This includes the faculty and the departments like law, science, education, agriculture, and the likes, using the volunteer sampling techniques. And also the fourth one, I'll be talking about the instrument of data collection. This comprises of the questionnaires that we use in answering the questions. And also the fifth one, I'll be talking about the validity of the instrument. This includes the correlation of the research, the correlation of the project by the researcher supervisor. And on to the last one, I'll be talking about the reliability of the instrument. This reliability instrument method was applied by correlating responses from 20 responses, respondents who completed the questionnaires. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Igbeko Ifevo Oluwanifemi from the Department of Political Science. I'll be talking on the chapter 4. This chapter deals with the presentation and the analysis of data and discussion of the findings. 200 questionnaire was distributed, retrieved, and used for the analysis. The data from the table provide a demographic breakdown of 120 respondents. In terms of age, the majority fall within the 31 to 40, that is 31.6%, followed by those aged 18 to 30, 26.7%, while the smallest group is age 51 above, 16.7%. Gender distribution is highly skewed, with female making up of 73.3% of the sample, compared to 26.7% for male. In another development, if there is a serious diversification in terms of occupation, that is from agriculture to other sectors of economics, the probability that the household will be poor is by 1%.
Supposing if the household heads move from female to male head, the probability that the household will be poor by 9%. As a result of these constant provisions of social amenities in most community by the NGOs and governments, the probability that the people will be poor will be reduced by 2%, because most people will not depend on agriculture but other means of livelihood. Thank you.
My name is Famakwa Marvelous, and I'm here to talk about the summary, conclusion, and the recommendation of influence of international non-governmental in Nigeria. Local non-governmental organizations have also continued to collaborate with international organizations and receive considerable funding to promote human rights protection among other human society variables, but they face challenges, especially in Africa. And the recommendations are increased funding of NGOs, strengthen NGOs' government collaboration, tackle cultural barriers, create an NGO network, enhance professional capacity. The study classified 5 characters, and each chapter has its own unique explanations. Chapter 1, the chapter is the introduction of the study. The chapter offers explanation around backgrounds of the study, statements of the problem, research question, and study objective, scope of the study, significance of the study, and operational definition. The survey reveals that the NGOs in Ondo State are making efforts to support rape victims, but face significant challenges that limit their effectiveness. Chapter 2 is the literature review and theoretical framework. The theoretical review offers lists of items that are documented using background information in previous studies, and this offers guides to the study. Chapter 3 is the methodology of this. The chapter offers step-by-step approach of the study in the form of the design adopted for research, study population, sample size and techniques, method of the data collection, and instruments. Chapter 4 talks about the discussion of findings or results. Researchers depicted outcome of study in this chapter and layout of finding using subsections. Chapter 5 talked about the summary, the conclusion, and recommendation. Conclusion: how non-governmental organizations have also continued to collaborate with international organizations and receive considerable funding to promote human rights protection among other human society variables, but they face challenges, especially in Africa. And the recommendations are increased funding of NGOs, strengthen NGOs' government collaboration, tackle cultural barriers, create an NGO network, enhance professional capacity. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Eric Vincent Akilalu, a political science student.
Viewers, my name is Additional David Akorede, a political science.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oluwatoyin Okpemepo, a political science.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olaoyin Naim, a political science student.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olute Bwadidoyin, a political science student. Good day, everyone. My name is Ofanya Lumiri, a political science student.
Hello, my name is Maurice Mahoten, a 400 level political science.
Nigeria and Russia have a diplomatic relationship that has spanned over 6 decades, shaped by global geopolitical shifts, economic collaborations, and strategic partnerships. Their interaction have evolved from Cold War era engagements to modern day cooperations in energy, military, education, and trade. Early relations within 1960 and 1991. Nigeria gained independence from Britain in 1960, and despite adopting a policy of non-alignment, former diplomatic relations with Soviet Union were established in 1961. The Soviet Union provided military support to Nigeria during the Civil War of 1967 to 1970 and assisted in developing Nigeria's steel and manufacturing, including the Ajakuta Steel Complex, post-Cold War era. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, Russia's engagement with Africa, including Nigeria, diminished. However, by the early 2000s, Russia had regained stability and sought to reestablish its presence in Africa. Under President Vladimir Putin, Russia began actively re-engaging African countries, including Nigeria, here her key area of cooperation, energy collaboration. Russia's energy giants such as Gazprom and Lukoil have entered agreements with Nigeria to explore oil and gas projects, military and defense cooperation, Nigeria and Russia signed a military cooperation agreement in 2001, which was expanded in 2021 to include arms deal and joint defense initiative. Number 3, trade and investment growth. Trade between Nigeria and Russia has seen steady growth, with Russia becoming a significant supplier of wheat and fertilizers to Nigeria. Nuclear energy. Russia has offered technical experts for Nigeria's nuclear power projects, and lastly, counter-terrorism efforts. The two countries have expanded security cooperation, particularly in counter-terrorism efforts against Boko Haram and other insurgent groups. In conclusion, the relationship between Nigeria and Russia has undergone significant transformations, with period of stagnation followed by renewed engagement. As both nations look to the future, their historical interactions provide a strong foundation for further deepening bilateral ties.
Nigeria economic relationship with Russia. I will be outlining the economic relationship between Nigeria and Russia. Trade between the two nations involves in variety of goods. Nigeria exports agricultural products like cocoa, cement seeds, and cashew nuts, alongside with limited amount of product, solid material like lead and tin, and rubber and palm oil. Russia exports to Nigeria, including crucial wheat, fertilizer, and road security, machinery, industrial equipment, and military supply in defense, reflecting a long history of cooperation that includes support during Nigeria's civil war. Russia's investment in Nigeria is significant in the energy sector, like Gazprom and Lukoil are involved in oil and gas functions, and Rostom is collaborating on nuclear energy development. Russia complaints are also exploiting Nigeria material wealth, with gold and uranium being involved with long-delayed Ajakuta complex revitalization. Beyond this sector, Russia is investing in Nigeria in industrialization development and includes manufacturing and industrialization projects such as factories, assembly plants, pharmaceutical, medical equipment products, steel and micro products, supply and chemicals also. Pharmaceutical experts, wide trade volume varies. Both countries are working to deepen their economic ties across the diverse sector.
Russia's significant role in Nigeria's energy sector. Energy cooperation is a cornerstone of Nigeria-Russia relations, with Russia contributing to Nigerian oil and gas, nuclear and renewable energy sector. In oil and gas, Russian giants like Lukoil and Gazprom are actively involved. Lukoil collaborates on upstream oil exploration, aiming to boost Nigeria's crude oil output, while Gazprom invests in gas infrastructure, focusing on exploration, production, and transportation, crucial for reducing gas flaring and improving gas extraction. Russia also plays a key role in Nigeria's LNG development, that's liquefied natural gas, with Gazprom participating in projects to expand Nigeria LNG export capacity, leveraging advanced Russian gas technologies. Pipeline and gas infrastructures development is another area of collaboration, with Gazprom exploring construction of new gas pipelines. Looking at nuclear energy, Nigeria is working with Russia Rosatom to develop nuclear power plants. An intergovernmental agreement is in place for the construction of Nigeria's first nuclear power facility, planned for Kogi and Akwa Ibom states. This partnership includes technology transfer and capacity building, training Nigerian experts in nuclear energy. Finally, in renewable energy, Russia is exploring opportunity in hydropower, solar, and wind. Russia firms are interested in supporting hydropower projects, solar, farm development, and wind energy initiatives. These collaborations are vital for Nigeria's sustainable energy future. In short, Russia's expertise, technology, and investment are playing a key role in shaping Nigeria's diverse and expanding energy landscape.
Nigeria and Russia have a significant security relationship marked by military cooperation and arms trade. This relationship has historical roots, with Russia supporting Nigeria during the civil war in the 1960s. Key aspects of the security relations include military technical cooperation. A major pillar in the Military Technical Cooperation Agreement, MTCA, which provides a framework for arms supply, after-sales service, personal training, and technology transfer. This agreement signifies a move towards joint research development and management of defense and technologies. Arm trade. Nigeria is a major importer of Russian arms in sub-Saharan Africa. Russia has supplied Nigeria with combat and transport helicopters, anti-tank missiles, and aircraft engines. This has been crucial in Nigeria's effort to combat terrorism and enhance regional security. Number 3, training and capacity building. Russia provides training for Nigerian military personnel in its institutions, contributing to the professional development of Nigerian armed forces. This security cooperation reflects a strategic alliance with Russia, providing Nigeria with essential military hardware and support, while Nigeria represents a key partner for Russia in Africa.
The foundation for the collaboration between Nigeria and Russia was built up on the principles of friendly relations in 2001. And over the decades, this relationship has encompassed a various number of sectors, notably the educational sector, the cultural sector, and the technological sector. Now, with that being said, I'll be highlighting the education and the cultural exchange and technological cooperations between Nigeria and Russia. To begin with, educationally, over 2,500 students, according to recent data, are being enrolled in Russian universities, studying a whole number of courses across various disciplines, and over 100 are actually awarded scholarship grants annually, with over 500 benefiting from the bilateral educational agreement. Technologically, plans have been made and agreements have been set to enhance information security and jointly combat terrorism while leveraging on technology for national and regional security. Culturally, in recent years, Russia has initiated a project that is aimed at introducing Russian language across African countries, particularly in Nigeria. And in 2020, Russia initiated a project called the Distant Russian in Africa that is aimed at introducing Russian languages into Nigeria.
Good day everyone, and welcome to our project presentation. My name is AJASIN. It's matric number 2006-0462, and I am here with my team members. Today we will be presenting our research findings and insights on Nigeria foreign policy during the presidency of Foriegn spanning from 1999 to 2007. Foriegn was born in Ibogun, a village in southwest Nigeria. His father was Amos Adigun, and his mother was Ashabi Bankole. He was born to the Owu branch of the Yoruba people. The village church was part of the mission set up by the US. Southern Baptist Church, and Obasanjo was Charismatic Baptist. His village also contained Muslim, and his sister later converted to Muslim to marry a Muslim man. Obasanjo's father was a farmer, and until he was 11 years old, the boy was involved in agricultural labor, age 11. He joined the village primary school, and after 3 years, in 1951, he moved on to the Baptist Day School in Abeokuta quarters. In 1952, he transferred to the Baptist Boys High School, also in the town. His school fees were partly financed by the state grants. Obasanjo did well academically, and at school became a clean Boy Scout, although there is no evidence that he was then involved in any political groups. It was at secondary school that Obasanjo rejected his forename of Matthew as an anti-colonial act.
Good day everyone, my name is Ayaji Blessing Akinola from the Department of Public Administration. I'm here to talk about the theoretical framework of Foriegn about foreign policy. Foriegn served as the President of Nigeria from 1999 to 2007, and his foreign policy was characterized by a blend of pragmatism, regional leadership aspiration, and a commitment to democracy and human rights. His approach can be understood through several theoretical frameworks that highlight the motivation and strategies between Nigeria international relations during his administration. Realism in foreign policy. Realism is a dominant theory in international relations that emphasizes the role of state, national interest, and power dynamics under Obasanjo leadership. Nigeria sought to assert itself as a regional power in West Africa. This was evidenced in Nigeria's involvement in peacekeeping mission and conflict resolution efforts within the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. The Nigerian military played a crucial role in stabilizing wartime countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, reflecting a realist perspective where national security and regional stability are prioritized. Obasanjo government also focused on securing economic interests through foreign investment and trade agreements by fostering relationships with major powers such as the United States and China. Nigeria aimed to enhance its economic standing while ensuring that its sovereignty was respected. Liberalism and democratic values. Liberalism emphasized cooperation among states, international institutions, and the promotion of democratic values. Obasanjo foreign policy included significant advocacy for democracy both domestically and across Africa. He believed that promoting democratic governance will lead to greater stability and prosperity on the continent. This commitment was reflected in Nigeria's support for various democratic.
The government had a time frame of 10 years to appeal against the judgment, but Obasanjo did not wait to allow the Nigerian government to look for a solution within the 10 years. In less than 5 years that the judgment was delivered, he decided to go in agreement to the international policy of ceding Bakassi Peninsula to Cameroon. It is important to ponder on these two questions. If Bakassi is Obasanjo local government area, wouldn't he allow Nigerian government to wait and look for a solution for the problem within the time frame given by the ICJ? How many of those so-called big nations that convinced to take away Bakassi from Nigeria are really obeying the judgment of the International Court of Justice? Citizens of Nigeria who were residing in Bakassi fled from their home, and Cameroonian soldiers recently attacked them. Many of them died in the course of the attack, and most of those survived it are now homeless. The government had a time frame of 10 years to appeal against the judgment, but Obasanjo did not wait to allow the Nigerian government to look for a solution within 10 years. In less than 5 years that the judgment was delivered, he decided to bow in agreement to international policy of ceding Bakassi Peninsula to Cameroon. It is important to.
Precious, and this is Group 31. The title of our project is Nigerian relation with Ghana. The relationship between Nigeria and Ghana is one of the most significant bilateral engagements in West Africa, shaped by the historical, economic, political, and socio-cultural interactions. As two of the most influential Anglophone countries in the region, Nigeria and Ghana have played significant roles in regional integration, security, cooperation, and economic development within the framework of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Despite the long-lasting relationship between Nigeria and Ghana, their interactions have been marked by a mixture of cooperation and contention. Why economic cooperation and the economic and political collaboration has flourished in some areas, some aspects. Disputes over trade policies, immigration, and diplomatic engagement have tested their relationship. For example, the expulsion of Nigeria from Ghana in 1969 and the retaliatory deportation of Ghanaians from Nigeria in 1983 are examples of how economic and political tensions have affected bilateral ties. Like there's a story about Nigeria chasing Ghana from the country. Like they use Ghana must go to chase them from the country. That is a story.
Working on the chapter 2, which is conceptual clarification, theoretical framework, and literature review. Let's start with conceptual clarification. Bilateral relations refers to the political, economic, and cultural interactions between two sovereign states. These interactions can range from cooperation to mutual suspicion. Number 2, economic integration. Economic integration involves the unification of economic policies between different states through the partial or full abolition of tariff and non-tariff restrictions on trade. This process aims to reduce cost of consumers and producers and to increase trade between the countries involved. 3, Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a political and social movement that seeks to unify African nations and people, both within the continent and in the diaspora, to promote solidarity and self-reliance. Alezo 2022 emphasizes that both Nigeria and Ghana have been eminent in African nationalist movements and core supporters of Africanism in both the pre-independence and post-independence era. Number 4, trade liberalization. This refers to the removal or reduction of restrictions or barriers on the free exchange of goods between nations. This dismantling tariffs, quotas, and other trade restrictions. Then we have migration policies. Migration policies are the laws, regulations, and administrative measures that governments implement to manage the flow of people across their borders. Alazo 2002 also provides a historical insight into the post-independence challenges that encouraged massive labor migration between Nigeria and Ghana, leading to events such as the 1969 expulsion of Nigerians from Ghana. These migration policies have had lasting impacts on their bilateral relations. We move to the theoretical framework. Reciprocity theory. Economic exchange between Nigeria and Ghana have been significantly influenced by reciprocal policies. For instance, trade regulations and investment laws in one country often elicit responsive measures from the others.
Long before the advent of European colonization, Nigeria and Ghana lived in diverse ethnic groups and engaged in trade and cultural exchanges. The trans-Saharan trade route facilitated for the movement of goods such as kola nuts, gold, and textile. The present-day Nigerian established commercial ties with the Akan and other ethnic groups, which is the present-day Ghana, promoting not only commerce but also cultural and social interaction. The imposition of British rule introduced new dynamic in Nigeria and Ghana relationship, also uniting various groups under single political entity. The introduction of English language and Western education created the class of educated elites, who will later play a pivotal role in their respective independence movements. Ghana gained independence in 1957, which made them the first sub-Saharan country to do so in Africa, followed by Nigeria in 1960. The post-independent period marked by a sense of Pan-African solidarity. Leaders like Kwame Nkrumah advocated for continental unity. In 1969, under Prime Minister Kofi Abeta-Busia, Ghana enacted the Alien Compliance Order, which resulted to expulsion of numerous Nigerians in Ghana, as they were accused of exacerbating unemployment and social issues. In retaliation, Nigeria expelled over 1 million of Ghanaians in Nigeria in 1983, also again in 1985. Despite all the tensions Nigeria and Ghana they still maintained their relationship in economic and cultural ties, with Nigerian exporting petroleum products to Ghana, while Ghana supplies Nigeria with agricultural goods. They influenced each other culturally through films, music, and fashion. On political points, both nations have collaborated in regional organizations such as ECOWAS. Both countries recognize the importance of their partnership.
Taking it to chapter 4, which deals with the data presentation analysis. This chapter will provide answers to the objectives of our study. Number one question is, we'll be assessing the economic ties between Ghana and Nigeria. We'll be assessing the diplomatic and political ties between Ghana and Nigeria. We are assessing the historical ties between Ghana and Nigeria. Firstly, the economic ties of Ghana between Ghana and Nigeria is deeply rooted in their shared colonial histories. Both countries inherited similar administrative, legal, and educational systems which initially facilitated bilateral interactions. However, post-independence, both countries pursued different economic paths, which led to varying degrees of economic divergence and convergence. Trade relations between both countries have been characterized by both competition and collaboration. The study by Adekunle 2016 indicated that non-oil trade between both countries is up to the tune of $30 million as of year 2000, while it has increased to $130 million as of 2010. Despite this growth, trade relations have faced challenges such as policy disagreements and protectionist measures. For instance, the Ghana Investment Promotion Council Act of 1994, which led to the imposition of restrictions on foreign businesses in Ghana, including Nigerian traders in Ghana. Both countries are key members of the ECOWAS, which promotes economic integration in the region. However, the implementation of the ECOWAS protocol has been inconsistent. There is emphasis that if both countries do not collaborate together, the ECOWAS trade liberation scheme will always be a mirage. Migration between both countries have influenced their relations. For example, in 1983, millions of Ghanaians were expelled from Nigeria, and earlier in 1969, millions of Nigeria were expelled from Ghana. The trade disputes have significantly influenced or strained diplomatic relations between both countries.
Talking about the conclusion part of our project, Nigeria relation with Ghana. Nigeria and Ghana, both formerly colonized by British, they share a similar relationship characterized by both cooperation and tension. In 1969, Ghana implemented the Alien Compliance Order, leading to the expulsion of numerous Nigeria migrants. This action sustained bilateral relations, and Nigeria retaliated through the subsequent expulsion of Ghana from Nigeria in 1983 and 1985 during Nigeria's economic downturns. Nigeria and Ghana relations has encountered hurdles, recent developments, which indicate a mutual resolve to enhance cooperation and address conflict constructively. The establishment of diplomatic channels and trade agreements for future relations. These are the recommendations of our project. 1. To establish a joint business council to address disputes and foster economic collaboration. 2. Leveraging energy cooperation by importing petroleum products from Nigeria, Dangote oil refinery. 3. Regular diplomatic engagement to settle disputes and foster trade. Thank you.
Technologically, International Fund for Agricultural Development in Nigeria has facilitated the adoption of modern and sustainable farming practices, which has only boosted productivity, has also contributed to environmental conservation. Despite the services, challenges as limited infrastructure, security, and that persist. In conclusion, International Fund of Agricultural Development in Nigeria has proven to be a versatile entity for agricultural and rural development in Nigeria. The success of the initiative underscores the importance of the collaboration among governments. Nigeria's agriculture sector can strive, contributing to the national economic growth and improved rural livelihood.
Good day everyone, my name is a student of ADEKUNLE Akubakoko, Ondo State, from the Department of Public Administration. We are here to talk about the challenges of Nigerian foreign policy, and I will start with the definition. Nigerian foreign policy is a sine qua non in international relations and politics. Every country, in order to live and survive as an independent state in a complex, sometimes dangerous world, must have a foreign policy. Given the deeply interdependent character of the international system, it remains a truism that states relate internationally. In this relationship, in which the international system provides the stage and theater upon which states act, this state comes with a divine set of goals and interests. It is a common knowledge among scholars and students of international relations that it is hardly possible to conjecture foreign policy outside of the million of national interests, according to Akiboyi in 1999 and Taodi in 1986. Next is the historical background of Nigerian foreign policy.
Nigerian foreign policy evolved from its colonial past and has been shaped by various political, economic, and security concerns over the years. Initially, as a British colony, Nigeria had little control over its foreign relations. The colonial period left behind a legacy that shaped the country's political culture and its approach to international diplomacy. One, we have the colonial legacy. During the British rule, Nigeria's foreign policy was controlled by the British government. The concept of Nigerian sovereignty and national identity was relatively underdeveloped in this period. Two, we have the post-independence, which is 1960 to 1999. Three, we have the military era, which is from 1966 to 1999. Then four, we have the post-democratic Nigeria, 1999 to present. The state of the problem. Nigeria, as Africa's most populous country and one of its largest economies, has an important role in shaping continental and global politics. However, Nigerian foreign policy has faced several challenges, examining the internal and external factors, which include: one, we have leadership and policy inconsistency. One of the main challenges of Nigerian foreign policy is the frequent changes in leadership, which result in shifts in priorities and diplomatic strategies. Each government often changes the approach to foreign relations based on its ideology, political interests, and immediate concerns. Two, we have economic dependency and weakness. Nigerian foreign policy is heavily influenced by its economic position. As the world's 12th largest oil producer, Nigeria's economic strength is largely dependent on its oil exports, making it vulnerable to global market fluctuations. Three, we have security challenges and terrorism. Security challenges, particularly domestic terrorism, insurgency, and internal conflicts, have severely impacted Nigerian foreign policy, with terrorist groups like Boko Haram and Islamic. Passing on to my next speaker, she'll be talking about literature review and theoretical framework.
My name is Oluwatobulo Bakini-Bosun from the Department of Political Science. I'll be talking about the literature review and theoretical framework. This section will focus on reviewing existing academic studies, reports, articles, and other sources that discuss the challenges faced by Nigeria in its foreign policy. We have the economic constraints, the impact of Nigeria's economic challenges on its global positioning and foreign relations, including issues like oil exports, fluctuating oil prices, and economic inequality security issues. We have the regional influence and leadership, how Nigeria has been preserved in the context of African Union, which is AU, or Economic Community of West African States. Leadership and world regional issues, such as peacekeeping missions, conflicts, and humanitarian aid. We have the global relations and diplomacy. Nigeria's relationship with major world powers, including the United States, China, and the European Union, and the impact of international politics on Nigeria's foreign policy. We have the corruptions and governance issues. The effect of corruption, mismanagement, and weak institutions on Nigeria's diplomatic engagement and create stability in the international. This is literature review. Nigerian foreign policy has been a subject of interest and among scholars, policymakers, and international relations experts. Since gaining independence in 1960, Nigeria has faced numerous challenges in its foreign policy endeavors. This literature review aims to examine the existing body of knowledge on the challenges of Nigerian foreign policy. It's a focus on the country's experiences since the return to democracy in 1999. Historical context. Nigerian foreign policy has been shaped by its colonial legacy, Cold War politics, and regional dynamic. Adekunle, 2008. However, since the 1980s, Nigerian foreign policy has faced significant challenges, including economic instability, political instability, regional security threats. Ogunbandejo, 1996. We have the economic challenges. Nigeria's economic instability has been a major corruption, mismanagement, and lack of economic diversification have hindered Nigerian economic development and foreign policy effectiveness. We also have the political challenges. Passing on to my next speaker, who will be talking about the research methodology.
Good everyone, my name is Ulemi Chikanamila from the
Department of Political Science, and I'm here to talk about the research methodology. Research design and method of studying the challenges of Nigerian foreign policy would involve a structured approach to collect and analyze data, to understand the obstacles and complexity in Nigerian foreign policy formulation and implementation. The challenges of Nigerian foreign policy can be attributed to several factors, reflecting both domestic and international issues. Some key areas are: 1. Leadership and political instabilities. Nigerian foreign policy is often shaped by changes in leadership, shifts in government priorities, inconsistencies policy implementation, and sometimes lack of long-term vision creates instability in foreign creations. Secondly, we have the economic dependence on oil. Nigerian foreign policy has been heavily dependent on oil exports. This creates visibility to inflations in global oil prices, which can affect the country's ability to maintain diplomatic and economic partnerships effectively. And we also have regional conflicts, we have terrorism and security threats, and we have the human rights and governance issues. Then I'll be going to the sampling technique. Sampling techniques are methods used to select a representative group from a larger population to research purposes. In this context of studying Nigerian foreign policy challenges, various sampling techniques could be used to gather data from relevant stakeholders. Secondly, we have network analysis. Thirdly, we have comparative analysis. Fourthly, we have time series analysis. And lastly, we have thematic analysis. And my next speaker will be talking about data presentation and data analysis.
My name is ADEKUNLE from the Department of Public Administration. I'll be talking about data presentation and data analysis. When discussing the challenges of Nigerian foreign policy, several key issues stood the light. First, there is the complexity of managing relationships with neighboring countries, particularly in the context of regional security threats such as terrorism and insurgency. Nigeria has struggled to effectively coordinate with its neighbors to address this problem, which can undermine its foreign policy objectives. Another significant challenge is the effects of domestic politics on foreign policy decisions. Political instability and change in leadership can lead to inconsistent foreign policy approaches, making it difficult for the impact of social media and public opinion cannot be overlooked. In an era where information spread rapidly, the Nigerian government must navigate the challenges posed by social media influence on public perception and international relations.
My name is from the Department of Public Administration. I'll be talking about the conclusion and summary of what my colleagues have said earlier. So I'll start with the summary. Nigerian foreign policy has faced numerous challenges since its independence in 1960. These challenges include economic instability, political instability, regional security threats, corruption, and lack of economic diversification. These include regional security threats, particularly from terrorism and insurgency, which complicate diplomatic relations with neighboring countries. Additionally, domestic political instability often leads to inconsistencies from foreign policy strategies, making it difficult for Nigerians to maintain a coherent international presence. Economic factors, especially the reliance on oil exports, further complicate Nigeria. Moving on to the conclusion, the challenges facing Nigerian foreign policy are complex and multifaceted. To address these challenges, the country must prioritize economic diversification, political stability, and regional cooperation. Additionally, Nigeria must leverage its global partnership to promote its national interest and enhance its foreign policy. To improve its foreign policies, Nigeria should consider the following recommendations. Economic diversification. Nigeria should diversify its economy to reduce its dependency on oil exports and promote economic stability. Political stability. Nigerians should prioritize political stability by promoting democratic governance, reducing corruption, and addressing ethnic and religious conflict. Global partnership. Nigerians should leverage its global partnership to promote its national interests, enhance its foreign policy effectiveness, and access new markets and technology. Foreign policy review. Nigerians should regularly review its foreign policy to ensure it remains relevant and effective in addressing.
Good day everyone, my name is Foriegn and I'm here to take the literature review. International Fund for Agricultural Development, an international financial organization and specialized UN agency. The International Fund for Agricultural Development. The International Fund for Agricultural Development works to end poverty and hunger in rural areas of emerging countries. It was founded and formed in December 15, 1977. In order to end poverty and hunger in developing nations, the United States created International Fund for Agricultural Development. The International Fund for Agricultural Development is a global organization whose mission is to enhance the lives and agricultural development in underdeveloped nations. International Fund for Agricultural Development in Nigeria. It began in the late 1970s with the aim of addressing the challenges faced by small-scale farmers. Over the years, International Fund for Agricultural Development has launched several projects focused on improving agricultural productivity and enhancing rural activities. Agricultural Fund for Agricultural Development objective: supporting small-scale farmers, promoting sustainability agriculture, enhancing and emphasizing rural transformation. Importance of agriculture in Nigeria economy: contribution to the GDP, employment generation, food security, export revenue, raw materials for industries, poverty alleviation, economic diversification, environment and ecological benefit. Thank you.
Salami Oluwafeyikemi Temiloluwa, 400 level student from the Department of Political Science Education. I'll be taking you through the introductory part of a topic which is influence of NELPAD on Nigeria democratic policy. NELPAD is African-led, aimed at addressing the continent's socio-economical challenges and political instability. This response of NELPAD was so that Nigeria could be helped from the continued struggle of poverty and political instability, and so that there is a need for Africans to rise and be compassionate about them getting out of the continued struggle. NELPAD can be traced back to these notable men when Olusegun Obasanjo, Tambo Mbeki, Abdoulaye Wade, and also Laurent Kabila, whereby that they created a framework and they saw to bring a new kind of African development, which will emphasize on self-reliance, good governance, political relationship, and so on. Now, I'll be taking you through the milestones. The milestones of NELPAD include ownership and leadership, accountability and mentoring. Also, the objective of NELPAD include health and well-being, peace and security, environmental sustainability, and also the core principles of NELPAD include their health, care, well-being, and so on. My fellow colleague will take you through the literature preview in chapter 2. Thank you.
My name is Omidana Happiness Beatrice, matric number 2064-59. I'll be taking chapter 2, the influence of NELPAD on Nigeria democratic policy. First of all, we have promotion of good governance. This is one of the most important reasons and the influence of NELPAD on Nigeria's democratic policy. They promote accountability, transparency, and of a notable result that NELPAD has good impact on Nigeria democratic policy. And we also have human rights and participation. This is also one of the influence of NELPAD on democratic policies. These actually help in participation of the citizens in the decision making of the NELPAD. They help in bringing the citizens together to exercise their human rights and to participate in the decision taken by government. And we also have economic development and poverty eradication. Economic development helps to develop even financially, commercially, and to eradicate poverty. To eradicate poverty by providing employment, by providing work for the youth, and we also have gender equality. NEPAD has helped in bringing the females to have inclusive decisions, to have positions in the legislative council, and to bring together the purpose of gender inequality. Female are to participate in.
My name is Omoni Ifelua, a 400 level student of political science education. So I'll be going into chapter 3 this afternoon. The first one I'll be talking about is the relationship between NEPAD and Pan-African or African Union. As you all know that NEPAD was initially on its own, but it was relating with Pan-African. It got a particular time that the NEPAD joined the African Union while the OAU went ablaze in 2002. Looking at the challenges of NEPAD, the first one I'll be talking about is poor implementation of policies. There were poor implementation of policies in the fact that there was a gap between implementation and formulation, so this thereby brought the challenges into NEPAD. The second point I will be diving into is corruption. Corruption is one of the major causes of a lot of problems in NEPAD. The corruption, embezzlement of funds, mismanagement of funds, these were the things that contributed to the minus of NEPAD. The third point I'll be talking about is political instability. Political instability is a stage whereby there is change in government. The system of government is not one, there is change, it is not stable. If there is no stability in NEPAD, there can't be growth. These were the things that cause challenges. Looking at the next point is the borrowing of funds from other country, dependence on other country. NEPAD do not depend on themselves, but they want to collect funds from other country. They want to collect funds from this, from that. These were the things that brought problems into NEPAD. Thank you so much.
My name is Garba Adebusola. I'm from the Department of Public and the analysis of NEPAD's influence on Nigeria democratic policy. First, I will be taking NEPAD's impact on human rights. Nigeria has made strides in adopting human rights frameworks consistent with NEPAD's governance objectives. Increased effort has been made to protect freedom of speech and political participation. Political reforms in governance and transparency. NEPAD's advocacy for good governance has encouraged Nigeria to implement reforms aimed at reducing corruption and increasing accountability. The APRS, the NEPAD's African Peer Review Mechanism, has provided Nigeria with a platform for periodic self-assessment, and PLN promoting good governance practices. So, NEPAD's success are strengthening democratic institutions and promote good governance, improving public sector transparency and enhancing anti-corruption measures. I'm taking the NEPAD limitation. One is the impact of NEPAD on grassroots political engagement has been limited. Implementation challenges persist due to political resistance.
I'll be taking the summary, conclusion and recommendation part of our research topic, as my colleague has said earlier. NEPAD, the study of NEPAD promotes good governance, transparency, human rights protections and democratic practice in Nigeria. This research identifies some governance reform that strengthen anti-corruption in Nigeria, which are EFCC, Economic Financial Crime Commission, ICPC, Independent Corrupt Practice Commission. The study concluded that NEPAD had a transformation impact on Nigeria democratic, and based on the findings, NEPAD strengthened institution capacity. It enhanced grassroots participation. It made people at the lower level to participate what is happening at the federal level. NEPAD sustained judicial reforms. It also helps in collaboration to promote transparency, accountability, and civil engagement. Thank you.
From Political Science Education, Matric 200209009.
My name is Ikwemeroti Emmanuel, Political Science Education, Matric number 200209044.
My name is Omotosho Solomon from Political Science major. My matric number is 2503136.
My name is Orimok Jeffewa Gift, matric number 200604001 from Public Administration Department.
My name is Agbi Ayomide Oluwaseun from Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200209006.
My name is Jacob Adekunle from Political Science Department, matric number 2005006.
My name is ADEKUNLE Esther from Public Administration Department, matric number 200604040.
My name is Ayodele Alamide, matric number 200604010 from Public Administration Department.
My name is Adeyanju Omotolani Esther, matric number 200209129, Political Science Education Department.
Hey everyone, my name is Alade Tomini Esther, matric number 2004043 from Public Administration Department. I'll be taking the introductory parts of Nigerian role in African Union. The African Union was created in 2002 to foster unity, peace and development across Africa. It replaced the Organization of African Unity, which was known as OAU, which was founded in 1963, with the aim of addressing the continent's challenges more effectively. The African Union was designed to promote greater collaboration among African nations, working towards common goals of peace, security, economic development, and protection of human rights. One of the primary objectives of African Union is to provide a strong, unified platform for African countries to address their shared challenges and opportunities, including conflict, poverty, and economic underdevelopment. The African Union has made significant efforts to maintain peace, stability through conflict resolution, peacekeeping missions, and diplomatic initiatives. It also seeks to drive economic integration. Nigeria is known as one of Africa's largest and most powerful nations. It has played a central role in the activities of the AU since its establishment. One of the major areas of Nigeria's involvement in the AU has been peacekeeping efforts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Orimok Jeffewa Gift, matric number 200604001, Public Administration Department. I'll be discussing the Chapter 2, the literature review of Nigerian role in African Union. Chapter 2 of the review delves into Nigeria's significant roles of African Union. emphasizing the influence in peace and security, economic integration, and leadership. It highlights Nigeria's leadership in peacemaking missions, its commitment to Africanism, and its advocacy to the initiatives such as African Continental Free Trade Area, showcasing the dedications to regional stability and economic cooperation. This chapter also points out that Nigeria, despite its contribution, grapples with internal challenges such as political instability and economic struggle. It complicates the ability to fully influence the AU agenda. Additionally, the chapter discussed theoretical framework, realism, neoliberalism, and constructivism.
My name is ADEKUNLE, and I'll be talking about the Chapter 3 of the Nigeria's role in the African Union, which is the research methodology. This study examines Nigeria's role in the African Union, focusing on its contribution to peace, security, and economic integration, using a qualitative approach. Data was collected through expert interviews and literature review, analyzed using thematic analysis. Historically, Nigeria has been a key player in the African Union, helping establish the African Union in 2002. It contributes significantly to peacekeeping, such as Sudan, Liberia, and Somalia. Economic initiatives such as the AFCTA, ECOWAS, NEPAD, and African Union institutions like Peace and Security Councils. Nigeria is also a major financial contributor, funding African Union programs and infrastructures. However, domestic challenges like economic constraints and security issues, Boko Haram, limit its effectiveness. Despite these hurdles, Nigeria remains the key driver of African Union policy, promoting African unity and development.
My name is AJASIN. I'm talking about the achievements and challenges of Nigeria in African Union. Firstly, I'll go with the achievements. During the period from 2019 to 2022, Nigeria maintained its leadership role within the African Union, especially in peacekeeping and economic initiatives. Nigeria played a leading role in African Union peacekeeping missions by consistently increasing its involvement in conflict zones. The country participated in up to 8 missions by 2022, deploying up to 4,500 troops to countries like Sudan, Somalia, South Sudan, Liberia, and Central African Republic. Now to the factors that affect Nigeria's success in African Union. First is political instability. A major challenge Nigeria faces is political instability. According to Adebayo 2020, political crisis and leadership changes in Nigeria often divert attention and resources away from African Union commitments. So these challenges have often limited the full potential of Nigeria's role in advancing in African Union's goal.
My name is Ayodele Blessing from Public Administration Department. I'll be taking the concluding part. Nigeria's role in African Union has been significant. Its contribution to regional integration, peacekeeping, and development have been instrumental in promoting growth and stability in the African continent. However, criticism of Nigeria leadership, particularly its commitment to democratic governance and human rights, raises concern about the impact of its leadership in the African Union. Therefore, further attention needs to be given to the role of Nigeria in the African Union to ensure regional stability, peace, and prosperity. In the present study, we try to justify the role of Nigeria in the pursuit of continental integration in terms of economic and political efforts of union and unity. This role be it homogenic, so solidarity, affirmative, and selflessness, and accessible to serve both the Nigeria national interest and foreign policy realization and the attributed affection of the continent as the centerpiece. We've come to the concluding part of the project summary of Group 35, Nigeria role in African Union. Thank you.
Good day everyone, my name is ADEKUNLE, and on behalf of my group, I'll be presenting the introduction of Sani Abacha Foreign Policy.
Good day everyone, my name is Foriegn. I'll be presenting to you the Nigeria-Cameroon boundary.
Good day, my name is Fatima. I'll be talking on Abacha Foreign Policy, Commitment, and Image Movement. Good day everyone, my name is Foriegn, and I'll be taking the summary of Generation Abacha Foreign Policy from 1983 to 1988. First, introduction of the foreign policy.
Hey everyone, my name is ADEKUNLE, and on behalf of my group, I will be presenting the introduction of Sani Abacha foreign policy. The text provides an overview of Nigerian foreign policy from independence in 1960, emphasizing on the successes and failures. It highlights that Nigerian foreign policy is rooted in national interest, with a strong focus on Africa. This has positioned the country as a key player in the continent's affairs. However, during the military regime of General Sani Abacha, 1993 to 1998, Nigerian foreign policy and international reputation deteriorated due to widespread criminal violation, corruption, and anti-democratic practices. The study aims to rephrase Abacha foreign policy and its implications, focusing on three main objectives. Number one, understanding the political conflicts that led to Abacha takeover. Number two, investigating the origin of Nigeria vs. Cameroon boundary dispute. Number three, evaluating Abacha foreign policy challenges and its negative impact on Nigeria's international image.
Good everyone, my name is Foriegn. I will be presenting to you the Nigeria-Cameroon boundary dispute. The Nigeria-Cameroon boundary dispute is a long-standing issue that escalated in 1990s during General Sani Abacha. The dispute centers on Bakassi Peninsula, a region rich in oil and fish resources. The boundary dispute between Nigeria and Cameroon are dated back in colonial era. The two countries share common boundaries, and the demarcation has been a subject of contention. During Abacha's regime, Nigeria took a bold step to impose sovereignty on Bakassi Peninsula, leading to increased tension with Cameroon. The Nigerian government's actions were seen as an attempt to assert control over the region's natural resources. The dispute was eventually taken to International Court of Justice, which ruled in favor of Cameroon and Nigeria. The Nigeria-Cameroon boundary dispute during Abacha's regime highlights the challenges of border demarcation in Africa. The dispute also underscores the importance of International Court of Justice in resolving the problem and enhancing cooperation and diplomacy.
Good day, my name is Foriegn. I'll be talking on Abacha's foreign policy commitment and image movement. Nigeria's reputation as a respectable state diminished under the Abacha regime, most tyranny led to multiple violations of human rights and breaches of international moral and legal codes. Also, I'll be talking on foreign policy control. Number one, which is Commonwealth suspension. Nigeria was suspended from the Commonwealth of Nations in 1995 due to Abacha's transition to democracy. Number two is international isolation. Abacha regime was shunned by the international community due to its poor human rights record, particularly the execution of King Saruriwa and 8 other Ogoni activists in 1995. And also I'll be talking about image movement, which is human rights abuses and nepotism and corruption and nepotism.
Good day everyone, my name is Foriegn, and I'll be taking the summary of General Sani Abacha foreign policy from 1983 to 1998. First, introduction of the foreign policy. According to OTA and ADEKUNLE 2015, foreign policy is a strategy which was designed institutionally for the leaders to guide their actions within the international environment in order to achieve their country's national objectives. As embedded in the 1998 Constitution of Nigeria, as it amended under the Chapter 2, Section 19, A to A, it states the fundamental principles and objectives of foreign policy, which are A. Promotion and protection of the national interest, B. Promotion of the African integration and support for African unity, C. Promotion of international development for the consolidation of universal peace and mutual respect among all nations, C. Respect for international laws and order, E. Promotion of just world economic order. General Sani Abacha ruled from November 1993 to June 1998, in which its regime has been associated with corruption,
colossal kleptomania, ruthless dictatorship, and execution of political opponents. General Sani Abacha foreign policy was almost an extension of Babangida foreign policy trust. Though Abacha ran a foreign policy which is clearly biased in favor of Africa. He tried to strengthen Nigeria as leaders in Africa by working in diplomatic relations with other Africans, and also actively participated in regional organizations such as AU, African Union, and the ECOWAS. He also worked to improve Nigerian economic ties with other African Union by free trade agreements and increased foreign investment. His administration also an increase in the country foreign exchange reserve from $484 billion in 1987 to $9.6 billion in 1987, and also reduced the country debt from $36 billion in 1983 to $27 billion in 1998. However, the General Sani Abacha foreign policy has been subjected to controversy and criticism, and some of the criticisms include colossal kleptomania, execution of political opponents, such as detention of Wiwa and other ex-Ogoni activities, which led to the relationship isolation to the Western Africa. Some of the positives of General Sani Abacha include creation of 6 states on June 1996, which make it to the 36 states we have in Nigeria, and these states include Zamfara State, Bayelsa, Gombe, Ebonyi, Nasarawa, and Ekiti. Finally, General Sani Abacha died in June 1998.
The text provides an overview of Nigerian foreign policy from its independence in 1960, emphasizing on the successes and failures. It highlights that Nigerian foreign policy is rooted in national interest, with a strong focus on Africa. This has positioned the country as a key player in the continent's affairs.
The Cameroon banning is a long-standing issue that escalated in 1990s during General Sani Abacha.
Nigeria's reputation as a respectable state remains under the Abacha regime, which currently led to multiple violations of human rights and breaches of international moral and legal codes. General Sani Abacha foreign policy from 1983 to 1998. First, introduction of the foreign policy. According to OTA and ECOMA 2015, foreign policy is a strategy which was designed institutionally for the leaders to guide their actions within the international environment in order to achieve their country's national objectives.
Good day, my name is Alaki Motrayo from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200209066, and will be taking you through the topic Nigeria's participation in UNESCO. Here are my colleagues.
My name is Dr. Rashid Jibori, matric number 180223030 from Adult Education.
My name is Oladebe Samuel from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200209017.
My name is Bajula Ajibola from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 2002-09082.
My name is Adebo Bulapodi from the Department of Political Science, matric number 200503017.
My name is Akim Bono Shogun, my matric number 200503147 from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Oye Olanwaju Daniel from the Department of Political Science, and my matric number is 2503048.
My name is Ajakai Mani, matric number 200209120 from the Department of Political Science Education.
So I'll be taking us through the background of the study of Nigeria participation in the UNESCO. The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, was founded in 1945 with the primary mission of promoting peace and security through international cooperation in education, scientific, cultural, and communication. As one of the specialized agencies of the United Nations, UNESCO works toward building international partnership and fostering dialogue between nations to advance social, economic, and political progress. UNESCO 2020. The organization emphasizes the importance of sustainable development, gender equality, and human rights across all its areas of focuses. UNESCO efforts include promoting global education system, safeguarding cultural heritage, fostering scientific cooperation, and supporting freedom of expression. Nigeria's participation in UNESCO is critical in shaping the organization's impact across sub-Saharan Africa and the wide international community. Nigeria's involvement with UNESCO include active participation in the agency's World Heritage Program, engagement in educational reform, and contribution to the UNESCO effort in the promotion of science and technology. Thanks.
Okay, I'll be taking us through the literature review, which is the chapter 2. Nigeria's participation in UNESCO, which is the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, has long been an essential facet of the country's engagement in global development, particularly in the realms of education, culture, science and communication. UNESCO, which was founded in 1945, seeks to build peace through international cooperation in the fields of education, safeguarding cultural heritage, encouraging scientific progress, and fostering communication and information exchange worldwide. Nigeria, as a member state since 1960, has been actively involved in a variety of UNESCO programs that align with its national development goals. This chapter provides an in-depth review of existing literature relevant to Nigeria's program, Nigeria's engagement in them, and its impact these collaborations have had on the nation's development. This chapter is structured into 3 main sections, which are the conceptual framework, the theoretical framework, and its empirical framework. Each of the sections will be contributed to an understanding of how Nigeria's participation in UNESCO contributes to its broader national development, as well as the challenges and successes experienced along the way. The conceptual framework, which is designed to clarify the core concepts and their interrelationships within the context of this research on Nigeria's participation in UNESCO, providing a comprehensive understanding of the subject matter, under which we have UNESCO's global program, which is a key component of the mission to build peace through cooperation in education, culture, science, and communication. This program aims to address global challenges such as illiteracy, cultural loss, and technology, which includes Education for All, which is the EFA. Then we have World Heritage Site Program, Man and Biosphere Program, which is the MAB. Then we have the International Communication Program. Nigeria's engagement with UNESCO. Nigeria's active participation in UNESCO Global Program has been an instrumental in the country's development in the aforementioned sectors. The country's involvement includes both direct participation in program implementation and indirect contribution through the formulation of policy and collaborative research with other states. Then we have the national development. This conceptual framework suggests that Nigeria's participation in UNESCO program has a significant impact in national development. The integration of UNESCO Global Initiative with Nigeria's national policies can help the country's action progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Moving forward to the theoretical framework, where the research draws on established theories that explain international cooperation, development, and the role of culture in diplomacy. These theories provide insight into the initiative behind Nigeria's participation in UNESCO programs and the outcomes of this involvement, where we have the World System Theory, which is the Wollaston 1974, Cultural Diplomacy Theory, which is the Melisson 2005, then we have the Development Theory. The empirical framework, which provides evidence from existing studies, reports, and data on Nigeria participation in UNESCO program, under which we have educational impact, cultural heritage, preservation.
I'll be taking us on the methodology on how Nigerian participation in UNESCO and its impact on national development. The aims of this study is to provide a comprehensive analysis of Nigeria involvement in UNESCO's programs and initiatives, with a focus on its contribution to education, cultural heritage and preservation, scientific cooperation and communication. To achieve this, the research adopts a mixed method approach, combining both qualitative and quantitative research method. It begins with a descriptive analysis. Under this involvement, UNESCO examines historical documents, reports, and the publication from both UNESCO and Nigerian government sources. Summary: this chapter has outlined the research methodology used to explore Nigerians' participation in UNESCO and its impact on national development. The next chapter will focus on the finding and discussion of the data collected through the outline and methodology.
I'll be taking the last chapter, which are the conclusion, recommendation, and references. The final chapter provides a summary of this research findings and discusses their implication for Nigeria involvement in UNESCO initiative across education, culture, and communication. The research revealed that Nigeria's participation in UNESCO's program has led to significant positive outcomes across various sectors, including education, cultural preservation, environmental sustainability, and media literacy. Recommendation: strengthening educational infrastructure, promoting cultural preservation and youth engagement, enhancing environmental sustainability program, bridging the media literacy, strengthening collaboration and international partners. However, Nigeria can fully harness the potential of the UNESCO program to achieve sustainable development when they follow this above recommendation. Thanks.
Good day, everyone. My name is Foriegn from the Department of Political Science in ADEKUNLE University. I'm here to give a brief introduction on the relationship between Nigeria and the Middle East. Nigeria, Africa's largest economy, and the Middle East, a region of strategic importance, have a complex and multifaceted relationship. The ties between Nigeria and the Middle East are rooted in history, culture, and economics. The following are the key factors shaping the relations. Number one, historical ties. Nigeria's northern region has cultural and Islamic ties with the Middle East, dating back to the Trans-Sahara trade era. Number two, economic interest. Nigeria exports oil to several Middle Eastern countries while importing goods and services. Number three, diplomatic relations. Nigeria has diplomatic relations with several Middle Eastern countries, including Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Moving on to the current developments between the relationship. Number one is increased economic cooperation and growing diplomatic engagement with continued cultural and religious exchange. This brief introduction provides a foundation for understanding the complex and dynamic relationship between Nigeria and the Middle East. Thank you.
My name is Daifomi Arifu from the Department of Political Science at AJASIN University. I'll be talking on conceptual classification, literature review, and theoretical framework related to Nigeria-Middle East relation. Conceptual classification. Nigeria-Middle East relation refers to the diplomatic, economic, cultural, and political interaction between Nigeria and countries in the Middle East. Literature review. Research on Nigeria-Middle East relation has focused on economic ties. Nigeria dependence on oil exports and Middle East roles as a major market. Islamic connection. Historical and cultural links between Nigeria's Muslim population and the Middle East. Theoretical framework. Realism. Emphasize state interest, security, and power dynamics in international relations. Liberalism focuses on cooperation, independence, and institutional frameworks in international relations. This framework can be applied to understand the complexities of Nigeria-Middle East relations, including the interplay of economic, political, and cultural factors. Thank you.
My name is Ukombi Altari Tosin, a student of ADEKUNLE AJASIN Political Science 100 level. I am here to talk about the historical analysis of Nigeria-Middle East relation. First, Nigeria and Middle East have maintained long-standing economic and cultural ties that have evolved over time, shared by economic interest, historical event, and geographical dynamics. Before 1960, some society in Nigeria
especially the northern region, has established strong relations with the Middle East in cultural and religious connections. For example, the spread of Islam into Nigeria came as a result of influence of the Middle East, traveling to Mecca for pilgrims, which was not only religious obligation but also a cultural and intellectual exchange. Right after independence, Nigerian foreign policy was shaped by non-alignment, avoiding direct involvement in Cold War rivalries while maintaining balanced relations with different regions, including the Middle East, focusing on regional stability and development. During this time, Nigerian oil exports increased, and the country joined the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, strengthening its ties with Middle East oil-producing countries. Looking at this contemporary era, Nigeria reshaped its relation with the Middle East by expanding its trade and investment partnership, particularly with the United Arab Emirates and Qatar. This also strengthened the relationship with the Middle East countries on security issues such as combating terrorism and piracy of goods and services. This historical analysis highlighting the evolvement nature of Nigerian relationship with the Middle East from the ancient time to the modern day economic and security cooperation. Please, sir.
Hey everyone, my name is Adesola Olushulu from the Department of Political Science at AJASIN. I'll be taking the data presentation analysis of Nigerian Middle East relation. So I'll start with the data presentation. Number one is trade data. Nigerian trade with the Middle East countries, including exports, imports, and trade balance. And the second one is investment data. Foreign direct investment from Middle East countries in Nigeria and Nigerian investment in the Middle East. And the third one is migration data. Number of Nigerians migrating to Middle East countries for work, education, or pilgrimage. And the third one is diplomatic data. Number of diplomatic missions, agreements, and cooperation framework between Nigeria and Middle Eastern countries. Next is data analysis. First one is trade analysis. Nigeria's trade with Middle East countries is largely dominated by oil exports, with the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iran being top trading partners. Second is investment analysis. Middle Eastern countries, particularly the UAE and the Saudi Arabia, have significant investments in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. And the third is migration analysis. Many Nigerians migrate to Middle Eastern countries for work, particularly in the construction and domestic work sector. And the fourth one is diplomatic analysis. Nigeria has strengthened diplomatic ties with Middle Eastern countries, particularly in the areas of trade, investment, and security cooperation. Next one is statistical analysis. Under this, the first one is correlation analysis. Trade between Nigeria and Middle Eastern countries is positively correlated with oil prices. Second is regression analysis. Investment from Middle Eastern countries in Nigeria's oil and gas sector is a significant predictor of Nigeria's economic growth. And the third one is cluster analysis. Nigeria and Middle Eastern countries can be grouped into clusters based on their trade and investment patterns. And lastly, we have data visualization. Under this, we have maps showing Nigerian trade and investment flows with Middle Eastern countries. Second one is bar charts, comparing Nigerian trade and investments with different Middle Eastern countries. And the third one is line graphs, showing the trends of Nigerian trade and investments with Middle Eastern countries over time. Thanks.
Hey sir, my name is Usman Olurinde, Department of Political Science of ADEKUNLE AJASIN University. I am here to do a summary of everything my colleagues have been saying since the morning. Just as we know the history, the relationship between Nigeria and the Middle East is a complex and a multifaceted one, which has been spanning for a long decade. And here are some of the history between them. They have the historical context. Nigeria and the Middle East have a long history of trade, culture, and Islamic connection. The Trans-Sahara Desert route, which have been facilitating the exchange of goods and culture between them. We also have the economic ties. Nigeria economy, which heavily rely mainly on oil exports, and the Middle East, which serves as a significant market for Nigeria to trade the oil productions. And the third one, we have the security cooperation. These two countries have been working together in order to fight against terrorism and piracy of goods and products being traded between them. And we also have the cultural exchange. They also have been characterized by the cultural exchange, with many Nigerians traveling to the Middle East in search of education, pilgrimage, or works. And we also have the challenges and the opportunities. There are many challenges facing the relationship between the Middle East and Nigeria, which are the diversifying of economic ties, addressing security concerns, and promoting cultural understanding, and the recommendation which can be recommended in order to improve all this are establishing a Nigeria Middle East Economic Forum, which will foster more trade, understanding, and negotiation between the two countries. We have the strengthening the security cooperation. This will enhance more security in order to protect their goods and services from being pirated or from being stolen by other markets or other countries. We have the promotion of cultural exchange program. We also have the encouragement of private sectors. In this aspect, Nigeria is to encourage the private sector to invest not only on oil alone, but also invest in other productions such as agricultural production in order to boost in the investment of Nigeria. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Standing in front of you is a victory, magic number 2604073 from the Department of Public Administration. Me and my fellow colleagues are here to present the topic, which is Nigeria and ECOWAS. Nigeria is a state under ECOWAS, while ECOWAS simply means the Economic Community of West African States. This Economic Community of West African States comprises of 15 countries, which include Benin Republic, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Senegal, and Togo. ECOWAS was established in the year 1975 on the 28th of May in Lagos, Nigeria. It was established primarily to promote economic integration and cooperation among the countries of West Africa. The main goal of ECOWAS was to foster regional stability, improve people's standard of living, and also to enhance trade relations among African countries, and to create common markets among West African countries. By pooling resources and coordinating policies, ECOWAS aims to facilitate development, reduce poverty, and address common challenges such as insecurity, health crises, and environmental issues among African countries. One of the reasons for this topic is to examine the reason for Nigeria joining ECOWAS, which includes to expand Nigeria's market, which would increase our trade and economic growth. Nigeria also joined ECOWAS to project its power in the region. Nigeria's intervention in ECOWAS includes security, politics, economics, and finance. I will be leaving the podium for the next person to talk on.
My name is AJASIN Victoria, matric number 2604096. I'm here to talk on literature review on Nigeria and ECOWAS. Nigeria is the largest economy in West Africa and play a crucial role in the economic community of West African states. ECOWAS. ECOWAS is a regional economic community that aims to promote economic integration, peace and stability among its member states. This literature review examines the relationship between Nigeria and ECOWAS, focusing on economic integration, peace and conflict resolution, regional leadership, challenges and opportunities. I'll be explaining the economic integration. ECOWAS has a positive impact on Nigerian economy by significantly increasing market access for Nigerian goods within the West African region. 2. Peace and conflict resolution. ECOWAS has significantly contributed to peace and conflict in Nigeria by providing a platform for regional diplomacy, peacekeeping mission in neighboring countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone, where troops played a major role. 3. We have the regional leadership. ECOWAS has ensured sustainable peace and security by implementing measures and initiatives that goes violence measure. So this literature review on Nigeria and ECOWAS highlights the complex and multifaceted nature of their relationship. While there are challenges facing the regional organization, there are also opportunities for cooperation and collaboration.
My name is Falana Taiwo Amoke with matric number 220604-076. I want to talk on the presentation, analysis, and distribution of data. In assessing the economic integration of West African states, we use the case study of ECOWAS, which all our responses are collected through self-determined questionnaires and statistically assessed. Distribution of questionnaire. Out of 100% questionnaire we sent out, 87% questionnaires were returned and 13% were unreturned. Out of the 87% that were returned, 51 were male, while 36 are female. Out of the 87 too, the marital status of the people that answered the questionnaire were the single 49, while the married are 38. The hypothesis of the study, the economic integration of the West African country has no impact in West Africa, while the alternative hypothesis, the economic integration of West African countries has impact in West Africa.
My name is Abdul Zuliat, matric number 220-64101. I'm talking on discussion of fundings. Nigeria's relationship with the economic communities of West African states, ECOWAS, has been a significant aspect of the country's foreign policies and regional engagement. As a founding member and one of the largest economies in the region, Nigeria has played a crucial role in shaping ECOWAS policies and programs, such as economic cooperation. One of the key areas of cooperation between Nigeria and ECOWAS community development. Nigeria has played a major driver of regional economic integration and has played a significant role in the development of the ECOWAS single market. Second, regional security. Regional security is another critical area of cooperation between Nigeria and ECOWAS. Nigeria has played a significant role in regional peacekeeping and conflict resolution efforts, including the ECOWAS monitoring group, interventions, and Libya and Sierra Leone.
My name is Omoshi Beauty Mino, matric number 260-4040, and I'm here to take the concluding part. In conclusion, Nigeria's relationship with ECOWAS is complex and multifaceted, reflecting the country's historical, economic, and strategic interest in the region. As a founding member and one of the largest economies in the region, Nigeria has played a significant role in shaping ECOWAS policies and programs. Despite the challenges faced, including security threat, economic instability, and institutional weakness, Nigeria's relationship with ECOWAS offers significant opportunities for cooperation and development. The development of the ECOWAS single market, the African Continental Free Trade Area, offers significant opportunity for regional economic integration and development. However, to fully realize these opportunities, it is essential to address the challenges faced by Nigeria and ECOWAS. This requires a comprehensive approach that takes into account the historical, economic, and strategic context of Nigeria's relationship with ECOWAS. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sylvester Victory Zuchuku from the Department of Political Science major.
matric number 2005030029. We will be talking about foreign policy under Murtala. And with me here,
my name is Oluwole Elizabeth Urola from the Department of Political Science Major, matric number 2604011. Thank you.
Good day everyone, my name is Ojebola Ifeoluwa David, matric number 253006 from the Department of Political Science Major.
Good day everyone, I'm Farmer Kenny Elizabeth Okoyemi, matric number 2503031. I'm from the Department of Political Science.
Good day everyone, my name is Cedric Adifumulayo from the Department of Political Science, AUA, 400 level, matric number 200503165.
Good day everyone, my name is ADEKUNLE Dada from the Department of Political Science Major, matric number 2005-03060.
Good day, my name is Simeon Olumide Abayam from the Department of Political Science, matric number 2005-03059.
My name is Keozola Tunji Olaomi, matric number 2005-03129, the Department of Political Science Major.
Talking about Nigerian foreign policy under Murtala regime. Foreign policy refers to the strategies and action taken by states to achieve its national interests in international relations. Nigerian foreign policy, since its independence in 1960, has been shaped by its size, population, economic commitment, and its commitment to African solidarity. The country has positioned itself as a leader in Africa, promoting decolonization and liberation of the continent. The period between 1960 and 1975 saw Nigeria adopt a moderate and cautious approach to foreign policy under leaders like Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa and General Yakubu Gowon. However, General Murtala Mohammed administration, which started from July 1975 to February 1960, marked a significant change characterized by its assertive and pan-African stance. Murtala foreign policy prioritized African liberation, anti-imperialism, and non-alignment. During his short tenure, Murtala Mohammed took bold steps that defined Nigeria's foreign policy for decades. His administration recognized the popular movement for the liberation of Angola, MPLA, as the legitimate government of Angola, condemned apartheid in South Africa, and actively supported liberation movements across South Africa. While Murtala Mohammed policy is celebrated for its assertiveness and support for African liberation, gaps exist in understanding its broader implications. Previous studies often focus on Nigeria's role in the African Union or its economic diplomacy, overlooking the ideological and practical shift introduced during Murtala regime. Furthermore, his short tenure has led to debate about the sustainability and effectiveness of his policy. This research or study aims to analyze the principles and priorities of Murtala Mohammed foreign policy, evaluate its contribution to African liberation movement, and assess the impact of its foreign policy on Nigeria's global image and diplomatic relations. Thank you.
Nigerian foreign policy have gained a significant recognition after its independence in 1960. This context, I'll be dealing with Murtala's foreign policy from 1956 to 1957. Murtala made use of only 1 year in power, but we're being known to understand that Murtala's foreign policy, even till date, stands as one of the most strong policy. Why is this so? I'll be taking you to the literature review of that. Let's get into it. One of the major reasons why was his focus on Pan-Africanism. Murtala Mohammed laid the emphasis of Nigerian foreign policy to make use of Africa as its centerpiece. So what then do we mean by that? That will take us to the theoretical framework. Firstly, we have the Pan-Africanism. Under Murtala's regime, Murtala made sure that African liberation or African countries' liberation was a paramount, which it sees this way, Nigeria will be able to compete with other Europe countries. And the first of it you can say was his movement at Southern Africa, which brought about the liberation for South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and other South African countries. Also, let's look at the establishment of ECOWAS in 1965. Under Sir Murtala Mohammed, we made it to understand that, this part of the unity of African countries, Murtala brought about other West African countries and established ECOWAS, and also brought into the establishment of ECOMOG to fight for not just financial purpose, but also its strength in military force, and which gained independence. Another thing we are made to understand under Murtala on his Pan-Africanism was about the liberation movement of Angola. We can say in this period, Sir Murtala Mohammed made it to be a foreign policy under him to set African countries free, and according to Akin Bello 2004, it made us understand that Murtala Mohammed led the movement for the breakthrough of almost every African countries for their liberation. That alone being said, you can see even till now, other presidents have built their foreign policy to be under that. Let's talk about realism. The realism of it is a concept from history, and we can see that this way it made Nigeria to be at the topic, and that's why till now we can still refer to Nigeria as the African giant country.
This is all my other colleagues have said. I'll be talking about the historical context and political analysis of the Murtala Mohammed foreign policy. Before General Murtala Mohammed assumed power, Nigeria's foreign policy was largely shaped by moderate and pragmatic approaches that emphasized non-alignment, economic cooperation, and regional stability. The country's foreign relations during the era of independence in the early 1960s were guided by leaders like Abubakar Tafawa Balewa and General Yakubu Gowon. Following Nigeria's independence in 1960, its foreign policy was characterized by an emphasis on non-alignment in the context of the Cold War. The leadership under Balewa was committed to maintaining friendly relations with both the Western and Eastern blocs, avoiding deep alignment with either side. This approach reflected Nigeria's desire to maintain sovereignty while promoting peace and cooperation among newly independent African states, according to Aluko, 1977. Nigeria's foreign policy was largely aimed at fostering African solidarity and supporting the decolonization of the continent. Nigeria's commitment to the African unity has been demonstrated in the establishment of Organization of OAU in 19.
I'll be talking on the core aspects of Murtala Mohammed's foreign policy. Murtala Mohammed's foreign policy was indistinctive, and its assertiveness and clear focus of Pan-Africanism, anti-imperialism, and Nigeria's global leadership. Several elements defined its diplomatic approach, which can be understood as a blend of political ideologies, pragmatic decisions, considerations, and bold actions. These core aspects include the Pan-Africanism and African unity, the anti-imperialism and apartheid advocacy, the non-alignment of the Cold War context. So I'm talking on the Pan-Africanism and African unity. Murtala Mohammed's unwavering commitment to Pan-Africanism was foundational to his foreign policy. He viewed the African continent as a collective that had suffered from centuries of colonial exploitation and political fragmentation. Murtala's foreign policy sought to unify African nations, promote self-determination, and create Africa free from the influence of colonial and imperial powers. His decision to recognize the MPLA as the legitimate government of Angola against West-backed opposition exemplifies his plan, his Pan-African stance, prioritizing African autonomy over Cold Alliance.
So, in conclusion of what my colleagues have been saying, summary of key findings. This study has explored the foreign policy of General Murtala Mohammed, focusing on the core principle of Pan-Africanism, anti-imperialism, and Nigeria's assertions of global leadership. Murtala's foreign policy was a bold departure from previous administration, emphasizing Africa's unity and liberation from colonial and imperial dominations. General Murtala Mohammed's foreign policy contributes significantly to shape Nigeria's foreign relations and its role in global diplomacy. His policies reinforce Nigeria's leadership in Africa, advocating for the political and economic sovereignty of African nations. He stands on anti-imperialism and support for African liberation movements provided Nigeria with a sense of moral and political authority in the international community.
My name is Adekunle. I'm matric number 2005-03044, Department of Political Science. I'm here to talk about Nigeria's role in democratic sustenance in Africa. Now, in introduction to this, the background of democracy in Africa. Democracy as a political system has evolved significantly over time, and have been deeply rooted in ancient governance practices and political philosophies. One of the earliest philosophers has defined democracy as an institutional arrangement where individuals acquire political power through a competitive electoral process. Dow in 1971 enhances this definition by highlighting democracy as a system ensuring widespread participation among citizens. tracing the origin of democracy. And Finlay in 1985 underscores the protection of civil liberties. Lipset in 1959 argues that modern democracy thrives in societies with strong economic foundation, which means that with a strong economic foundation, democracy can thrive. Giving an example like
my ticket number is 200543192. I'm going to talk about the Nigeria historical and political evolution. Nigeria historical and political evolution is rooted in its diverse pre-colonial societies, which was marked by various forms of governance, ranging from centralized government to decentralized system of rule. As early of 15th century, the Nigeria territory witnessed the decentralization and establishment of significant kingdom and empires such as Oyo Empire, the Kingdom of Benin, and Sokoto Caliphate, each with its unique political and social structure. Okay, 19 Benin and the Sokoto Caliphate, each with its unique political system, including rules by conscience, federalism, and military leadership. With the arrival of European colonial powers in 19th century, the cultural of governance 1996 imposed a foreign policy over colonial powers in the late 19th century, leading to a political recognition that sought to centralize power under colonial traditional leader, while employed indirectly, especially in the north, by working through local traditional leaders, while in the south, a more direct from colonial administration were adopted. The colonial approach were simultaneously disrupt the indigenous political system, as Nwokeji 2002 suggests the British imposed a political structure that favored the northern elites, laying the groundwork and local ethnic regional distribution.
Political science students education, match number 87. So I'll be talking on Nigeria's political influence and role in African democracy. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa and one of the largest economies, has a significant role in shaping the political landscape of the continent. In democratic journey marked by its struggles and success, it made Nigeria as an important player in the promotion and consolidation of democracy in Africa. According to Adekunle 2025, Nigeria's political tragedy influential on African democratic practice, as the country has often been seen as a leader in advocating for democracy value. Following independence since 1960, Nigeria experienced multiple military coups, period of authoritarian rule, and eventually democratic transition. The return of democracy in 1990, after a long stretch of military regime, marked a critical turning point. The return of democracy in 1990, after a long stretch of military regime, marked a critical standing point, not for Nigerians, but for the entire continent, who still 1991 allied the third wave of democratization in the late governance as a significant milestone in Africa. Struggle for democratic governance by the early 2000s, Nigeria returned to democracy rule, had a set precedent for other African countries struggling with similar political transition. As Nwokeji 2002 argues, Nigeria political development have provided both a model and a cautionary tales for African nations attempting to forge for their democratic path.
Political Science Major Department. Matric number 200503173. I'm talking on the evolution of democracy in Nigeria, the pre-colonial governance structure in Nigeria. Before the advent of colonial rule, Nigeria was home to diverse ethnic groups, each with its own political system and governance structures. The governance systems range from the centralized monarchies to the decentralized. That's the acephalous, that's the leaderless. And we have the societies that are reflecting the vast socio-political diversity within the region. The Hausa Fulani in the northern region operated a centralized political system under the Sokoto Caliphate, and an Islam theocracy established by Usman Dan Fodio in the year 1904 system that was under the last of the 1963. The governance structure was based on the Sharia legal system, with the Sultan serving both the Emirate system was hierarchical, with the emirs governing various territories and administering laws in consultations with religious scholars and advisors. So the religions and the Yoruba political system, on the other hand, was monarchical, but it was included by a system of check and balances. The Oyo Empire, on the other hand, was also monarchical, and it was the most sophisticated Yoruba system of government,
and it was powered by the 8th grade. The Igbo society is southeastern Nigeria. It had a decentralized republican system of government, and it was relied on the village assembly, and it was also based on the 8th grade. Thank you.
On the Department of Political Science Education, particular number 2002-09112. And I'm talking on the Nigeria's contribution to the democratic development in Africa. Nigeria has played a major role in the pivotal African diplomatic landscape, particularly in promoting democratic governance across the continent as a whole. As Africa's most populous and one of the biggest countries in Africa, Nigeria has consistently engaged in diplomatic efforts to mandate political trials and support democratic transition. According to Adebanjo 2008, Nigeria's foreign policy has historical emphasizes regional stability.
My name is Pola Oluwatomise, matric number 220-9128. I'm here to talk about the conclusion of the Nigeria contribution to democratic development in Africa. So Nigeria has played a pivotal role in Africa's diplomatic landscape, particularly in promoting democratic governance across the continent. As Africa's most populous nation and one of its largest economies, Nigeria has consistently engaged in diplomatic efforts to mediate political crisis and support democratic transition. According to Adebanjo 2008, Nigeria's foreign policy has historically emphasized regional stability, often positioning the country as a key mediator in the Libya Civil War, 1989 to 1990 or to 1996, where it led to the economic community of the West African states. Monitoring Group ECOMOG.
This is ADEKUNLE AJASIN University Akungba Akoko. My name is Olamide Abayomi from the Department of Political Science, and this is a presentation on Post 409, and I'll be the first speaker for Group 15. We will be discussing briefly on a topic: Nigeria and World Bank. As we all know, Nigeria is an heterogeneous country which comprises of different ethnic groups. Nigeria gained independence in the year 1960, October 1st, and Nigeria became a member of the World Bank in the year 1961. The relationship between Nigeria and World Bank is one that's called the intricacies of international cooperation, dependency, and economic growth and development. Since Nigeria became a member of World Bank in 1961, the institution has played a crucial and significant role in shaping Nigeria's economic policy, especially through developmental grants, loan, and advisory services, financial advisory services. This engagement, while aiming at stimulating growth, has also raised concerns about the implication of external influence on domestic policy making. Nigeria, as a middle-income, oil-producing nation, has faced many challenges. Nigeria has been confronted with various challenges ranging from rapid population development, because Nigeria is a country with large population. Nigeria population growth to economic diversification, and these challenges often necessitate from external intervention in the form of multilateral financial and developmental assistance. The World Bank has been a helping and assisting hand, a lending hand to Nigeria. And this study explores the historical, economic, and political dynamic of the Nigeria-World Bank relationship, because it will provide comprehensive and understanding analysis of how Nigeria interacts and the influence of Nigeria foreign policy and decision-making processes. So I'll be stopping here while the floor is open for the next speaker. Thank you.
My name is Ogunshola Blessing Abraham from the Department of Political Science 400 level. I'll be talking on the historical overview of Nigeria-World Bank relation. Nigeria, Africa, is one of the most populous countries and the largest oil exporter. The World Bank has worked with Nigeria since 1999 to reduce poverty, human capital. The World Bank has made investments in Nigeria with 11 projects worth of 9.21 billion as of 2018. The World Bank has approved over 225 projects in Nigeria since 1954, most of which happened through IDA, credits, and IBRD loans. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Olaneva Joayemde from Public Administration. I'm talking about key World Bank projects in Nigeria. Number one is the Nigerian State Health Investment Project. This program focuses on improving healthcare delivery, and particularly in reproductive, child health, and nutrition services. It uses a performance-based financing model to incentivize healthcare providers, ensuring better services delivery. Then the second one is erosion and watershed management project. This project addresses the severe issue of soil erosion, which threatens agriculture, infrastructure, and livelihoods in many parts of Nigeria. This project implements erosion control measures, rehabilitates degraded lands, and strengthens institutional capacity for sustainable environment management. It also supports livelihood improvement for affected communities, helping them adapt to environment challenges and improve their economic stability. Then the third project is the Nigerian Electrification Project. This project increases access to electricity, particularly in the underserved and rural area. It focuses on off-grid solutions like solar hybrid, mini grids, and stand-alone solar systems to provide power to households, businesses, and public institutions. This project also includes an energizing education component, which provides reliable electricity to universities and teaching hospitals, and improving educational and healthcare services. Thank you.
Bolatari Latipat from the Department of Public Administration. I'm talking on the impact of World Bank policies on Nigeria foreign policies. Overview of Nigeria foreign policies landscape. Nigeria foreign policy is shaped by a variety of domestic and international factors, including economic consideration, national security interests, and aspiration to strengthen its global stature. Nigeria's position in Africa as a regional power and its role within global international bodies like the United Nations, the African Union, and the Economic Community of West African States, which is ECOWAS, reinforce its aspiration for a proactive foreign policy. Additionally, the World Bank has played a prominent role in shaping Nigeria's policy decisions regarding international aid, development, and economic reform. Nigeria's foreign policy has historically been influenced by the need to balance economic growth, internal stability, and a desire to establish strong international alliances. Engagement with multilateral institutions such as the World Bank have led to its insignificant interactions in Nigeria's diplomatic relations, notably through economic and trade agreements, regional cooperation, and participation in international forums. Thank you.
My name is Idowu Dorcas Ifeoluwa from the Department of Political Science Education. I'll be taking the conclusion on the Nigeria and the World Bank. The relationship between Nigeria and the World Bank has been one of both compassion and tension. The World Bank has played a vital role in economic development, offering financial assistance and policy guidance, particularly in areas of infrastructural development, poverty reduction, and public sector reform. However, the interaction between Nigeria and the World Bank has not been without challenges. A variety of factors such as debt governance issues, inadequate focus on local context, and socio-economic impact have created persistent difficulties. One key observation is that despite the financial assistance provided by the World Bank, the country remains significantly burdened by its external debt, which is often exacerbated by political governance related issues. Thank you.
I'm going to be talking on the project topic, which is influence on Nigerian foreign policy. So I'm going to be taking the chapter 1, which is the introduction, dominant force in Africa. The country's foreign policy is largely influenced by its economic status, particularly its status as Africa's largest oil producer and a leading global oil exploiter. Nigeria's oil wealth produces significant geopolitical influence, allowing it to play a prominent role in Africa and international community. The relevancy on oil makes Nigeria's economy vulnerable to changing global oil prices, which can impact its foreign relations with other countries. To address these challenges, Nigeria is exploiting alternative economic avenues such as agriculture, technology, and renewable energy. Nigeria must balance its historical relevancy on oil with the needs of diversification to create sustainable foreign policy strategy. By expanding its economic base, Nigeria aims to enhance its bargaining power and adapting to changing global economic conditions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is AJASIN from the Department of Political Science Students. I'll be talking on the influence of economy in the Nigeria foreign policy. The Chapter 2 of the influence of economy on the Nigeria foreign policy. Chapter 2 presents a review of the existing literature related to the influence of the economy, particularly oil, on Nigeria foreign policy. The review synthesizes key academic and contribution and scholarly perspective on the subjects, analyzing the historical, economic, and geographical factors that have shaped Nigeria's diplomatic and foreign policy decision. The Chapter 2 is organized theoretically referred to the major areas of research, forms of the roles of oil in economic diplomacy, to the broader impact of oil in Nigeria, international relations, and regional security. Theoretical perspective of foreign policy and economy involve dependency theory. We have dependency theory. We have implication of the dependency theory. What are the implication of the dependency theory? We have critical of modernization theory. We have the global capitalism and exploitations. We have policy recommendations and developing countries. Criticism of dependency theory. Dependency theory has been influential. It has been faced critics argue and dependency theories focuses too much on external factors and neglect the roles of internal governance, corruptions, and poor economic management within developing countries. Some critics argue that the theories present the countries, and some critics.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olayinka from Political Science. I'll be talking on the economic challenges and Nigeria foreign policy priorities. This chapter examines how Nigeria economic challenges shape its foreign policy decisions. As Africa's largest economy, Nigeria faces persistent economic struggle, including oil price volatility, weak economic diversification, fiscal deficits, economic inequality, and so on. I'll be explaining oil price volatility. Nigeria heavily relies on crude oil exports, which accounts for 90% of its exportations earnings. Fluctuations in global oil prices impact revenue, leading to financial instability and forcing Nigeria to adjust its foreign policy to attract investments and employ alternative trade markets. Secondly, economic diversification. Nigeria has attempted to move away from oil dependence through initiatives like Vision 2020 and like economic recovery growth plans such as the ERGP. However, limited success in diversification has led the country to focus on building economic partnership in sectors like agriculture, technology, and manufacturing. Thirdly, corruption and governance challenges. Corruption, particularly in the oil sector, has weakened Nigeria's economic development and tarnished its international image. Poor governance discourages foreign investments and limits Nigeria's ability to engage in economic diplomacy effectively.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kali Joshua Shukemeka from the Department of Public Administration. I'm here to talk about Chapter 4, the role of oil in Nigerian foreign policy. Oil has been a cornerstone of Nigeria's economy and a driving force behind the country's foreign policy decisions. For several decades, as one of the largest oil producers in Africa, Nigeria's economic reliance on oil exports has not only shaped its domestic economic landscape, but also played a significant role in its diplomatic, strategic, and international relations. Now, the role of oil in shaping Nigeria's foreign policy. Oil is not just an economic resource for Nigeria, it's a tool of power and influence in its foreign policy. Nigeria's oil wealth has allowed the country to assert itself regularly, regionally, and globally, establishing significant relationships with major oil importing countries like the United States, China, European nations. Oil also provides Nigeria with the financial resources to engage in foreign diplomacy, humanitarian projects, and security operations within and outside its harbors. Nigeria's oil diplomacy and its role in OPEC. Nigeria's membership in OPEC has also had a profound impact on the country's foreign policy. As one of the founding members, of the organization, Nigeria has used its positions in OPEC to negotiate favorable oil production quotas, influence global oil and prices, and secure its place as a key player in international energy markets. Now, oil and Nigeria's economic diplomacy. Oil's central role in Nigeria's economic diplomacy cannot be overstated. Nigeria uses oil as a powerful tool in its interactions with other countries, particularly oil importing nations that rely on Nigeria crude. Nigeria has long sought the position of itself as a key energy supplier, engaging in bilateral agreements and partnerships.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abiola Latobaba from the Department of Public Administration. I'm here to talk about the Chapter 5, which includes the conclusion and recommendation. Now, the summary. This study has examined the increased relationship between Nigeria's economy and its foreign policy, with a particular focus on the role of oil in shaping Nigeria's diplomatic and international relations. The central argument of this research is that Nigeria's foreign policy is fundamentally influenced by the economic realities, with oil playing a key role to driving Nigeria's engagement with the country and a broader geopolitical strategies. The conclusion: Nigeria's foreign policy continues to be significantly influenced by economic conditions, particularly the reliance on oil. Nigeria have been relying on oil since the time of Yakubu Gowon, which was in the time of Yakubu Gowon, which included the Civil War and the oil boom, which was between oil diplomatic, securing the agreement with oil importing countries, and positioning itself as a key role in the global energy market. The recommendation, based on the findings of this study, the following are some recommendations that improve Nigerian foreign policy. Number one, we have diversification of the economy. Nigeria must accelerate its effort to divert its economy beyond oil. The government should focus on agriculture and technology instead. Their main focus should never be on oil alone. Number two, we have enhanced regional and global engagement. Nigeria should continue to play an active role in regional organizations like ECOWAS and the rest. Number three, we have investment in human capital and infrastructure. Nigeria should invest in human capital and infrastructure to support economic and diversification. And we have the references. We have the like of Adebayo, 2008, the cause of Bali, Africa after the Cold War, Investor of KwaZulu, Natal Press. We have Adebi, 2019, Nigeria and the global crisis. Thank you.
Good day everyone. I'm here to give an introduction on the topic implication on national economy on Nigerian foreign policy. Firstly, I would like to explain what foreign policy means. Foreign policy refers to the strategy and action a country employs in its interaction with other countries, international organizations, and other entities. Background to the study: Nigeria, as Africa's largest economy and a major oil producer, has a foreign policy closely tied to its economic interests. Its national relations are shaped by economic realities, particularly its dependence on all other revenue. Economic instability, inflation, debt, and poverty impact Nigeria diplomatic engagement and participation in global organizations like the AU and ECOWAS. So, moving to the research question: how does Nigerian economy shape the foreign policy?
The literature review. This literature reviews a complex relationship between Nigeria's national economy and its foreign policy. Economic diplomacy shaped by the country's oil wells, trade partnerships, and efforts at diversification plays a central role in Nigeria's foreign policy. However, Nigeria's foreign policy is also influenced by a host of economic challenges, including economic instability, debt management, and dependence on oil. These case studies presented demonstrate how economic factors shape Nigeria's interactions with global and regional actors, but also highlight the difficulties Nigerians face in aligning with economic and foreign policy goals. This chapter also contains the theoretical framework, which are the primary theories, which are the liberalism, realism, and economic structuralism. In the realist theory, This states that international system in anarchy and states must act primarily in their national interest, often defined in terms of military and economic power. The economic aspect of realism is particularly relevant for Nigeria as the nation's economic vulnerabilities, such as its dependence on oil, influence its international relations and foreign policy decisions. In the theory of liberalism, also in contrast to realists, emphasizes the potential for cooperation among states, especially in the areas of trade, diplomacy, international institutions. Liberal view economic independence and cooperation as crucial to foreign policy, which emphasizes on the regional integration and participation on international organizations such as the United Nations and the World Trade Organization.
Research methodology. This describes the methodology employed to examine the implications of Nigeria's national economy on its foreign policy. This study adopts a qualitative research supported by historical and descriptive methods to analyze the intersections between economic factors and foreign policy strategies. This methodology ensures the reliable data are collected, analyzed, and interpreted to address the research objectives effectively. Research design. The study adopts a qualitative research design which facilitates in-depth exploration of Nigeria's economic factors and their influence on foreign policy. Study area. The study focuses on Nigeria as a case study. Nigeria's economy heavily dependent on oil exports and its foreign policy decisions in the context of international organizations such as ECOWAS, OPEC, and the African Union are examined. The study considers both historical and contemporary data to provide a holistic understanding of Nigeria's economy and diplomatic dynamics. Population of study. The population of this research includes experts, international relations, policy makers, economists, and academics who specialize in Nigeria's foreign policy and economic development. Sampling techniques. Purposive sampling is adopted to select relevant data sources and key informants. This non-probability sampling technique focuses on individuals and documents capable of providing rich, relevant, and detailed insights. Methods of data collection. This study relies primarily on secondary data which are obtained from the following sources: government documents, academic literature, international reports, media reports. Data analysis. This collected data analyzed using thematic context analysis, focusing on recurring themes such as the influence of economic variables such as oil, dependency, and trade on Nigeria's foreign policy, Nigeria's participation in global and regional organizations, the impact of economic crises such as inflation and debt on foreign relations, validity and reliability. To ensure validity and reliability, the study utilizes multiple data sources, including government reports, academic literature, international publications. Consistency in findings and across the source confirms their credibility. Experts' reviews of findings further enhance the study's robustness. In conclusion, this outlined the research methodology employed to investigate the implications of Nigeria's national economy on its foreign policy. The qualitative approach, combined with secondary data analysis, provides a robust framework for exploring the research objectives.
Data analysis and discussion of findings. This chapter presents the findings from the research analysis, the data in line with the research objectives. The discussion highlights the relationship between Nigeria's national economic and its foreign policy, providing insight into how economic reality influence diplomatic decisions. The analysis is framed by the theoretical perspective outlined in Chapter 2 and draw out secondary data from government reports, scholars' work, international source, the influence of Nigeria's economic on foreign policy, economic crisis and Nigeria diplomatic posture, regional integration and economic diplomatic, Nigeria's economic dependence on oil and its implications for foreign policies. Discussions of findings. This chapter analyzes the findings on the relationship between Nigeria's national economic and its foreign policy. The study highlights the significant influence of economic factors such as oil dependence, economic crisis, and regional integration efforts on Nigeria's diplomatic strategies.
Summary and conclusion. This chapter summarizes the findings of the study, draw conclusions based on the analysis presented in Chapter 4, and offers recommendations for policymakers, researchers, and stakeholders. This study employed the implication of Nigeria's national challenge and opportunity that economic factors present to Nigeria's diplomatic initiative. Summaries of findings. The research identified key economic factors that significantly influence Nigeria policy. The following are the major findings: economic strength and foreign policy engagement, impacts of economic crisis, debt and external, economic devastation as a policy priority. The lack of the devastation in Nigeria economic limits is a capacity to leverage economic power in foreign policies. Efforts to promote non-oil sectors such as agriculture and manufacturing have faced implementation challenges. In conclusion, these studies conclude the Nigerian foreign policy heavily influenced by the economic realities. While economic strengths provide a platform for an active diplomatic engagement, such as oil dependency, economic crisis, and debt burden limits, Nigeria's ability to fully realize its foreign politics ambition. Research highlights that the need of economic devastation and strategic policy alignment to enhance the Nigeria diplomatic effectiveness and ensure sustainable development. Furthermore, the findings of emphasizes the Nigerian leadership in regional and international organizations and its diversified economic is essential for maintaining the country's influence in global affairs and achieve its foreign policy objectives.
Good everyone, my name is Ibe Kalogerafi. I'm here to present the topic Nigeria role in Organization of African Unity. So I will start with the introduction, chapter 1. The Organization of African Unity, established on May 25, 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, marked a historical moment in African quest for unity, self-determination, and socio-political advancement. This Pan-African organization emerged as a response to the challenges of colonialism, apartheid, and neo-colonialism that threatened the continent's cohesion. Nigeria, a prominent African nation with a rich history of anti-colonial struggles and an ardent advocate for African unity, has consistently played a pivotal role in the activities and development of the OAU, now transformed into the African Union. Since its inception, Nigeria has been an active participant, contributing diplomatically, financially, and militarily to various initiatives of the OAU. The country's commitment to the liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s, its effort towards conflict resolution, and its significant influence in driving regional integration have underscored its indispensable role in the organization. However, Nigeria's involvement in the OAU has been without challenges. The country has grappled with internal political instability, economic volatility, and criticism about the effectiveness of its interventions. Despite these obstacles, Nigeria's efforts remain a testament to its unwavering dedication to the ideas of Pan-Africanism and its vision of a united, peaceful, and prosperous continent. This study examines the historical and contemporary roles of Nigeria in the OAU, exploring its contributions, challenges, and the broader implications of its action of African unity and development.
Chapter 2, Literature Review. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, established as a continental platform for promoting unity, peace, and social economic progress, has been widely analyzed in the academic literature. Scholars have extensively debated its achievements, challenges, and the contributions of key member states, such as Nigeria. As one of Africa's most populous nations and a regional leader. Nigeria's active participation in the OAU has been the focus of various studies exploring its political, economic, and diplomatic engagements. The literature on Nigeria's role in the OAU reflects diverse perspectives, ranging from its efforts in conflict resolution and peacekeeping to its advocacy for decolonization and regional integration. Empirical review. Adebayo 2017 analyzed Nigeria's involvement in the establishment of the OAU, emphasizing its role as a mediator among African states with divergent ideologies. The study highlighted Nigeria's diplomatic effort in bridging the divide between the Casablanca and Monrovia blocs, which had differing visions for African unity. Through archival research and interviews with Nigerian diplomats, Adebayo 2017 concluded that Nigeria's non-aligned stance and commitment to Pan-African ideals were instrumental in forging consensus among member states. However, the study noted that Nigeria's leadership was occasionally constrained by internal political instability. Conclusion. The literature on Nigeria's role in the Organization of African Unity underscores the country's significant contributions to African unity, peacekeeping, and regional integration.
Chapter 3. Historical overview of Nigeria roles in OAU. Nigeria roles in Organization of African Unity, OAU, reflects its enduring commitment to the principles of Pan-Africanism, regional solidarity, and collective self-reliance. As one of the founding members of OAU in 1963, Nigeria has consistently leveraged its political, economic, and diplomatic influence to advance organization's objectives, including decolonization, conflict resolution, and regional integration. Nigeria's role in organization was driven by recognition of interdependence of African mission and necessity of unity in addressing shared challenges such as colonialism, apartheid, and underdevelopment. Nigeria's contribution to the growth and success of OAU were multifaceted, spanning political, economic, and diplomatic dimensions. Politically, Nigeria was a staunch advocate for decolonization and eradication of apartheid. The Nigerian government provided financial, military, and diplomatic support to Liberian movements in South Africa, including the African National Congress (ANC) in South Africa and Zimbabwe African National Union (SANU) in Zimbabwe. Despite the substantial contribution, Nigeria faced numerous challenges in its role within OAU. One of the most significant challenges was the financial burden of funding organization activities.
Chapter 4. The Nigeria role in OAU. This chapter provides a comprehensive analysis of Nigeria's role in the OAU, focusing on its mediation and peacekeeping effort, leadership in regional integration, and the impact of its economic and political policy on the organization growth and effectiveness. What are the roles of Nigeria in OAU? Number 1, Nigeria mediation and peacekeeping efforts. Nigeria's active involvement in mediation and peacekeeping within the OAU reflected its commitment to foster stability and security across the continent. Throughout the OAU existence, Nigeria played a pivotal role in resolving conflicts in various African countries, leveraging its diplomatic influence and military resources to promote peace. For example, Nigeria's contribution to peacekeeping in Liberia and Sierra Leone through the Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group (ECOMOG) were instrumental in stabilizing this war-torn nation under OAU mandates. Number 2, Nigerian leadership in regional integration. Nigerian leadership in regional integration under the OAU was marked by its advocacy for policy and initiative aimed at fostering economic cooperation and reducing dependence on external power. One of Nigeria's most significant contributions was its support for the Lagos Plan of Action, which emphasized self-reliance industrialization, and the promotion of intra-African trade. Number three, impact of Nigeria economic and political policy on OAU. Nigeria economic and political policy significantly influence the OAU operation and priority. As one of the organization's largest financial contributors, Nigeria provided substantial funding for OAU programs and initiatives, demonstrating its commitment to the organization's sustainability. Conclusion. Nigeria's role in the OAU underscores its importance as a key driver of African unity and development. Through its mediation and peacekeeping efforts, Nigeria demonstrated a commitment to addressing the continent's security challenges and fostering stability. Its leadership in regional integration initiative reflected a vision for economic self-reliance and collective prosperity.
Summary, conclusion, and recommendations. Summary of findings. This study explored Nigeria's role in the Organization of African Unity, highlighting its contributions to African unity, peace, and development. The research was guided by objectives aimed at examining Nigeria's mediation and peacekeeping efforts, its leadership in regional integration, and the impact of its economic and political policies on the OAU. A qualitative methodology was employed, drawing on secondary data from scholarly articles, historical records, and official documents. The study established that Nigeria played a pivotal role in the formation of the OAU, advocating for a gradualist approach to African unity and promoting principles of sovereignty and non-interference. Conclusion. The study concludes that Nigeria's role in the OAU was both transformative and multifaceted, reflecting its commitment to the principles of Pan-Africanism and collective self-reliance. As one of the founding members, Nigeria played a significant role in shaping the OAU's agenda, promoting decolonization and advocating for the eradication of apartheid. Its mediation and peacekeeping efforts underscored its dedication to fostering stability and security across the continent, while its leadership in regional integration initiatives demonstrated a vision for economic collaboration and sustainable development.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eleviji Sources. I'll be speaking on the chapter 5 of this project, the summary, conclusion, and the recommendation. The chapter 1 look into the background studies of the foreign policy under Buhari Diagon administration. The chapter 2 focus on the related literature review, where many works of previous scholars were reviewed. The realist theory was adopted for the study, which developed by some realists such as Machiavelli, Thomas Hobbes, and the host of others, to explain the action of Buhari Diagon during their formulation and implementation of their foreign policy. Chapter 3 of this study focused on the historical overview of the foreign policy in Nigeria under the regime of Buhari Diagon. Also, the chapter 4 of the study analyzed and provided a discussion on the research question and objective raised in the study. The study adopted secondary method of data collection, which were majorly based on the journal, textbook, and other sources of electronics. The conclusion based on the nature of the findings in this study, Buhari and Diagon regime foreign policy was shaped by economic decline, political instability, and a host of others. This resulting to the protection of national interests. The achievement of the Buhari and Diagon regime included the resistance to MIF conditionalities, the support for Africa, decolonization, measures like counter trade and illegal immigrants. Thank you.
Àti blọọkì ojú ìfẹ́ rí olúwa o. Ayọ̀lúwo lè dìde kó wá wájú bí kò fẹ́ wá bá wọn mì.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Shola. I'll be speaking on the chapter 4, which is data processing and analysis. So this chapter is talking about the achievements and its lasting impact of the Nigerian state. So I'll be going straight to the chapter 1. Factors influencing foreign policy. Domestic context. The regime inherited a nation gripping with economic challenges, political instability, and social unrest. The need for economic recovery and political stability play a significant role in shaping their foreign policy decisions. Second one, international context. The Cold War rivalry between the US and the Soviet Union, combined with the rise of non-aligned movement, influenced Nigeria's foreign policy posture. Achievements of the Buhari-Ideagbon foreign policy include promotion of regional integration, support for liberation movement, strengthening diplomatic ties, focus on economic diplomacy. Outcomes of the Buhari-Ideagbon foreign policy includes economic challenges. The regime focus on economic recovery and stability did not yield significant results. The country faced economic difficulties, including high inflation and others. 2. Limited impact on regional conflicts. The regime's intervention in regional conflicts, such as the Chad-Libya conflict, did not achieve lasting peace. This analysis provides a preliminary understanding of the Buhari-Ideagbon regime's foreign policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aribedola Sukomigebe, discussing the historical overview of the study, the Buhari-Ideagbon. The colonial era in Nigerian foreign policy represents a time when the country had no autonomous role in shaping its external relations, as all diplomatic, economic, and strategic decisions were under the controls of the British Empire. Nigeria's position in the international community was entirely subordinate to the interests of its colonial rulers, with the British Empire dictating its foreign policy to serve imperial objectives. The lack of sovereignty in Nigeria's affairs fundamentally shaped the trajectory of Nigeria's international relations for decades to come. Following the military coup in 1966, Nigerian foreign policy was heavily influenced by its internal situation, including the civil war and the political instability caused by successive military leaders. Nigeria's involvement in international diplomatic efforts aimed at garnering support for its position during the civil war shows the importance placed on sovereignty and the protection of national unity. In 1999, Nigeria made a transition back to civilian ruler under President Olusegun Obasanjo. This marked the end of the military era, and Obasanjo's administration shifted Nigerian foreign policy towards economy, diplomacy, regional integration, and efforts to restore Nigerian global standing. With the return of democracy, Nigeria sought to re-engage with international organizations and rebuild relations with the West. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Agbola Luashiraya from the Department of Political Science Education. I and my colleagues are presenting on Nigerian relations with USA. So I am taking the introduction part. Nigeria and the United States has a complex and dynamic relationship that spans over 6 decades. The two countries established diplomatic relations in 1960 following the Nigerian independence from British colonial rule. Historically, the relationship between Nigeria and USA has been influenced by many factors, including Cold War, Nigerian Civil War. During the Nigerian Civil War, the USA adopted a neutral stance, which strengthened the relationship between the USA and the Nigeria. In 1970s, disagreement over Southern Africa, particularly appeared in South Africa, creates tension between the both countries. However, the USA and Nigeria have the have also cooperated on various issues such as counter-terrorism, trade, and investment. Today, the USA is one of the Nigeria's largest partner with bilateral trade value at over 8.1 billion in 2020. The USA is also a significant source of foreign investment in Nigeria, particularly in the oil and gas sectors.
Alright, so I'll be starting from where my counterpart stopped, and I'll be taking the chapter 2, which is the literature review on the relationship between Nigeria and USA. As we all know, for every country entering into the political sphere globally, they enter with their national interest in mind. And what is national interest? National interest are the goals set by a country that they want to achieve, which they put above every other thing. So, which is not different both for Nigeria and USA. However, the relationship between Nigeria and USA is one which is beneficiary. It is one which the national interest of both USA and national interest of Nigeria collides and come into what brings them together. As much as Nigeria at inception said that they are part of the non-aligned bloc, that is, they are not belonging either to the Western bloc or to the Eastern bloc, but we see that in relationship, Nigeria is more to the Western bloc, especially to the USA, more than every other country. And this is because right from 1960, after gaining independence, the US government gave Nigeria $25 million for a developmental program. And this also we can see in many aspects of relationship between them, as Nigeria is the major country in Africa that USA invests in the most. USA invests more in Nigeria than every other African countries, and their relationship is in two forms. It is economical and it is political, as the core value of the United States of America policy is protection of lives and property, their citizens ahead of any other thing, and security. They have also helped Nigeria in many forms of maintaining their independence. During 1975, when there was the issue of civil war, one of the things that we saw was that the US government was not taking part with any of the bloc, whether the military or not. However, there are a lot of things that has happened within the scope of the relationship between Nigeria and USA, as many governments has come with different policies. Military regimes policies are different from the democratic regimes. So this relationship has continued right from 1960 up to this present time.
I'll continue from where my colleague stopped. I'll continue the chapter 3, the research methodology. The historical approach was used in this paper data collecting and analysis, with a focus on secondary data sources and quantitative data analysis. The study used a comparative methodology comparing the foreign policy of the Goodluck administration in the year 2011 to year 2015 with those of its successor, President Muhammad Buhari, in the year 2015 to 2021. Thanks.
Good day, everyone. I will continue from where my partner stopped, which is the chapter 4, data analysis. After Nigerian independence in 1960, there have been a relationship with the US in both political and economic aspects. I will be giving the key areas of cooperation, which is one, the security cooperation. Nigeria has been in touch with the US in security, especially during the crisis of Boko Haram. US has been a major backbone and support of the Nigeria Army. Also, peace maintaining mission. Nigeria also be a key effect into helping the US in promoting peace around the world, majorly in Africa. Nigeria has been one of the backbone of peacekeeping in Africa. Through trade and economy, Nigeria and the US have been in touch in trade and economy, while Nigeria imports some of their major goods from the US, and also US importing some of their major goods from Nigeria. So number 3 is diplomatic relationship. Nigeria and the US have gone so far into diplomatic relationship. It has been said that US is one of the brotherhood of Nigerian country. I will also be talking about human rights and governance issue. Human rights and governance issue. Nigeria and the US have been a major political country which take the human rights serious and the governmental issue serious. The constitution is one of the basic arm of this both country, and thereby secure these two arms, which is the human rights and promotion of black men in Africa. Okay, also we have the visa and immigration policy. US have been allowing the Nigerians to come into their space for work and for studies, and also Nigerians have also been allowing the US to also come for either tourism and some other things, investing into the capital of Nigeria as a whole. Thank you.
Moving down to the summary, conclusion, and the recommendation part of the relationship between the Nigeria and the USA. It is an age-long bilateral engagement and multinational cooperation which the Nigeria-US economic has been a matter of revolution process. The Nigeria-US economic relationship constitutes an essential channel or window through which the United States policies makers and its agencies exercise leverage on the Nigeria environment, and in a matter that's beneficial to the US domestic or nation interest. Since Nigeria economic is an undeveloped, it is political economic relationship should be driven by the Afrocentric objectives, such as strengthening the normative, breaking the barriers of the trade, and so on. In conclusion, the world is indeed faced with a new reality, which the current conception of national interest seems quite an acceptable phenomenon and makes nations to think global in their economic and bilateral engagement based on universal welfare. Further to the above summation, appropriate strategies and massive investments in the infrastructure and techniques as capacity needs to be accelerated. It must be noted that the political economic interest of the US in Nigeria is to take advantage of Nigeria's large market and sells manufactured products while using Nigeria as exporter of farming goods. This will be the end of this project, Nigerian relationship with the US. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abayorin Favor, and I'll be discussing on the conceptual clarification, literature review, and theoretical framework of the project. I will start with the conceptual clarification. The Buhari Idiagbon administration foreign policy can be understood through the lens of pragmatism, driven by need to assert Nigerian sovereignty and maintain national security. The regime emphasized the importance of non-alignment while fostering relationship with other developing countries, particularly the context of Cold War dynamics. Moving to the literature review, academic discourse surrounding this period highlight the tension between authoritarian government and democratic principles. Some scholars have indicated that Buhari Idiagbon policy was influenced by previous regime failures and the desire to restore order. The literature also points a focus on regional security, particularly in region Chad, and a cautious engagement with the West. Lastly, the theoretical framework approach. Framing Buhari Idiagbon policy is rooted in realism and constructivism, which emphasizes power dynamics in international relations and how identity and ideology shape Nigeria's international role. This framework enables an understanding of the interplay between Nigeria's socio-political realities and its international relations. Thank you.
I am a policy researcher on particular policies, Nigeria foreign policy under General Olusegun Obasanjo through 1976 to 1979. Here are my colleagues.
My name is Omotai Oluwaseyi from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Dada Rebecca Ebunluwa from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Oluwasegun Esther Omalade from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Dorogwe Mifibo Omolayo from the Department of Public Administration. My name is Andrew Oluwatoyin Afisas from the Department of Public Administration.
My name is ADEKUNLE from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Foriegn from the Department of Political Science. Action.
I'll be taking the chapter 1 of the Nigerian foreign policy under General Olusegun Obasanjo from the 1976 to 1971, which I took introduction and background of. Since gaining independence in 1960, Nigeria has played a pivotal role in shaping the political and economic landscape of it. The country's foreign policy has been influenced by a variety of factors, both domestic and international, and has undergone several transformations in response to the changing global and regional context. The period following Nigeria's military coup in 1966 and the subsequent civil war from the year 1967 to 1970 marked a critical turning point in the country's foreign policy. After the war, Nigeria sought to repair its international image and reassert its leadership role in Africa. The leadership of General Yakubu Gowon, who took power in 1966, was instrumental in Nigeria's diplomatic efforts during the post-war period. However, it was under the leadership of General Obasanjo that Nigerian foreign policy took a more assertive and structured form. Positioning Nigeria as a central force in African and global diplomacy. The emergence of General Olusegun Obasanjo as the leader of Nigeria in 1976 marked a critical shift in the country's foreign policy direction. Obasanjo's accession to power was preceded by the assassination of General Muritala Muhammed, the Nigerian head of state, in a failed coup attempt. Obasanjo, who was his deputy, took over the leadership of the country and continued many of the policies initiated by the predecessor. Obasanjo assumed power during a period of heightened international tensions and significant political changes in Africa.
Yes, I'll be taking chapter 2 of the project unit series, which is the literature review. Under it, we have the continuity and change in Nigerian foreign policy, and also we have the ideological underpinning, and we have the institutional strengthening. So the foreign policy framework under General Olusegun Obasanjo leadership from 1976 to 1979 was shaped by the continuity of strategy initiated by General Muritala Muhammad and a series of innovations that reflect Obasanjo leadership and styles. While there are clear continuity in the Nigerian foreign policy goal, especially in the term of Pan-Africanism, anti-colonialism, and Nigeria regional leadership ambition, Obasanjo tenure introduced significant changes aimed at institutionally these goals and enhance Nigeria diplomatic reach. Under General Muritala Muhammad, who served as the head of state from 1976 until its assassination in 1976, Nigerian foreign policy was marked by a decisive shift towards more assertive diplomacy and active involvement in African and global political affairs. When Obasanjo assumed power after Muhammad's death, he largely continued the policy of the predecessor. However, his foreign policy was also characterized by efforts to build upon the diplomatic groundwork laid by Muritala Muhammad and to strengthen Nigeria's position as a regional leader. So the second part is ideological underpinning. Obasanjo's foreign policy was guided by a set of ideological principles that emphasize Pan-Africanism, anti-colonialism, and non-alignment in global politics. This ideology does not only shape Nigeria's approach, but it also shaped the Nigeria foreign policy in a way that it provides a moral framework for the country's engagement with other rest of the world. Pan-Africanism was a cornerstone of Nigeria foreign policy under Obasanjo, and the concept Pan-Africanism was advocate for the unity and solidarity of African nations. It has also been a central tenet of Nigeria foreign policy since independence. So I'll be taking chapter 3 that contains the key areas and focus in Nigerian foreign policy. We have 3 points which are anti-apartheid struggle, regional integration and leadership in Africa, relation with global power. The anti-apartheid struggle. Nigeria's role in the anti-apartheid struggle remain one of the most important significance of foreign policy. Nigeria's active opposition to apartheid began in the early year when Nigeria gained its independence, and it played a central role in the formation of the Organization of African Unity (OAU) in 1963, which sought to support liberation movements across Africa, including those fighting against apartheid. Then we have the second point: regional integration and leadership in Africa. Regional integration has always been a central pillar of Nigerian foreign policy, driven by the belief of economic and political cooperation between African states. Is crucial for the continent's stability and prosperity. In the 1960s, Nigeria played a key role in the formation of OAU, which aimed to promote unity and solidarity among African nations to eliminate colonialism and apartheid from the continent. Now we have the third point: relation with global power. Nigeria's foreign policy has been shaped with the effort to navigate the complexity of international relations, particularly with global power like the United States, the Soviet Union, and the superpower. Yes.
I'll be taking chapter 7, foreign policy, and I'll be also highlighting the achievements and challenges of Obasanjo foreign policy. Major achievements of Olusegun Obasanjo returns to power in 1999 as Nigerian president after a period of a military rule marked a significant moment in country history. Obasanjo foreign policy initiated were pivotal in reshaping Nigeria's international standing and consolidating its roles in the regional politics, and also advancing Nigerian global aspirations. His foreign policy during his presidency from 1999 to 2007 was driven by this objective: restoring Nigerian leadership roles in Africa, promoting economic diplomacy, and also consolidating the country's democracy on the international stage. Most of the achievements on Obasanjo foreign policy are: Nigeria emerged as a prominent African leader. Obasanjo's primary achievement was Nigeria emerged as a prominent leader in African politics. After years of international isolation due to his military dictatorship, Nigeria regained its reputation as a regional power. This was in part due to Obasanjo's commitment to restoring the civilian rule, supporting democracy, and advocating for peace and stability on the continent. Obasanjo returned to the international stage, which began to focus on the engaging with the international community, particularly in Africa. We have some of the achievements on Obasanjo foreign policy, which are consolidating of Nigeria's role in anti-apartheid diplomacy, and we also have the strengthening of regional and political cooperation. And most of the critical challenges we have in his foreign policy are: most of the challenges under Obasanjo foreign policy are economic strain from foreign policy commitments, international political instability and impact on foreign policy, and the criticism of Nigeria overextension in foreign policy and issues.
So I'll be taking chapter 5 of conclusion. The Nigerian foreign policy portrayed by General Olusegun Obasanjo 1979 was a transformative period in Nigerian diplomatic history, building on the foundation of General General Olusegun Obasanjo through a focus on pan-Africanism, regional integration, and pragmatic global engagement. His administration established Nigeria as a leader in Africa and international affairs. While economic challenge and criticism of overextension posed limitation, Obasanjo's legacy remains significant. The framework and principle established during his period continue to influence Nigerian foreign policy today. By maintaining a commitment to African unity, justice, and pragmatic diplomacy, Nigeria can build on this legacy to address contemporary challenges in an increasingly complex global environment.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Akinlaja, and I'm here to talk about the introductory aspect of the study. The topic implies Buhari Idiagbon foreign policy outcome. No nation operates in isolation. As we all know, all nations coexist within the global system for mutual cooperation and assistance. Foreign policy purposely emanated for the meaningful interaction with other states and non-state actors in the world because every country adopts some basic principles for its mode of operation. The foreign policy outcome of Buhari Idiagbon administration holds significant relevance for understanding Nigeria's diplomatic history and its approach to sovereignty, national interest and regional leadership. This era, spanning 1983 to 1985, marked a departure from diplomacy of preceding government, with the military regime adopting a more assertive and sovereignty-driven foreign policy. The central importance was to ensure economic self-reliance and to preserve Nigeria's territorial integrity, even at the expense of strained relations with traditional allies. The significance of this study lies in its ability to bridge gaps in existing literature on Nigeria's foreign policy during the military regimes. By examining the ideological underpinnings of policies such as the execution of illegal immigrants under the Ghana Must Go initiative and the administration anti-apartheid stance, the research provided insight into how sovereignty-centered decisions impacted Nigeria's regional and global standing. Thank you. Stay tuned while my colleagues take you through the other chapters of this study. Thank you.
I am ADEKUNLE from the Department of Political Science Education, matriculation number 2002090004.
My name is Oluwalusi Temidayo, matric number 190503029, Political Science major.
My name is Kambido Lariwaju Samuel from the Department of Political Science, matric number 2005-03140.
My name is Olanipekun Esther Abosede from the Department of Public Administration, matriculation number 260-4114.
I am Benga Daniel Olukoju from the Department of Political Science major, matric number 250-3027.
My name is Adigwan Michael from the Department of Political Science major, matric number 250-3111.
My name is Oleka Ayomide Joyce from the Department of Political Science Edu, matriculation number 200-2090-43.
I'm here to introduce the topic, Nigeria-South Africa relation and overview. It is evident that since independence in 1960, Africa has remained at the forefront of Nigeria foreign policy. This nucleus of our foreign policy saw the country committing herself fanatically to decolonization of the African continent and eradication of racial discrimination and domination. According to Onuola, 2008, the first opportunity for Nigeria to implement a foreign policy on anti-colonialism was provided by the Shelbyville Massacre of 21st of March 1960. During the incident, the white South African police attacked South African black protesting against racial discrimination and domination. Example was the suspension of South Africa from the Commonwealth in 1961 and the imposition of trade embargo under the auspices of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. Nigeria was instrumental to the call for complete isolation of South Africa by the international community.
Good day, everyone. My name is Adebayo Adedeji. I'm here to discuss the topic Nigerian-South African relations. First of all, it's actually a study on Nigerian-South African relations during the early years of Nigerian independence and the highlights and the complexity of their relations altogether. Adebanjo in 2010 notes that Nigerian anti-apprehended stains lead to tension with South Africa, and while also creating these opportunities for the cooperation in areas like trade and education. He also said that research on the post-apprehended era highlights the growth of the economic ties between Nigeria and South Africa. Thank you.
I'm here to discuss about Nigeria history briefly. The history of Nigeria can be traced to the earliest inhabitants, whose date remain at least 13,000 BC through the early civilizations such as the Nok culture that began around 1500 BC. Numerous ancient African civilizations settled in the region that is known today as Nigeria, such as the Kingdom of Niri, the Benin Kingdom, and the Oyo Empire. Islam reached Nigeria through the Borno Empire between 1068 AD and the Hausa Kingdom during the 11th century, while Christianity came to Nigeria in the 15th century through Augustina from Portugal to the Kingdom of Warri. The Songhai Kingdom also occupied part of the region through contact with Europeans. Early harbour towns such as Calabar, Badagry emerged among the coast after 1480, which did business in the translated slave trade, among other things. Conflicts in the hinterland, such as the civil war in the Oyo Empire, meant that new enslaved people were constantly being supplied.
To discuss about the history of South Africa. Officially, the Republic of South Africa is the southmost country in Africa. Its 9 provinces are bounded to the south by 2,798 kilometers, and the outpost line that stretch along the South Africa, Atlantic, and Indian Ocean. To the north by the neighboring countries of Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. To the east and the south by Zimbabwe and Eswatini, and it encloses Lesotho. The country has over 62 million people. Pastoral is the administrative capital, where Cape Town is the seat of parliament. Is the legislative capital. Bloemfontein has traditionally and regarded as the judicial capital. The largest and the most populous city is Johannesburg, followed by Cape Town.
Here to discuss Nigeria-South African relation. It is imperative to highlight the domestic environment which has impacted on the trust of Nigeria-South African relation. Principles among these include the nature of politics and economy in Nigeria, the personal hydrocratic position of the president, the country's demographic status and trends in the international arena, the restoration of democracy in Nigeria in the year 1999 opened the floodgate for a new wave of interstate relations between both countries. This was against the nepotism and parastatus occupied by Nigeria during the military regime of General Sani Abacha. Consequently, this analysis posits that the political leadership in both countries could be said to be exercising full legitimacy of engagement built on democratic principles. This new political orientation significantly influenced the confidence and commitment of the Obasanjo and Macbeth eras, which ushered both Nigeria and South Africa into the 21st century.
So what my colleagues have said earlier. So I would like to tell you guys the summary of our work. In early years 1960 to 1990s, Nigeria opposed apartheid in South Africa, leading to tensions between the two countries. Despite this, Nigeria and South Africa maintained diplomatic relations and cooperated in areas like trade and education. Nigeria-South African relations improved significantly after the end of apartheid. The two countries strengthened economic ties, with South Africa's company investing heavily in Nigeria. Nigeria became one of South Africa's largest trading partners in Africa. Xenophobia attacks on Nigeria and South Africa have strained relationship between the two countries. Economic competition and rivalry have also created tension between the two countries, particularly in areas like trade and investment. Despite these challenges, Nigeria and South Africa maintain diplomatic relations and continue to cooperate in areas like regional security and economic development, trade and investment. Nigeria is one of the South Africa's largest trading partners in Africa. Regional security. Nigeria and South Africa have cooperated on regional security issues, particularly in areas of peacekeeping and conflict resolutions. Economic development. The two countries have cooperated on economic development, particularly in the areas like infrastructure development and skills transfer.
So, in conclusion, South Africa and Nigeria must reassure other African states that their intentions are noble. Both countries must consult other countries and ensure that their own actions are not seen as attempt to dominate continent in pursuit of their own political interests. It is only by taking measures to alleviate such concerns can Nigeria and South Africa become the continent of democracy and engine of economic growth.
My name is Alfred John Tanetuluwa, and I am here representing the topic Nigeria common interests of nations. So I'm taking the introductory part of this study and stating the background of the study. So the overriding consideration in foreign policy implementation is always on the concept of national interest. It is crucial to the survival of a nation and the basis of the analysis of foreign policy behavior of states. Every state therefore seeks to protect and project a national interest in the relationship with other states. Historically, the Commonwealth of Nations was an evolutionary outgrowth of the British Empire. The term Commonwealth refers to the association of nations which retain a close connection with the United Kingdom and whose head of government meets together frequently to discuss matters of common interest. So now, what is common interest? The notion of common interest is vague and therefore difficult to ascribe of a precise meaning. According to Agri 2010, he observed that there are two schools of thought on the subject matter nation interest, namely the subjectivist and the objectivist. The objectivist school argue that the best interest of the state is a matter of objective reality, while the subjectivists contend that what constitutes the national interest of the state depend on the preferences of the leaders, the insecurities and priorities. In essence, the national interest is majorly wedded on to the leadership of a nation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Akinayomoluwatosin, and I'm here to speak on the literature review of the study Nigeria, the Commonwealth of Nations. I will speak on three perspectives, which are the political perspective, cultural perspective, and educational perspective. The political perspective. Nigeria's political engagement within the Commonwealth is shaped by historical ties with Britain and its commitment to democratic governance. As one of the largest and most influential African nations, Nigeria actively participates in Commonwealth meetings, discussions, and decision-making processes. Nigeria benefits from the Commonwealth governance programs, which provide technical support for electoral processes, judicial reforms, and institutional strengthening. The cultural perspective. Nigeria's cultural engagement within the Commonwealth is an important aspect of its membership, as it allows for promotion of its rich heritage. Lastly, which is the educational perspective. Nigeria's engagement in the Commonwealth has significantly influenced its educational sector, providing access to scholarship, research opportunity, and academic collaboration. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Ajibola Zechariah Kimidayo, and I will be speaking on research methodology. We have two research methodology, which are qualitative research and we have quantitative research. From the word qualitative is engaged with the value and the professionalism of a subject, while quantitative deals with the numerical aspect of a research. Now, qualitative research focuses on the in-depth analysis of Nigerians' historical and contemporary traits with the Commonwealth, using source-like documents, interviews, and observations. So they make use of all these things to be able to get the performances of Nigeria in Commonwealth of Nations. So, speaking more about the qualitative research focuses more in gathering the in-depth, the details insight into people's experience, attitude, and behavior. So moving to quantitative research, like I said earlier, it deals with the numerical aspect. So quantitative research deals with examining statistical data on trade, economic development, and other indicators to assess the impact of Nigeria's Commonwealth membership. Now, to move on quantitative research, it focuses more on collecting and analyzing numerical data to identify patterns, trends, corrections. It's often used to test hypotheses, predict outcome, or evaluate the effectiveness of the interventions. So, looking at the research methodology for Nigerian Commonwealth of Nations, we make use of the qualitative research and the quantitative research. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ayodele Maike, and I'll be talking about the data analysis and interpretation of Nigeria in the Commonwealth. As you know, in studying the Nigeria Commonwealth, data analysis involves examining the qualitative and quantitative information to draw out meaningful conclusions. And this process helps us in understanding the Nigeria process, benefits, and its challenges faced in the Nigeria Commonwealth. Data is gotten from primary and secondary sources such as the government reports, the survey response, and the wealth publication. An example of the quantitative data analysis involves the trade figure, which is the import and export of trade between Nigeria and its other Commonwealth country. Example is the crude oil being exported to United States, and the import of the exported crude oil as petroleum. An example is the cocoa being exported and brought back to Nigeria as Milo or etc. So another example is the educational factors, which is the Nigeria benefiting from others countries' scholarship and the others. We also have the Nigeria AGP profit, which is the economic independence. So another one of the challenges faced is the economic dependence, which is the minority country depending on the majority country for economic benefits, and this causes a country being dominant over the other country. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oguni Ibingbe Deborah, and I will be taking the summary and the concluding parts. So Nigeria has been an active member of the Commonwealth of Nations since gaining independence in 1960. Through this membership, the country has benefited from diplomatic relations, economic partnerships, educational opportunities, and cultural exchanges. The Commonwealth has provided Nigeria with a platform to engage in peacekeeping efforts and regional development initiatives. However, challenges such as political instability, economic dependence on oil, and human rights concerns have sometimes strained its relationship with the organization. In conclusion, the paper generally argued that Nigeria has played and still continue to play prominent role in Commonwealth of Nations as dictated and guided by our national interests. To fully maximize its benefits from the Commonwealth, Nigeria must focus on strengthening its democratic institutions, ensuring good governance, and upholding human rights. Economic diversification is also essential as relying solely on oil exports limits the country's growth and potential. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Olaweyola, magic number 2005 03035 from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Bakojumoke Mary, matric number 260 4130, Public Administration.
My name is Ogudoditimi Stella Fumilayo, matric number 2005 03170, Political Science Department.
My name is Adegoke Oluwakemi Bukola, matric number 260 4134 from Public Administration.
My name is Oladakpo Ibukunoluwa Ruth, matric number 200543172 from the Department of Political Science.
My name is Famakwa Israel Yanolua, matric number 2604016 from Public Administration.
My name is Pledausi Yebisi Murenike, matric number 253122 from Department of Political Science.
My name is Paul Samson, matric number 200503108 from Department of Political Science.
Speaking on chapter 1 of the topic which is the relationship between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. Nigeria and Saudi Arabia explanation simplifies the strong relationship in the areas like trade, energy, religion, and security. Both countries rely heavily on oil for their economies. Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest oil exporters and is working towards a reform, which is Vision 2030, to reduce its dependency on oil by focusing on industries like technology, tourism, and renewable energy. Same as Nigeria, is also trying to reduce its reliance on oil by growing agriculture, technology, and services. They also collaborate on energy production, religious activities like jihad pilgrimage, because Saudi Arabia is one of the prime and prominent countries which Islam started from. So the Muslim in Nigeria moved annually to Saudi Arabia for their jihad pilgrimage to celebrate Allah, and this really strengthens the religious bond between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has supported Nigeria through investments, scholarships, and humanitarian aid. Although the relationship between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia is strong, there's a particular challenge both countries are facing, and which is their dependence on oil. And two of them are trying so hard to work and diversify by going into other sectors like technology, energy, religion, and services, and most importantly, renewable energy. The concept of trade relationship between the two countries, Saudi Arabia and Nigeria, is focused on buying and selling of goods and services between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. Historically, oil has been a big part of their trade. They both want to diversify. For example, Saudi Arabia might invest in Nigeria's agriculture, while Nigeria can learn from Saudi Arabia's advancements in renewable energy. Religion plays a huge role in their relationship because Saudi Arabia is the birthplace of Islam, and many Nigerian Muslims travel from Nigeria to Saudi Arabia for jihad pilgrimage. This religious connection between the two countries strengthens them and requires proper planning to inquire and ensure safety and comfort for the people of Nigeria. Thank you.
Theoretical framework. Theories such as dependency theory, world system theory. This theory actually shows insight on the relationship between them. Due to Nigeria's dependency on oil exportation and production, which are giving them dependency on global oil system, which is controlled by Saudi Arabia. The world system theory. Nigeria being a periphery country, which highly depend on oil, which gives it control over some countries such as Saudi Arabia. And the concept as such as constructivity, which actually emphasize on how social constructs such as national identity, religions, and shared norms influence the interaction between both states. Due to the vital role religion play and the cultural exchange, this actually facilitates the mutual cooperation and bilateral relations, and which promotes economic growth and economic development within the nations involved. In the concept of trade, both nations are top oil producers and exporters, respectively. This trade enhances the mutual relation between them and promotes a better bilateral cooperation. In the concept of religion, Saudi Arabia being the birthplace of Islamic and considered the most holy cities in Islamic, which has profound a significant influence upon Islamic Muslim majority countries such as Nigeria. The concept of political diplomacy. Both nations are in political alignment in international forums such as Organization Islamic Cooperation and UN. Both have worked hands to hands in solving Muslim majority countries in areas of security concerns, international Islamic faith.
I'll be presenting on the chapter 3 of Nigeria's relations with Saudi Arabia, which says the historical overview of Nigeria and Saudi Arabia relations. The diplomatic and trade relations between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia have evolved significantly, shaped by a complex mix of economic, political, and religious factors. Initially, the two countries' interactions were driven primarily by the oil industry, with Nigeria oil-rich country and Saudi Arabia a leading oil exporter, recognizing the mutual benefits of collaborating within the global oil market. Before the advent of formal diplomatic ties, Nigerian political landscape was influenced heavily by colonial rule. British colonial administration in Nigeria had a direct impact on the country's foreign policy, limiting Nigeria's ability to independently establish strong relationships with other countries. The 1970s marked a period of significant diplomatic evolution between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. The oil boom of this era brought both countries together, recognizing their shared interest in maintaining stable oil markets.
So with Suleiman 2017, who argued that the unstable political ties hinder economic cooperation between the nations. And in conclusion, this chapter analyzes the economic relationship between the Nigeria and Saudi Arabia, highlighting the key challenges and opportunities despite some obstacles, such as the political tension, infrastructure gaps, and trade barriers. This is a deeper cooperation in non-oil sectors like agriculture, technology, and renewable energy. And based on some findings, several recommendations have been made to enhance the Nigeria-Saudi Arabia relations, which include the address trade barrier, invest infrastructure, diversity economic cooperation. Then we have the enhanced diplomatic relations.
Chapter 5 of the project work, the summary, the conclusion, and the recommendation. The study explored key challenges and opportunity ties in the economic relation between Nigeria and Saudi Arabia, specifically in areas such as trade, infrastructure, pilgrim logistics, and political relations. The key concepts include key challenges, potential for non-oil sectors, pilgrim logistics and safety, infrastructure development. Moving straight to the conclusion, the findings of this study emphasize the critical need for Nigeria and Saudi Arabia to overcome existing challenges in the area such as economic relations to enhance cooperation in non-oil sectors. The results were The result underlying the what importance of addressing these challenges to unlock the full potential of the bilateral relationship. Recommendation based on the findings of this study, the following recommendations are hereby made. Firstly, government initiative. Under this, we have remove trade barriers, invest in what joint infrastructure projects, diversify economic cooperation beyond oil, enhance pilgrim travel logistics. Second point, civil society and non-governmental organization. Under it, we have capacity building programs, advocacy for safer pilgrim travel. Third point, for the recommendation, political and business stakeholders. This one strengthen diplomatic relations, encourage public and private partnership, and increase collaboration in renewable energy. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. So this is Group 39. I will be speaking on the African Development Bank and Nigerian development. The African Development Bank was founded in 1964 as a continental financial institution with the goal of promoting sustainable economic growth and social development across the African continent. The African Development Bank mission is to foster inclusive economic development, reduce poverty, and improve living standards by addressing infrastructure, governance, and social challenges. However, the African Development Bank has worked closely with the Nigerian government to create and implement programs aimed at broadening the economy beyond oil, boosting sectors such as agriculture, infrastructure, and services. So the African Development Bank operates through several key financial instruments, including we have loan and grants, and the loan and grant is for development projects. We also have policy-based lending for support and structural reform. And lastly, we also have a technical assistance and advisory service. Thank you.
So I'll be proceeding on what is taught. I'll be talking on the literature review of African Development Bank. The African Development Bank has been the subject of extensive academic and policy-focused studies, particularly regarding its contribution to the development in Nigeria. The literature review examines existing works on the African Development Bank role in Nigeria, with a focus on the key areas such as infrastructural development, economic diversification, poverty alleviation, and institutional support. The African Development Bank role in Nigeria development includes the infrastructural development, economic reform, and policy support. 3. Agriculture development and food security. 4. Human capital development. 5. Private sector development. 1. Infrastructural development. Nigeria infrastructural development is critical to its overall economic growth, and the African Development Bank has been the instrumental in funding major infrastructural projects. 2. Economic reform and policy support. In addition to the financing structure, the African Development Bank provides Nigeria with valuable policy-based loans that helps the country implement reform. 3. Agricultural development and food security. Agriculture is the key sector in Nigeria, and the African Development Bank has supported initiatives aimed at enhancing food security and improving the livelihood of rural population. Thank you.
Moving on, I'll be talking about the research design and methodology used in this project, African Development Bank and Nigeria Development. In this study, we used a descriptive research design to analyze the bank's constitution using both qualitative and quantitative data to know and gain more understanding about the bank's impact in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We gained data from credible sources like African Development Bank reports, and Nigeria government publications, and this helped us to know more about the projects that were funded by African Development Bank in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So, after gathering all our data, we processed them using statistical tools and we then moved on to comparing the projects that were funded by African Development Bank in Nigeria and other African countries in the world. Lastly, we faced limitations and hindrances like limited access to stakeholders of African Development Bank, and also there was a little bias in government reports. So, despite all our limitations and hindrances, we were able to come up with a comprehensive and understanding report on African Development Bank, so as to foster our knowledge on this project. Thank you.
Moving on, I'll be talking about the data processing and analysis. For this study on African Development Bank and Nigeria's development, data was carefully processed and analyzed to assess the bank's impacts. Firstly, data processing involves organizing information from surveys, interviews, and reports, ensuring accuracy. We use tools like Microsoft Excel and SPSS to access the data for easy analysis. Next, in data analysis, we examined quantitative data using percentages and averages to identify trends. Qualitatively, data from interviews was studied using content analysis to find common themes. Comparative analysis was also done to compare Nigeria's African Development Bank projects with this in other African countries. This analysis provided valuable insights into African Development Bank contributions through challenges like limited data access and potential like biases were noted also. Thank you.
Moving on, this is the concluding part. The African Development Bank has played a critical role in Nigeria's development through its investments in infrastructure, poverty alleviation, and institutional reforms by financing large-scale projects such as road networks and agricultural transformation. In conclusion, the African Development Bank has played a pivotal role in Nigeria's development over the years, particularly in infrastructure, agriculture, human capital development, and economic reforms. However, challenges such as slow project implementation, debt sustainability, concerns, and environmental impact needs to be carefully managed for Nigeria to benefit from the African Development Bank support. Continued collaboration between the African Development Bank, the Nigerian government, and other stakeholders is crucial for achieving sustainable and inclusive development in the country. Thank you.
Good day, sir. I'll be speaking on the introduction of Nigeria relations with China. Nigeria, Africa's most populous country and largest economy, occupies a strategic position on the continent and beyond. In recent decades, Nigeria has increasingly deepened its bilateral relations with China, driven by mutual economic and strategic interests. This relationship is deeply rooted in historical connection that dates back to Nigeria's independence in 1960 and its subsequent recognition of the People's Republic of China in 1971. The growing presence of China in Nigeria's economy is seen both as a challenge and an opportunity. On the positive side, China investments have facilitated the development of infrastructure, including railways, airports, and power plants. Furthermore, trade between the two nations has increasingly expanded, with Nigeria importing goods ranging from electronics to machinery, while exporting goods like crude oil and other raw materials. However, this relationship is not without controversy. Nigeria has become increasingly reliant on Chinese loans to finance infrastructure projects, dragging in concerns about debt sustainability and economic sovereignty. Thus, it is safe to say that the relationship between Nigeria and China drags in a complex mix of opportunities and challenges.
My name is Ilori Elijah Yomiku, match number 30. I'll be talking on the conceptual clarification, literature review, and theoretical framework. And under the conceptual clarification, I'll be starting with the bilateral relation. Bilateral relations refers to the political, economic, and cultural interactions between two sovereign nations, often formalized through agreements, treaties, and diplomatic engagements. Today, I'll be talking about the relations between Nigeria and China, which encompasses wide range of activities, including trade, infrastructural development, and technical assistance. Since the establishment of the diplomatic ties in 1971, the second one is trade relations. Trade relations involves the exchange of goods, services, and capital between nations underpinned by international trade agreements and economic policies such as the China-Nigeria Bilateral Trade Agreement of 2006. And the third one under the conceptual clarification is foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment refers to the cross-border investment where an individual or organization from one country establishes business operations or acquires assets in another country. The third one is debt diplomacy. Debt diplomacy refers to a situation where a country extends large loans to another, often for critical infrastructural projects, with the potential of leveraging the debtor's nation's inability to repay for strategic advantages. Moving to the next is the literature review, and I'll be talking about the Nigeria-China trade. Nigeria-China trade relations have evolved into one of the most significant bilateral partnerships in Africa, reflecting broader Sino-Africa economic trends. China has emerged as Nigeria's largest trading partner, with trade volumes increasing exponentially in the last 2 decades. The relationship is largely driven by Nigeria exports of crude oil and natural gas to China, while importing manufactured goods, electronics, and construction materials. This trade partnership aligns with China's strategic interests in securing energy resources and expanding market base. Moving on to the next is the theoretical framework. Dependent theory emerged in the mid-20th century as a framework for analyzing the economic inequalities between developed and developing nations. It originated with Roe Prisbych in 1950. In the context of Nigeria-China relations, dependency theory offers a critical lens for examining the economic dynamics between the two countries. By applying dependency theory, this study examines how Nigeria's engagement with China impacts its economic sovereignty and long-term development trajectory. Thank you.
My name is Oludare Ayomide from Department of Political Science, matric number 13. So I'll be talking and analyzing on the historical review of the topic, Nigerian relations with China. Nigeria and China have maintained diplomatic relations since the year 1971, and over the decade, the relations has evolved significantly, particularly in the areas of trade, investment, and development cooperation. Nigeria recognized the people of Republic of China in the year 1971, which make the beginning of formal diplomatic relations. Throughout the year 1980s and to the year 1990s, Nigeria and China engaged in political dialogue with Nigeria supporting China in various international platforms. In the earliest 2000s, Nigeria witnessed significant growth in trade with China, emerging as largest trading partner. Throughout the 2010 and into the 2020, relationship between Nigeria and China continue to evolve, focusing on trade, investment, and sharing of technology through challenges such as debt issues, and trade imbalances. The recent development of 2020 came during the COVID-19 pandemic. China provided medical supplies and support to Nigeria. Chinese investment in Nigeria continue to grow, with projects focusing on renewable energy, technology transfer, and industrial park. And in conclusion, the Nigeria-China relations have evolved for mutual support during the anti-colonial struggle, characterized by economic interdependence and strategic cooperation.
My name is Ogushina Blessing Damilola from Department of Public Administration, matric number 81. I'll be speaking on chapter 4 with the topic Nigeria relation with China. Nigeria relationship with China has evolved significantly over the decades, marked by economic, political, and cultural interactions. This chapter presents detailed data on various dimensions of the Nigeria-China relationship, emphasizing trade volumes, Chinese investments in Nigeria, and the implication of this engagement on Nigeria's economy and sovereignty. The trade relationship between Nigeria and China has grown exponentially, with bilateral trade volumes increasing from $3 billion in the year 2003 to over $20 billion in the year 2022. Nigeria has become China's largest trading partner in Africa, importing finished goods such as electronics, textile, and machinery, while exporting crude oil, agricultural produce, and raw materials. As to the investment, Chinese investments in Nigeria span infrastructure, telecommunication, and energy. And Belt and Road Initiative funds critical infrastructure projects. High interest loans pose long-term development sustainability risks, and then security. China provides arms exports to Nigeria for counter-terrorism operations. Concerns persist about the quality and effectiveness of Chinese arms.
My name is Falola Gosun Luatosin, Department of Political Science Education, matric number 58. I want to talk about the summary conclusion of Nigeria relation with China. This study examines Nigeria relation with China, focusing on the trade, investment, and diplomatic dimensions. For a decade, the partnership has grown significantly, with China emerging as Nigeria's largest trading partner in Africa. The trade imbalance, however, has raised concern about dependency and the long-term sustainability of Nigeria's economic policy. Chinese investment, driven by initiatives like the Belt and Road initiatives, has contributed to infrastructure development but also increased Nigeria's debt burden. However, issues such as labor dynamics, environmental degradation, and the broader implication of China's cultural and geopolitical strategies has sparked debate about benefits and challenges of this partnership. The data presented in this study revealed the multifaceted nature of the Nigeria-China relation. While these interactions have contributed to Nigeria's economic growth, they have also exposed vulnerability, including debt sustainability risks, trade deficit, and insufficient regulatory framework. Addressing these challenges requires strategic planning, effective governance, and a balanced approach to foreign partnerships to ensure a long-term benefit of Nigeria's development. In conclusion, Nigeria-China relation presents a complex interplay of opportunities and challenges. On one hand, the partnership has addressed critical gaps in infrastructure, technology transfer, and economic development. On the other hand, it has reinforced dependency on foreign investment and exposed Nigeria to economic and environmental risks. The findings underscore the need for Nigeria to adopt a pragmatic.
Our project topic is Nigeria relation with Britain. The historical relationship between Britain and Nigeria is deeply rooted in the colonial experience, shaping Nigeria's political, economic, and cultural trajectory. British involvement in Nigeria began in the 19th century, while establishing its trade in the West African coast and eventually taking control of the region through treaties, military contests, and diplomacy. The relationship between Britain and Nigeria, while evolving, continue to reflect colonial history, complexity of colonial history, socio-political structure, and economic interdependence. British involvement in Nigeria intensified in the late 19th century and early 20th century, and in 1940 amalgamation of the Southern and Northern Protectorate. In the political aspect, Nigeria and Britain has maintained some cooperation through institutions like Commonwealth, with Britain providing support in government reforms, democratization of effort, while particularly following up Nigeria in transition in 1999, transition to civilian rule. The historical contemporary dynamics of Nigeria-Britain relation underscore that there is a need for balanced partnership. They underscore a need to acknowledge past grievances while fostering cooperation through trading, political governance, and cultural exchange. Through this, it requires addressing historical grievances, promoting local industrialization, while ensuring while ensuring policies that benefit both nations. Thank you. My name is Deborah, and I'll be taking us through the literature review of Nigeria relations with Britain. Number 1 is colonial exploitation and economic dependency. The enduring economic dependency between Nigeria and Britain is a central theme in much of the scholarship on colonial legacy. Rodney 1972 argues that colonialism was primarily about the extraction of resources from African colonies, leaving little room for the development of local industries or self-sustaining economy in the case of Nigeria. This extraction was focused on agricultural products like palm oil, cocoa, and later crude oil. Number 2 is political influence and post-independence governance. Post-independence Nigeria has struggled with the government challenges from the colonial period. Afigbo 1980 examines how the colonial states imposed a top-down approach to governance that did not account for Nigeria's ethnic and cultural diversity. Number 3 is cultural legacy and national identity. The cultural legacy of British colonialism in Nigeria is another key aspect of the relationship between the two countries. Coleman 1958 discusses how the British educational system in Nigeria was designed to create an elite class that could function as intermediaries between the colonial governments and the general population. Now to the advantages of the relation between Nigeria and Britain. Number 1 is developing understanding of colonial legacy. Number 2 is educational and social impact. Number 3 is inspiring future research, and number 4 is empowering the Nigerian diaspora. Now to the disadvantages of relation between Nigeria and Britain. Number 1 is limited scope of focus. Number 2 is historical bias and interpretation. Number 3 is access to data and sources, while number 4 is political sensitivity.
My name is Kola Ole Susan Oyindamola. I'll be taking the chapter 3 of the topic Nigeria relation with Britain. This chapter outlines the research methodology used to examine the historical and contemporary relationship between Nigeria and Britain. It describes the research design which allows for in-depth exploration of the contemporary and historical dynamic between Nigeria and Britain. It also has data collection methods, data analysis technique, and ethical consideration that guides the study. All of this explains how the research was conducted and ensure the validity and reliability of the findings.
Yeah, my name is Agbeni Babola Michael. So I'm here to speak on the chapter 4 of the project work, relation between Nigeria and Britain. So this chapter presents a comprehensive analysis of the historical and contemporary relationship between Nigeria and Britain using a qualitative data obtained from historical records, diplomatic policies, economic agreements, and political interaction. So the analysis examines key themes such as colonial administration, economic dependencies, diplomatic relation, trade agreements, cultural exchange, and implication of this relation in contemporary times. So historical analysis of Nigeria and Britain relation. So historical and contemporary relationship between Nigeria and Britain is multifaceted, encompassing political, economic and socio-cultural dimension. Why colonial history shaped early relation, contemporary interaction are defined by trade, diplomacy, and shared interests. For example, pre-colonial and early contacts in 15th century to 19th century. British merchants, that is missionaries and explorers, interacted with Nigeria society through trade, particularly in palm oil and slaves. This period laid the foundation for British influence in Nigeria. So political relations between Nigeria and the British. Nigeria-Britain has a shared fluctuating political relationship influenced by governance, structured and diplomatic policy and historical events. Thank you.
My name is Obanla Sarah ADEKUNLE. I'll be taking the chapter 5 of Nigeria relation with Britain. This study explores the historical and contemporary relation between Nigeria and Britain, with a focus on the impact of Britain colonialism on Nigerian political, economic, and cultural development. The research was guided by objectives of understanding and enduring the effects of Britain colonialism on Nigeria, as well as involving the diplomatic, trade, and cultural exchange between the two nations since Nigeria gained independence in 1960. The study found that the legacy of colonialism is evidenced in several aspects of Nigeria and Britain relation. Firstly is colonial exploitation and economic subjugation. Britain's colonial system was designed to extract resources from Nigeria, leaving the country economically dependent on Britain. Even after independence, Nigeria faced several challenges stemming from the exploitative economic system. Then the second one is ethnic tension and cultural challenges. Ethnic tension and political instability were key factors in Nigerian post-independence difficulties. Cultural exchange and lingering colonial influence. Britain influences continue through the widespread of use of English, educational system, and cultural institutions. And lastly is contemporary and diplomatic and economic relations. So in conclusion, the study concludes that the Nigeria post-colonial trajectory has been significantly influenced by its colonial history with Britain, while Nigeria gained political independence in 1960. The relation with Britain remains marked by economic dependency.
Good everyone, I am Oluwatobi John Babani, a 400-level political science student. By designated the topic to speak on General Abdulsalam Abubakar foreign policy from the 1998 to the 1999. General Abdulsalam Abubakar is a retired Nigerian army who served the military head of state of Nigeria from the 1998 to 1999. He succeeded General Sani Abacha and is known for his significant contribution to Nigeria's transition to democracy. During his leadership, Nigeria adopted a modified version of the 1979 Constitution, which is generally noted as the transfer of power to Shehu Shagari, also known as the Republican Constitution. So General Abdulsalam Abubakar was able to transfer power from the military to the civilian government in person of President Olusegun Obasanjo. So this is a just brief overview of the General Abdulsalam Abubakar foreign policy. My colleagues will therefore talk about his rest of his action. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Olugu Deborah. I'll be talking on the objective of General Abubakar's foreign policy objective. His foreign policy objectives were shaped by Nigerian need to re-engage with the international community after a period of isolation by Sani Abacha. Some of his goals include rebuilding international relations. Abubakar's aim to restore Nigeria's reputation and rebuild relationship with other countries, particularly in the West, after the Abacha's regime of human rights abuses and authoritarian rule. The second was promoting African unity. Abubakar's administration emphasized Nigerian roles in African affairs, seeking to strengthen regional ties and promote economic growth, assessing human rights improvement and democratic transition, economic development. His foreign policy also focused on attracting foreign investment, promoting trade and stimulating economic growth. Democratic transition. Abubakar's government worked towards a smooth transition to democracy, which was a key aspect of his foreign policy.
My name is Foriegn Department of Political Science. I will be speaking on comparison between the Abdulsalami Abubakar and Sani Abacha foreign policy. The first one is political context and governance. Abacha's tenure was marked by a military dictatorship characterized by authoritarian rule, while Abdulsalam Abubakar took over after Abacha's death and immediately started a transition towards civilian rule. Next one is economic diplomacy. Under Abacha, Nigerian foreign policy was focused more on self-sufficiency and reducing the dependence on the West. Abubakar's foreign policy emphasized on economic recovery and attracting foreign investment. The third one, the last and not the least, is human rights and international perception.
My name is Olanu Rodolapo Abdulatif.
Political Science 400 level. I'll be talking on chapter 3 of our work, which is the theoretical framework of Abdulsalam Abubakar's foreign policy. Abubakar Abdulsalam served as the head of state of Nigeria from 1998 to 1999 during a critical transitional period from military rule to democratic governance. The theoretical framework of underpinning his foreign policy can be analyzed through several key concepts like restoration and re-engagement, and national interest and behavioral theory, economic diplomacy, and as well as human rights advocacy.
My name is Abdurrahman Osman Oluwasegun from the Department of Administration. I want to talk about the General Abubakar Abdulsalam Nigerian foreign policy. General Abdulsalam Abubakar Nigerian was started from the 1988 to 1999 and was marked by the effort to restore the Nigeria independence image and regain its position as a respected member of the global community. Abubakar's foreign policy was characterized by a threat from the combative natures of the previous administration, aiming to attract the foreign policy and sympathize towards the Nigeria. This approach was meant to reintegrate the Nigeria into the mainstreams of the global capitalists and the economies after the absence. And however, the policy was too specified and did not fully restore the Nigerian situation in the global policy, which is had a previous occupy.
It's Bukola Adeyeye. I'm a student of Political Science Department. I will be briefly explaining on the return to democracy in 1999 and the national interest under Sani Abacha's regime. The return to democracy in Nigeria in 1999 marked the end of several years of military rule in Nigeria, most notably under General Sani Abacha's regime, who ruled from 1993 to until his death in 1998. Under his leadership, the government is known for its autocratic measure, detention of political opposition, and the media censorship. After General Sani Abacha's death, General Abdulsalam Abubakar took over and began its transition process, which culminated in the establishment of civilian government. This return to democracy was widely welcomed by Nigerian populace, which reflect the desire of political stability, economic reform.
My name is Foriegn from the Department of POLICY25. I'm here to talk about the background of conflict in Liberia. Liberia experienced a devastating civil war that lasted from 1989 to 2003, resulting in significant loss of lives and displacement of people. The conflict was characterized by brutal violence, human rights abuses, and a breakdown of government. In response to the ongoing crisis, various international bodies and regional organizations sought to mediate the effort. Key actions taken by General Abubakar: number 1, facilitating peace talk, promoting the comprehensive peace agreement, supporting electoral processes, advocating for national unity, international community engagement.
Sir, my name is Shefela Hayela from the Department of Political Science with matric number 2005031131, and I will be giving the conceptual clarification and broad exposition on General Abdulsalam Abubakar's foreign policy. Now, foreign policy refers to the strategies and the actions of the state in dealing with other states to safeguard or protect national interests.
Chapter 1 is about introduction. Chapter 2 is about literature review. Chapter 3 is about evaluation of Islamic cooperation and evolution of activities. Now we have chapter 4, Nigeria membership in IOC Jani Jambele.
My name is Akin Jabila Amazing from the Department of Political Science, matric number 2005, both PDP and this is group 25. We'll be talking on Nigeria in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Thank you.
From the Department of Political Science, matric number 253-162. Thank you.
From the Department of Public Administration, matric number 200-60410.
My name is Moses Benedict Ayobami
from the Department of Public Administration with the matric number 2006041136.
My name is Oluwagbemi Salmantosin, matric number 200503004.
My name is Folashade Akeremi, Department of Political Science, matric number 200503082.
My name is Loye Ayomide Oluwatobi, matric number 200604094, Department Public Admin. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olatiga Cynthia Oluwashimi from Department of Public Administration, matric number 2641.
Introduction of Nigeria and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Nigeria is a multi-ethnic and multi-religious nation which has a significant Muslim population, primarily in the northern region. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation was organized and was established in the year 1969, and it aimed to promote Islamic cooperation and solidarity in social, economic, and political field. Nigeria became a full member of Organization of Islamic Cooperation in 1986. Despite the commotion and controversies, debates, and all, that Nigeria is a secular constitutional state, so it shouldn't be part of this organization. In 2015, Muhammadu Buhari, the Azun president, attended the 50th anniversary of the organization, which prompted some of human rights activists to protest against it that Nigeria is a secular constitutional state, which the president should not be among or should not attend the anniversary of this organization.
So on this chapter, we have two theories that was used here. We have the parallel theory and the ambiguous theory. The ambiguous theory was formulated in 1977, and these two theories explain about religions. So when we talk about religion, they refer to religion as the belief of the people, especially personal God or gods. So we have four fields of religion in this chapter. We have the political field, we have the economic field, we have the capital field, and we have the other field. So on this field, the four field, they work together. Like the political field is what Babangida used to introduce OIC, that is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Then and the economic field, capital field, both two fields work together. So through religion, most scholars believe that religion is used to direct people in their way, in the way they want. So that is all about the chapter.
Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the OIC, which was established in 1969 in response to the burning of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. The purpose of the establishment is for to promote solidarity among the Muslim society, and overall, this Organization of Islamic Cooperation promotes good relationships among the Muslim brothers.
Nigerian membership in the Islamic Cooperation. Now, we want to look at the factors why Nigeria joined the Islamic Cooperation. One of the factors is because of her large Muslim population. The population of the Muslim sect is one of the reasons that Nigeria thought it wise to join the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Another reason is because of its cultural and religious solidarity. Nigeria wanted to plead for cultural and religious, especially the Muslim solidarity in our activities. And another thing again is the diplomatic and the political awareness. Nigeria wants to make herself the country during the period of the then head of state, General Ibrahim Babangida, and they wanted to make the country a well-known in the international organizations. Again, I want to talk about the advantages. What were the advantages? What was the reasons why the advantage that Nigerian gained by joining the OIC? One of the advantages was because of economic and financial benefits, because it stands to gain from the organization, and also the diplomatical and political awareness and alliances. The challenges, what are the challenges Nigerians face by joining the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation? One of the challenges that Nigeria faced was the religious controversies and opposition. The Christian society thought that it was not an option for Nigeria to join the OIC. And also another major difficulty it faced was because of its political diversion. There was a lot of political diversions, which has a negative influence on the national unity. Thank you.
Looking on the conclusions, the study examined the Nigeria membership in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and intentions and objectives were clearly stated in the background section. Firstly, to analyze the role of the OIC. Secondly, to examine the historical development in the OIC. Moreover, to examine the nature of Nigerian membership in the OIC. And in conclusion, to evaluate the challenges and benefits in the Nigerian membership of the OIC. Thank you.
This project contains 5 chapters. So we have the chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4 to 5. Chapter 1 is about introduction. Chapter 2 is about preparatory. Chapter 3 is about organization, Islamic cooperation, definition of activities. Now we have chapter 4, Nigeria membership in IOC, challenge and benefit. And we have the chapter 5, remediation and
Good morning. So this is group 18 and we are here to present on Shagari reform, foreign policy in Nigeria. Okay, I'm here to talk about the introduction, that's the study background. And foreign policy play a crucial role in defining the identity and international relation of a nation. Now, the Shagari foreign policy, under the president of Shagari foreign policy from 1979 to 1983, mark a pivotal moment of country foreign relation. Shagari administration sought to project Nigeria as a regional power with substantial influence over African diplomat affairs, undermining by Nigerian status as oil-rich man. Okay, now looking at the research problem, despite the extensive discussion about Nigerian foreign policy, the specific outcome of Shagari tenure remained unexplored, especially regarding the lasting effect of his foreign policy decision on Nigerian global standing. Shagari presidency was marked by a complex interplay between economic interests, diplomat goals, and Nigerian leadership in Africa. Another scope of this is the research objective. In this session, the objective includes Shagari diplomatic approach. The study will also assess Shagari foreign policies achieve its intended outcome. The study will also explore how global oil markets as well as border economy shift influence Nigerian foreign policy. And also, again, looking at the research question, we have some basic questions that we will answer in this study. Like, first question, what are the key goals of Nigerian foreign policy under Sheikh Shagari foreign policy regime? How successful was Sheikh Shagari foreign policy in promoting Nigeria's diplomatic relation with international relation? And also, again, what extent the Nigerian foreign policy came with under Sheikh Shagari to enhance its economic interest? The significance of the study also holds a very valuable both economic and policy related discussion on Nigerian foreign policy. Now, looking at the scope of the study, because we're going to look at the scope of the study. The scope of the study will focus on Nigerian foreign policy under Sheikh Shagari from 1979 to 1983, and this scope will be bringing a comprehensive analysis of Sheikh Shagari diplomatic relation. Now, the organization of our study, we have the chapter 1, we have the introduction. The chapter 2, we have the literature review. The chapter 3, we have the Sheikh Shagari foreign policy approach. Chapter 4, we have the outcome of Sheikh Shagari foreign policy, and chapter 5, we have the conclusion and recommendation.
I'm here to talk about the literature review on Shagari's foreign policy. Foreign policy analysis offers insight into how states craft their diplomatic strategies to ensure national security, economic properties, and regional influence while navigating the complexity of global politics. In the case of Nigeria, Shagari presidency from 1979 to 1983 marked a significant period in country's post-independence foreign policy, characterized by a blend of regional ambition, economic diplomacy, and non-alignment during the Cold War era. Shagari foreign policy objectives were shaped by geopolitical and economic realities of the time, including the global oil crisis, the Cold War, and the rising importance of regional cooperation in Africa. I want to talk about the theoretical framework. In the case of Nigerian foreign policy of under Shagari's era, from year 1979 to 1983, two dominant schools of thought, which are the realist and the liberation, offers useful license through which to analyze the country's diplomatic strategy. According to Kenneth Waz, 1972, the absence of a central governing authority in the international system forces states to rely on their own capability to ensure their survival and to maintain power. Realist theory emphasizes the importance of military power, which was evident in Nigeria's involvement in peacemaking in West Africa, and particularly in Liberia and Chad. I want to talk about the key concepts in Nigerian foreign policy under the Shagari era. We have the national interest. National interest is a central concept in foreign policy analysis. It refers to the goals and objectives that a state seeks to achieve in international arena to project its sovereignty, security, economic well-being, and cultural identity. We have the regional leadership and Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism, the idea of unity and solidarity among African nations, was a defining characteristic of Nigerian foreign policy under Shagari. We also have the international cooperation and multilateralism. We have oil diplomacy and economic leverage.
Good day. I'm going to talk about the approach of Shagari foreign policy. So this chapter represents This chapter examines the Nigerian foreign policy under the leadership of Shagari between 1979 and 1983. The approach is structured to offer a clear approach to understanding how Shagari's administration crafted and implemented foreign policy decisions, with particular emphasis on economic diplomacy, regional peacekeeping, African unity. This chapter outlines the research design, data collection method, sampling techniques, and the data analysis procedure and ethical consideration. So I'm going to talk about the research design. This study adopts a qualitative research design. It aims to employ and understand the norms of Nigeria's foreign policy under Shagari. The qualitative approach is suitable for the research, and it allows for a comprehensive examination of the international arena during this period. Here, sampling technique. The research adopts purposeful sampling to select the most relevant source directly to contribute to the understanding of the Nigerian foreign policy under Shagari. Sources are chosen based on their relevance to the study of the focuses area, which is the economy, diplomacy, regional peacekeeping, and African unity. Specifically, this study focuses on number 1, political speeches and writings by Shagari and his foreign ministers. 2, the documents reports by the Nigerian diplomats, particularly those invested in the economic, diplomacy, and peacekeeping operations. 3, the historical accounts that analyze foreign policy during the late 1970s and the early 1980s. There are several limitations, which are the availability of sources, subjectivity in interpretation, and focusing in secondary data.
I'm here to discuss the outcome of Shagari foreign policy. This chapter discusses Nigeria foreign policy during the Shagari administration in the 1980s, focusing on the economic, diplomacy, regional peacekeeping, and Pan-Africanism. This study highlights the central role of oil in Nigeria foreign policy, its involvement in regional peacekeeping through ECOWAS, and its commitment to African unity. Challenges including internal issues like political instability and external factors like the global oil crisis. Despite achievements in the peacekeeping and the Pan-Africanism, Nigeria policy was limited by these challenges. The study suggests focusing on internal stability, economy.
To conclude the study reveals that Nigerian foreign policy under the leadership of Shehu Shagari had missed outcome. So the period was made by effort to enhance Nigerian roles on the African continent and the global stage, but was also constrained by various internal and external challenges. In conclusion, Nigerian foreign policy under the Shagari administration was ambitious and aimed at positioning the country as a leader in Africa and a key player in the global economy and in diplomatic affairs. The administration focused on regional peacekeeping and Pan-Africanism secure Nigeria leadership role in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yeri Ezekiel from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220-1950. I and my group are going to present on the topic of Babangida economic diplomacy outcome. Now, I'll start with the introduction. The economic diplomacy of General Ibrahim Babangida, who governed Nigeria from 1985 to 1993, represents a critical phase in the country's post-independence history, marked by significant challenges in both domestic economic crisis and navigating international relations. Upon Babangida's accession to power, Nigeria was grappling with a fragile economy, largely due to its heavy reliance on its oil revenues, a crushing external debt burden, and the adverse effects of failing global oil prices. Faced with the doubting economic issues, Babangida administration sought to reposition Nigeria with a global economic order through a resource of economic reforms and strategic foreign policy. At the core of Babangida economic diplomacy was the ambition to restore Nigeria's economic stability, secure international financial support, and improve to its political and economic standing on the world stage. Its economic strategy encompasses a variety of initiatives, including the implementation of the Controversy Structure Adjustment Program (SAP), debt restructuring efforts, and the cultivation of both Western and African economic partnership. The outcome of Babangida economic diplomacy: 1. Debt restructuring. Babangida administration inherited a massive external debt from previous governments. He pursued aggressive debt restructuring negotiations, which led to the rescheduling of Nigeria's foreign debt in 1986. The Paris Club of Creditors agreed to reschedule Nigeria's debt, which provided temporary relief to the country. 2. Diversification of and non-oil sector focus. Babangida worked to diversify Nigeria's economic away from its heavy reliance on its oil exports. They included promotion sectors such as agriculture, mining, and manufacturing through both domestic policies and international partnership. 3. International trade and investment. Its administration also sought to attract foreign investment and promote international trade through political instability and policy inconsistency, often pose challenges to achieving sustainable economic diplomacy. Thank you.
From the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 220-19-2051. Chapter 2, Literature Review. The literature on General Ibrahim Babangida's economic diplomacy largely focuses on his administration efforts to address Nigeria's economic challenges through foreign policy, international partnerships, and economic reforms. Babangida's tenure from 1985 to 1993 marked the transformative period for Nigeria, with the country facing significant economic instability, including an external debt crisis, reliance on oil exports, and underdeveloped industrial base. The literature can be categorized into several key areas. Economic policy framework. Babangida's economic policies were largely shaped by his commitment to modernizing Nigeria's economy, addressing its structural challenges, and seeking a more developed and diverse economic base. Number 1, Structural Adjustment Program. The most significant and controversial aspect of Babangida's economic policy was the Structural Adjustment Program, introduced in 1986, which was meant to address Nigeria's economic development and difficulties. Number 1, market-oriented reforms, such as deregulation of the economy, reduction of the subsidies, and liberalization of trade. currency devaluation, and the removal of exchange controls to attract foreign investments. Efforts to shift from an oil-dependent economy toward diversification by encouraging non-oil sectors like agriculture and manufacturing. However, structural adjustment program to significant social and economic hardships for many Nigerians, including rising unemployment, inflation, and poverty, as the reform caused instability and worsened living conditions for some segments of the population. Number 2, privatization and economic liberalization. Babangida administration pursued privatization of state-owned enterprises and deregulation of certain sectors.
My name is Foriegn from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 2002-0927. I'll be taking chapter 3, Nigeria's economic situation pre-Babangida. Before Ibrahim Babangida assumed power in 1985, Nigeria's economy was heavily reliant on oil export, a situation that made the country vulnerable to extend economic shock. The period leading to Babangida regime was marked by extreme economic violation driven by the oil dependency. Oil dependency and its rise. Nigeria depends on oil began to intensify after the country discovered vast oil in the 1950s and 1960s. By the 1960s, oil had become the dominant sector in the Nigeria economy. LFC order in the 1970s, oil had become the dominant sector in Nigeria economy, eclipsing other industries such as agriculture and manufacture. Oil boom of the 1970s. The global oil crisis in the 1960s, particularly the 1973 Arab oil embargo and the subsequent rise in oil prices, created a windfall for Nigeria, which was one of the largest oil exporters in the world. The Nigerian government used the oil revenue to finance ambitious development projects, build infrastructure and expand the public sector. However, the rapid expansion was not suitable and led to the creation of an economy that was overly dependent on oil. Economic vulnerability due to oil dependence. Oil dependence led to significant economic vulnerability in Nigeria. Key vulnerability included.
My name is ADEKUNLE Solomon from the Department of Public Administration, matric number 264-57. I'll be talking on chapter 4, which is the regional economic diplomacy. Babangida approach to the regional economic diplomacy, particularly through the Economic Community of the West Africa (ECOWAS), was the crucial element of Nigerian foreign policy during the time in office. As the largest and the most economically powerful country in the West Africa, Nigeria leadership in ECOWAS became the center in the regional community strategy. Babangida foreign policy sought to strengthen Nigeria's position in Africa, foster regional stability, and promote economic cooperation. Below the overview of the Babangida regional economic diplomacy and Nigeria role in ECOWAS during the presidency. Background of ECOWAS and Nigeria leadership. The Economic Community of West Africa State (ECOWAS) was established in 1975 with the aims of fostering economic integration, promoting development, and maintaining peace and security in West Africa. Its mandate covered a wide array of the community political issues, including trading, infrastructure, and conflict resolution. Number 1, Nigeria role in ECOWAS. As the large economy in the region, Nigeria played a dominant role in ECOWAS. During the Babangida leadership, Nigeria sought to use the economic strength to influence regional policy and ensure that ECOWAS maintained a vital role for the regional integration and stability. Number 2, Babangida economic diplomacy goals. Babangida government aims to leverage ECOWAS to enhance Nigeria's regional influence, promote economic collaboration among the West African states, and they address challenges like poverty, instability, and the trade imbalance. Number 2, economic integration and trade liberalization. The key aspect of Babangida regional economic diplomacy was the pursuit of great economic integration with ECOWAS. This is seen as essential for the providing trade, increasing investigation, and stimulate economic growth in the West Africa region.
My name is Isaac from the Department of Political Science Education, matric number 200-2090-29. So, in summary, General Ibrahim Babangida's economic diplomacy, which spanned his time as Nigeria's president from 1985 to 1993, aimed to stabilize and reposition Nigeria's struggling economy in a rapidly changing global economic environment. His administration faced a heavily oil-dependent economy, massive external debt and structural economic challenges. But Babangida economic diplomacy focused on several key areas: managing Nigeria's debt, promoting economic reforms, diversifying the economy, and improving international economic relations. Babangida's economic diplomacy resulted in temporary economic stabilization through debt relief and international cooperation, but struggled with long-term sustainable growth. The lack of meaningful diversification, compounded by domestic political issues, limited to overall success of his economic reform. His policy shaped Nigeria's foreign relations and international economic standing, but their domestic impact was mixed, with economic hardship continuing for many Nigerians. In conclusion, General Ibrahim Babangida's economic diplomacy had a profound yet mixed impact on Nigeria's economy and international standing. While his administration was successful in achieving some short-term stabilization through debt restructuring, economic reforms, and international partnerships, the long-term effects were less promising. Babangida's engagement with international financial institutions, particularly the IMF and World Bank, secured crucial loans and rescheduled Nigeria's crippling external debt, which provided the government with temporary fiscal relief. His implementation of the structural adjustment program (SAP) played a pivotal role in aligning Nigeria with global economic trends, but the program's social and economic costs.
Good day, everyone. My name is Olatunji Ayomide Afolabi. I and my colleague will be taking you through an national foreign policy. I'll be taking the introduction aspect of it. Who is an national? Is a lawyer and an industrial and a politician who became the head of the state on August 29, 1992 to November 17, 1993. Ernest was born into power due to the annulment of June 12 elections between M.K. Abiola and Tapo Gavo. During his short tenure, he was faced with some significant challenges, in which the next speaker will speak on those challenges. But before I go, I would like to speak on the sole definition of foreign policy that was defined by Dipo Kolawole. Dipo Kolawole said foreign policy as an instrumentality of making friend and creating enemy as the global world.
We're speaking about a national foreign policy, chapter 2, and chapter 2 is about literature review. Stakeholder, scholars, lecturers have their own perspective on a national foreign policy. A national policy initiative centers on 3 keys. First is about lobbying of Nigeria debt, of cancellation of Nigeria debt. A national was like telling the international world, the IMF, that they should try to lobby that they should cancel Nigeria debt. Also, he made a move from the intervention of Epomong in the Liberia Civil War. Also, he tried to make friendship with international states like the Western states, that is USA and the UK, United Kingdom. But fortunately, he was unable to accomplish his goal due to the domestic political instability of annulment of June 12 and the overthrow of his government by General Sani Abacha in the year 1993.
Good day, everyone. My name is Abigail. I will be speaking on the research methodology for our study on national foreign policies, challenges and responses. We use a combination of descriptive and analytical research design in order to understand the study better. For our data, we got our sources from historical documents, media reports, and academic journals, which help us understand the official and public perspective of his foreign policies. For our data analysis, we conducted a literature review and we used case studies in order to understand Nigeria's interference with ECOWAS and its stance on apartheid. While on its analysis, we conducted a conceptual approach. Overall, this chapter helps us understand a structured framework on the challenges faced by Eneshoneko and how we responded to the challenges. Thank you.
My name is Ayomide and I'll be talking on chapter 4. This chapter presents data analysis and discussion of findings involving multiplicity of facts generated in order. Nigerian international reputation suffered due to the cancellation of the June 12, 1993 presidential election. 1993 presidential election by General Ibrahim Babangida. It was the annulment of this election that presented Eneshonekon as an interim president. To test the hypothesis of this study, we are going to be using mainly the secondary source of data. Some of the challenges Shonekon faced in its foreign policy include limited authority. That is limited authority. In Shonekon's foreign policy, there was limited authority. Number two, Sani Abacha's ambition. Three, we have the fear of a coup. Here are some of the challenges faced in Eneshonekon foreign policy. This includes limited authority. In Eneshonekon foreign policy, there was limited authority. 2, we have Sani Abacha's ambition. 3, we have fear of a coup. Then here are the responses to Eneshonekon's foreign policy. We have diplomacy and cooperation. There was cooperation in. We have policy initiatives. 3, we have call for civilian support. There was in Eneshonekon's foreign policy. There was support. There was civilian support. We have civilian support. Then here are the outcomes. We have the outcomes in Eneshonekon's foreign policy. On November 17, 1993, just 3 months into his tenure, Abacha orchestrated a coup, forcing Shonekon to resign. We have the implications of Eneshonekon foreign policy. We have Shonekon had limited power. He had limited power in his tenure. And 2, we have Abacha. Sani Abacha's takeover. Thanks.
My name is Jocelyn Teresa, and I'll be doing a concluding part of the topic, Eneshonekon, foreign policy, challenges and its responses. Foreign policy is a country's strategy and approach in interacting with the nations, international organizations, non-state actors to achieve its national interests, security, and economic goals. Also, the objective of foreign policies are national security, economic interests, international corporations, influence, and prestige. Eneshonekon's foreign policies were marked by significant challenges during his brief tenure as the head of state of Nigeria from August 26, 1993 to November 17, 1993. Shonekon's tenure lasted for only just 3 months, which is the shortest in Nigerian history, before he allegedly resigned on the 17th of November 1993. One of the major challenges he faced was the country's intervention in the Liberian civil war through the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS. Shonekon's response to these challenges was to announce the planned pullout of Nigeria from Libya, citing the economic burden of the intervention in Nigeria. However, this decision was not implemented due to his short tenure in the office. Additionally, Shonekon's government faced international pressure and sanctions following the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election. In response, Shonekon's attempted to lobby for the cancellation of Nigeria debt sought to improve its relations with foreign nations, including the United Kingdom. Overall, Shonekon's foreign policies was focused on addressing the country's international challenges, improving its reputation abroad. However, this short tenure in his office limited his ability to implement significant foreign policy initiatives.
Good day, sir. My name is Peter Edmond Odadu, and this is a presentation from Control, first article, Nigerian foreign policy, and the topic that is being given to us is Nigeria and World Health Organization, which is I'll be taking chapter 1 of project while the beginning of my colleagues will be taking the initial part. I'll be taking the introduction part. So the establishment of the World Health Organization, WHO, in 1948 created a new avenue for the organization to contribute to the highest positive level of health. The World Health Organization contributed to the global health and by extension to development through various global intensives. So the relationship between Nigeria and the World Health Organization, WHO, is essential to the improvement of public health systems, diseases control, and overall health outcomes in the country. Nigeria, one of the most populous nations in Africa, faces a myriad of different challenges, like including the diseases such as malaria, HIV, tuberculosis, and cholera, as well as emerging health threats like non-communicable disease and mental health crisis. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, Nigeria has made a significant stride in the areas of health, such as reducing child mortality and increase in life expectancy. Yet it remains a pledge by inadequate health infrastructure and insignificant access to qualities of care services and professional care assistance. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the significance of international health relationship and partnership as Nigeria participates in the WHO's efforts to provide emergency health response, share resources, and facilitate information across countries. Statement of the problem: the relationship between Nigeria and the World Health Organization is essential to address public health challenges. However, there are some issues that have not been able to make Nigeria being effective in carrying out the potentials of the World Health Organization. And some of these issues are lack of facilities and infrastructure and political instability. Thanks.
My name is I'll be talking on chapter 2, which is literature review. The World Health Organization is a specialized agency of the United Nations established in 1948 with the primary objective of promoting global public health. WHO is responsible for providing leadership on international health matters, setting standards, and developing evidence-based policy recommendations for its member states, whose role including offering technical support and providing expertise in areas like disease control and policy development. The literature review on Nigeria's relationship with the World Health Organization highlights a complex partnership marked by both successes and challenges. WHO has played a key role in disease control, including polio eradication, malaria prevention, contributing to significant improvements in public health. WHO has also supported health system strengthening, particularly in primary health care, by providing technical assistance and policy recommendation. However, challenges such as inadequate financing and infrastructure continue to hinder Nigeria's healthcare system, whose work addressing social determinants of health in Nigeria, including sanitation, clean water, and education, has been crucial but inconsistent, with social disparities remaining prevalent in marginalized communities. Despite successes, there are criticisms of whose approach, including reliance on external support, a top-down program structure, and challenges local adaptation for sustainability, whose efforts need better alignment with Nigeria's health policies and greater local ownership. Thank you.
My name is POLICY25. I'm going to talk about chapter 3, which is Nigeria and the World Health Organization relationship. The World Organization was founded in 1948, and the organization has provided Nigeria with technical assistance in the form of providing vaccines, disease surveillance, and efforts to combat physical disease. The World Organization has helped Nigeria in fighting diseases like malaria, tuberculosis, and polio. It also assisted Nigeria in providing medical vaccines and public health infrastructures. In addition to addressing specific health issues, World Organization emphasized the importance of social determinants of health in Nigeria, which is known as LDH. The organization has focused in providing access to clean water and sanitation, and also education as part of the effort to reduce health diseases. The advocacy for health has brought attention to the health needs of vulnerable groups, including women, children, and the whole world in general. Through this program, World Health Organization has played an instrumental role in promoting health policies that are directed the factors influencing health outcomes. Good evening, thank you, sir.
My name is ADEKUNLE. I'm talking about chapter 4 of the Economics and Protection in Nigeria and World Health Organization. So we'll start talking about the impact of World Health Organization in Nigeria. In the year 2020, the pesticide and the control of malaria in Nigeria, in which they distributed mosquitoes in different localities in Nigeria. And also, they also make sure there is enough healthcare supplies in Nigeria. Though they face some challenges in Nigeria, which are increasing the in Nigeria and also increasing things in Nigeria. And also leadership control in Nigeria also affects the impact of oil production in Nigeria. So I'll start talking about the 5 challenges we face in Nigeria. Two is the political and governance, and also health and financing, and also the capacity of local health care system, and also the policy alignment and coordination. I'll start talking about the political and government. In the political and government, the political and government deals with the political integrity in Nigeria, in which there is no political integrity that actually have enough time to generate resources in Nigeria, World Health Organization, and which stops them from making some implementation in Nigeria. And also in the capacity of the healthcare system, some of the cities and rural areas are also have some cultural beliefs that they don't take some vaccination from foreign invasion, so which made them to stop the implementation of this in Nigeria. I am Honorable by the I'm going to discuss chapter 5, which occupies the conclusion and the recommendation. The study of Nigeria's collaboration with the World Health Organization (WHO) investigates the effectiveness of health interventions, public health policies, and the global health initiative piloted by WHO in Nigeria. The research primarily focuses on the impact of WHO guidance in combating infectious diseases such as malaria, Ebola, and others. The study highlights successful programs in the immunization and disease surveillance, which have led to significant health improvements. In conclusion, the partnership between Nigeria and the WHO, which is World Health Organization, has significantly contributed to the improvement in public health through joint efforts in disease prevention, health policy development, and healthcare capacity building. Despite facing challenges such as infrastructural deficit, political instability, and others, the collaboration has shown tangible benefits, particularly in the areas of immunization, disease surveillance, and healthcare. I'm talking about the recommendation, which is the last part. Based on the findings of study, several key recommendations are proposed to strengthen the collaboration between Nigeria and WHO, improving public health outcomes, such as firstly, it is recommended that both the Nigeria government and the World Organization prioritize the strengthening of healthcare infrastructure. And secondly, this is need. It is need for greater attention to non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, cancers, and so on. And lastly, my last point: WHO and the Nigeria government has to work together to align for health policies more than effectiveness, ensuring health intervention or harmonized and to ensure health interventions are harmonized at local, state, and national levels. I and my colleague has discussed so far on on Nigeria and WHO. Thanks.
Good day, sir. My name is Ali Divine Bolu Atife. I'm from Political Science Education. I and my team group members here, we are here to discuss about membership of 8 countries. Thank you, sir.
My name is Abiodun Fitzmanuel. I'm from Political Science Education.
Good day, sir. My name is Padro Eluayomi Charles from Political Science Education.
Good day, sir. My name is Demokode Daniel from Political Science.
Good day, sir. My name is Oyimechi Michael from Political Science major.
Good day, sir. My name is Sojumolade Temitope from Political Science. Good day, sir. My name is Ogushino Obriola from Political Science.
Good day, sir. My name is Abdul Blessed Mota from Political Science Education.
So talking about the Developing Eight Country is an organization of 8 developing countries established in the year 1997 to promote economic cooperation and development among its members. The members of the country include Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Pakistan, Turkey, and Malaysia. The objective of these D8 members is to enhance trade investment among members of the country and growth and develop a common market. The organization focuses on various sectors such as agriculture, technology, aim to improve the living standard of the population and reduce poverty. Membership of the 8 allow countries to collaborate economic initiatives, share common technology, and benefit from collective bargaining power in international trade. The D8 also emphasizes the importance of cooperation in addressing global challenges such as climate change and food insecurity. In recent years, the D8 has worked towards increasing trade among members of the country and has held various summits and meetings to discuss strategies for achieving its goals. The organization continues to evolve, adapting to its changing global economic.
Okay, I'm here to present the second chapter. This particular chapter provides a conceptual clarification of key terms, international corporations, trade blocks, and regional integration, and review related literature to establish a theoretical framework for the study. It explores their interconnections and relevance to the developing 8 countries and which promote economic cooperations among developing countries. There are some key concepts as well, which includes the international cooperation. Nations collaborate to address global challenges, foster peace, and promote economic development. Developing countries as well benefit from shared resources, technology, and financial aid. The second one, which is the trade blocks, formal agreements, e.g. the EU and the NAFTA, reduce trade barriers to boost economic growth and regional interdependence. They range from free trade areas to economic unions. The third one, which is the regional integration, countries in a geographic area strengthens economic, political, and social ties, often evolving from economic cooperation to political unification.
It is an economic alliance formed by 8 developing countries: Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Turkey, which was established on June 15, 1997 through the Istanbul Declaration. The 8 aims to enhance the economic position of its member states in the global economic and promote trade relation and living standard across nations. We have the historical concept. The D8 emerged from a collective desire to reduce dependency on developed countries and foster economic collaboration among developing nations. The initiative aligns with South-South mutual assistance and shared development. The inaugural summit is in Istanbul, set in the foundation of initiative trade, investment, and technology exchange, focusing on sectors like agriculture, energy, and transportation. Member contribution: each member country contributes unique strengths. Bangladesh, we have strong textile industry. Egypt, we have strategic geopolitical location. Indonesia, we have abundant natural resources. Iran, we have significant energy industry base. Malaysia, we have advanced industry base. Nigeria, major oil production, which is our country, and we have Pakistan, agricultural potential, and the last one, Turkey, which is economic dynamism. And we have some key developments, which is milestone was a preferential trade agreement (PTA) implemented in 2011 to reduce tariff and enhance trade volumes and among members. Despite this progress, challenges remain due to varying levels of economic development and political instability in some nations and insufficient institutions. And the guiding principle, we have the D8 operates under principle of peace, dialogue, cooperation, justice, equality, and democracy. This principle guides its activities and strategies aimed at achieving long-term goals. Nigeria joined as a founding member in 1997 to strengthen South-South cooperation and diversify its economy. Its participation aligns with D8 objectives such as trade, expansion, economic development, energy cooperation, food security, and social development. Thank you.
Nigeria plays a prominent role in the D8, using its influence to promote South-South cooperation and advocate for developing nations. It actively participates in the D8 initiatives, while Nigeria has benefited from the D8 membership through expanded trade, investment, knowledge transfer, and support for the key projects. It also faces challenges. These include low trade volumes within the D8, infrastructural policy inconsistency, security concerns, limited industrial capacity, and weak implementation of agreements. Essentially, Nigeria is trying to leverage the D8 for growth, but internal and external factors hinder it from fully maximizing.
8 countries consist of 8 membership states. 1. Bangladesh. 2. Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, Turkey. These countries came together to promote economic cooperation and development among themselves, focusing on enhancing trade, investment, and collaboration in various sectors. Each member brings unique resources and strengths, contributing to the collective goal in achieving sustainable economic growth and development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Balogun Ayomide, and I'll be talking about the background and significance of the study of the topic, politics of Nigerian foreign policy making. The term policy can be described as a set of ideas or a plan of what to do in particular situations that has been agreed to officially by a group of people, a business organization, a government, or a political party. It is a plan or a course of action as of a government intended to influence and determine decisions, actions, and other matters, or a course of action guiding principle or procedure considered expedient or advantageous. A set of policies are principles, rules, and guidelines formulated or adopted by an organization or a non-state to reach long-term goals. Policies and procedures are designed to influence and determine all major decisions and actions, and all activities take place within the boundaries set by them. Foreign policy is a category which deals with defense, security, international political relations, and international economic relations. It deals with the relations between one actor in the international system and other actors in the international system. These other actors, as we said earlier, may be states, international organizations, some types of individuals, or the environment of the system, irrespective of whether the elements involved are social, cultural, or structural. Foreign policy is a global concept, and there is virtually no non-state or country without foreign policy. The foreign policy of any nation plays an instrumental role in shaping its relationship with international community, addressing national interests, and defining a country's global presence. Similarly, many of the goals, social, cultural, political, and economic and so on, which states try to pursue in international system cannot be achieved with the territorial confines of the national state. At times, states need the active cooperation, even assistance of other states in the system to achieve their national objective. Because of this, a state necessarily has to be in communication with the external environment. It is the totality of this communication that is commonly referred to as foreign policy. The evolution of Nigerian foreign policy reflects a strategic desire to balance domestic priorities with the need to participate in the global order. As a regional power in West Africa, Nigeria's foreign policy decisions have often been pivotal in shaping the dynamics of the African continent. Moreover, Nigeria's role in global institutions like the United Nations, African Union, and Economic Community of West African States has further solidified its standing as a significant actor in global diplomacy. However, the politics surrounding this foreign policy decision are often contentious, given the complex interplay between the domestic interests, economic factors, and international pressures. Moving to the significance of the study is significant for several reasons. First, is to contribute to the academic understanding of intricate relationship between politics and foreign policy in a developing country context. It will provide valuable insights into how political factors such as leadership, changes, party politics, and institutional dynamics shape foreign policy outcomes. Second, the study will provide policy makers and political analysts with a better understanding of the challenges and opportunities within Nigerian foreign framework. By addressing these issues, The study aims to offer recommendations that could enhance the consistency and effectiveness of Nigeria's foreign policy, ultimately benefiting the country's strategic interests on the international stage. Thank you.
My name is ADEKUNLE Jeremiah. I will be talking about data presentation and analysis of politics of Nigerian foreign policy making. Nigerian foreign relations are influenced by domestic politics, institutions, and the global context. Political elites have used foreign policy to project power, but the shifting interests and ideology have led to inconsistency. Domestic institutions like the Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs are crucial, but they are often have an inefficiency and limited capacity. Regionally, Nigeria has sought a leader role in ECOWAS and the AU, but these have been challenged by regional rivals, internal security issues like Boko Haram, and economic instability. Globally, Nigeria engaged with major powers for investment aid and recognition, but navigating the multipolar world and conflict interests is difficult. To improve its foreign relations, Nigeria needs to strengthen institutional unify political elite and adopt a strategy interest-driving approach, balancing regional leadership with domestic priorities. Economic development security is crucial by building stronger institutions, leveraging regional influence, and aligning foreign policy with national interests. Nigeria can better navigate international diplomacy. A list of references related to Nigeria foreign policy is included. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adeyemi. I'll be talking about the summary, the references, and the conclusion. Historically, it has prioritized Africa, focusing on decolonization and regional integration. However, internal political instability, corruption, and inconsistent leadership have hindered its diplomatic effectiveness. Military regimes often adopted insular approach, while democratic governments have been more collaborative. Nigerian oil dependence creates economic vulnerabilities, and domestic issues like terrorism and ethnic tension impact foreign relations. To improve its foreign policy, Nigeria needs to strengthen domestic institutions and diversify its economy and reduce corruption. Diplomatically, it should pursue strategic partnership aligned with its developmental goals, technology, industry, infrastructure, engaging with traditional Western powers and emerging economies. Increased involvement in multilateral institutions like ECOWAS, the African Union, and the UN is crucial, advocating for reforms that benefit African countries. Nigeria must balance assertiveness with pragmatism, adapting to global shifts and investing in professional diplomatic corps. In conclusion, domestic and economic challenges undermine Nigerian foreign policy goals. Issues like marginalization, injustice, poverty, and inequality need to be addressed. It recommends that Nigeria's leadership address this domestic bottleneck. Resolving these political and economic challenges is prerequisite for a strong and foreign policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Emmanuel. I'll be talking about the conceptual clarification, theoretical framework, and literature review. This session classifies key concepts and establishes a theoretical framework for understanding Nigeria's foreign policy. Foreign policy is defined as a government strategy for protecting national interests in international relations. The politics of foreign policy examine how domestic political factors, institutions, actors, processes a shape of countries' foreign relations. We have realism, it emphasizes national interest and security in a competitive international system. This framework helps in explaining Nigeria's involvement in regional security initiatives. We also have liberalism. It focuses on cooperation and the role of international institutions. This explains Nigeria's participation in global organizations like the UN and AU. We also have constructivism in Nigeria, which highlighted identity and norms, how to understand Nigeria advocacy for African unity. Nigeria foreign policy nothing studies historical development, the part of leadership, the role of oil and
in Nigeria's involvement in African diplomacy, especially ECOWAS. Scholars have explored the ideological underpinning of Nigeria's foreign policy, Pan-Africanism, non-alignment, pragmatism, and contemporary challenges in security and governance activities. Relations in the US and China. The literature also highlighted the interplay between domestic politics and foreign policy, including the influence of leadership changes and internal political framework. Thank you.